Odyssey.com.
Good morning. Hope you're making it where you got to get to in one piece today.
Yeah, take your time.
Take your time. Good morning. Good morning. It's a Wednesday. Got the Power Surge coming up in a half hour. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov and Greg behind the glass. John, how was your commute into work today?
Oh, it was fine. I mean, I had a chance to, see a lot of my favorite people with the emergency hazards on. We know it's slippery.
Yep.
But yeah, it was fine. Let's literally just take your time. This is one of those, it's very wet, heavy snow, a lot of slush. And so the wheels get stuck in a rut. All of a sudden you get jerked over to the side and hey, you just heads up, be safe, take your time, get where you're going, and we'll have a good time. We'll have a good time this morning.
Never want to get jerked to the side.
I was waiting for it.
I got to tell you, the night and day difference for me, and I got to 8 Mile, and all of a sudden it started getting worse. And then the 696 ramp eastbound, wow.
Oh, yeah.
Now, you've got a truck. I have front wheel, which is better, usually. I have new tires on my front.
Yeah.
I was surprised the traction that I was struggling with.
Yeah,
it was not good.
It's slippery. It really doesn't matter what you're driving. I'll try and avoid any more drops, but if you may be able to get going with four-wheel drive, but no one has four-wheel brakes. So just use some common sense, and you don't have to crawl. There is a safe speed.
Yeah.
Find that safe speed. Everybody goes the same speed, and you will all arrive safely.
Yeah, I would say commute time for me doubled. That's just what it's going to be when the roads aren't fully plowed. Like some stretches were great. You get on, for me, 696 when I got on was great.
Yeah.
By the time I had merged onto Telegraph, I'm doing ABS trying to find whose lane is it anyway to get in the grooves and get here in one piece. So Be safe out there.
No, I mean, I love the challenge. It's fun.
I white knuckle a little bit on 696. Like I usually, John, we're pretty similar. I think you do what you're supposed to do, and it's not that difficult.
Right.
But there were points where I was like, "Wow, I can't find my spot."
Yeah.
Right. Well, it's because there were multiple areas where if you're in the far left, and I was surprised, the far left lane going eastbound on 696 was the best one, which is normally not the case. But then all of a sudden that would end and it would all of a sudden be on the right, and trying to get from one to the other, like just heads up, be safe. And the roads are not great right now. I think the road crews are doing a tremendous job. Wayne County, when I went from Washtenaw to Wayne County, well done.
When did this snow start falling?
About 10 o'clock last night.
Okay. It is that wet snow, and it's just kind of lingered.
Yeah, my commute wasn't much longer than it normally is. I mean, it was a little bit. I mean, I'm going, instead of 65, I'm going 55. But it was the trying to shovel the snow this morning in the driveway because it was heavy.
Heart attack snow?
Yeah, it could be. Yes. Fortunately, I'm still below that 50 number.
And all this is going to change. Like, I know it was like 34 at my house, and that's why the roads were better. It's crazy, like, if you get to 32, once it hit 32 on my thermostat on my car, the roads got way worse.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Well, when you live as far south as you do.
All the way
to
Tecumseh?
Uh-huh.
By the way, I was looking at the traffic map yesterday of the Detroit area before I went home because it's a little dicey when we left here yesterday. Yeah. And I noticed there's a Tecumseh, Ontario. That might be closer.
I think it is. We will get to Michigan hoops from last night. The Tigers making a deal at the winter meetings. Heather, how was your commute into work today? Good morning.
Good morning. It was long and
adventurous?
slow.
Yeah.
No, it really was. Like, I felt like I'm very tired. Like, it was very long. It was just a long, doubled for sure my time. I really had no idea because when I went to bed, and I knew schools were being closed, but I'm like, there's nothing really out there. when I woke up and saw the amount of snow on the driveway, I was like, oh man, I'm screwed. Like, I did not leave early enough. I did not realize how bad it was going to be.
Schools were way ahead of the curve last night.
Yeah. And I was like, really, already? And I get it
No,
now.
it makes sense.
I'm far north, and it was bad.
Yeah. Yeah, we started getting the notifications last night at, I think Jack was notified first, right around 7-ish, about midway through the first half of the Michigan game. And obviously he's making fun of his sister because his is canceled and hers was not. And then a little bit later, her school is always kind of they usually are the ones that wait until about 4 a.m. before they send out the email and the phone rings. And I think they just like to mess with people. But they did it early last night, so it was great.
You mentioned that during the Michigan game.
Yeah.
How about this team?
They are, I was texting Doug last night, a lot of fun to watch. They play a very fast pace. If you listen to Dusty May before the game, he was being interviewed. And he's like, yeah, we want to be able to get out and run. We want to run. We want to play fast. We want to make teams match that tempo, that speed. And it's certainly what they do.
They have the best defense in college basketball. And unlike a lot of teams that play good defense, they don't play at a snail's pace. You know, like there are those teams, I think about Virginia teams over the years, Tony Bennett teams. You just sit in a little shell and you play boring basketball, but it's good defense. No, Michigan will come up and challenge you, take the ball away, run and dunk in your face, and they'll blow you out. And they've done that now 6 straight wins by 25 or more points. And that was Villanova. They've done it to Gonzaga. They've done it to really good basketball teams.
Yeah, and I don't think there's a guy on the team. And the other thing about this team is they're very deep. And Dusty May has said it. We get 2 of about everything. And when you look at this run, it was 3 games scoring 100 points. Last night I thought maybe they'd get to that 4th in a row.
They could have if they wanted.
Right, but no one scores over 20 points.
Yeah.
And so you're looking like everybody is a part of the action. And what I was starting with saying, I don't think there's a guy on this team that's never ever seen a shot that they don't like. Like they're getting up and down the floor and they're chucking it up.
And they're long. Like Cadeau's not a big guard, but the other guards are big, and then the front court is supersized. They were plus 20 on the glass. They defend, they rebound, they punish.
They're a lot of fun to watch.
They should be the number 1 team. I know they are in the coaches poll. They should be in the AP poll. 9-0. They're the only team since at least the 1995-96 season to win 6 straight by at least 25, with 2 or more coming against ranked teams.
Yeah.
Doing stuff that haven't happened since the 90s.
Yeah. And so I mentioned I was texting Doug, and I said, hey, damn, this Michigan team is really fun to watch. And then he texted me, honestly, they're making it kind of boring. They just destroy people. It's that all the games aren't going to be like this. Enjoy it while it happens. You don't have to worry, mid-second half, what's going on. You miss a couple of shots, you miss a couple of free throws. That's the other thing. They shoot free throws.
What's Doug's point? That game was over in the first half. They're up 30 points. Game over.
Okay.
And I mean, they don't play a currently ranked team until late January. So they could go on quite a bit of run here. I mean, they already are. Some of the texts that have come in. This snow is best described as mashed potato snow.
Oh.
Would you agree with that?
Mashed potato snow.
Kind of clumps and sticks.
I don't like clumpy mashed potatoes.
I think it was
there's not
firmer
lumpy.
than mashed potatoes.
It's just, this is, I get the analogy. Sure. This is a wet, heavy snow. And I mean, you could make a pile and make a little dent in the middle where you could put your gravy. Sure. It would hold its form.
Lots of salt in it.
And so one thing I did do, and this for all the dads out there, if you're about ready to leave, this is great packing snow. Now is the time to make your snowballs and hide them somewhere in the yard, outside the garage, maybe, wherever. Because I know as soon as I come home, there's going to be a snowball fight, and I need ammo ready to go. So I have a dozen snowballs hidden, ready to fire at the kids.
It's called experience, people.
Yes. And by that time, they might actually be a little bit more frozen, so it might sting a little bit more.
This is not your first rodeo.
Oh, no.
You know what you're doing. Just got to work, counted 9 cars in a ditch, and a semi slid off onto the shoulder. Felt like I was in a Final Destination movie on the way to work.
Yeah. Slippery roads.
Heather, thank you for saying long and slow. Great drop material.
That's all right. I don't know if you heard my drop, but yes, I've.
What did you say?
I already said it. I don't need to repeat it.
I don't think it's been turned around quite yet. M59 is in good condition from one ticket texture. Your conditions may vary. Be safe out there on the way into work.
I think what everybody's saying is that all the white stuff is really sticky.
Yes.
Yes, Greg.
Yes.
That's what they're saying.
Yes. It's like sticky rice.
Finnegan, back with the Tigers. Last headline to hit as we start the show here. 2-year deal, $19 million. You figured this was going to happen.
Yeah. I love the fact that he's going to be back there. I thought he was a good addition, and we just get Finnegan now. We don't have Finnegan and friends.
Right. The friends part is still to come.
Yeah. Well, the friends part, the friends he arrived with have already departed.
New friends.
Yes.
Acquaintances. We'll see. At the winter meetings, Tigers making a move. Want to see some more moves? We're going to have Evan Petzold of the Free Press from the winter meetings in Orlando joining us in the 7 o'clock hour today. Get some of his thoughts. The Scooble saga rages on. 650 will revisit that conversation with some new info. And John's got a power surge. His top teams in the NFL as we get late in the season. That's coming up at 6:35. Coming up next, can you believe this guy's getting back into football? It's 97.1.
Hey, Detroit, it's Heather here with some big news. Verizon, America's best 5G network, wants you to bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill, and they'll give you a better deal. If you think Verizon is expensive, well, think again. Not only does Verizon let you lock in your low price for 3 years, everyone in the family can mix and match their plans with My Plan. And everyone can get the same great phone deals when they trade in an eligible phone in any condition on My Plan. That means new and existing customers. That's more reasons to save, more reasons to switch. Bring in your AT&T or T-Mobile bill to your local Detroit Verizon store, and they'll give you a better deal. Rankings based on Root Metrics United States Root Score report dated first half 2025. Your results may vary. Must provide a postpaid customer mobile bill dated within the past 45 days. Bill must be in the same name as the person redeeming the deal. 3-year price lock applies to then current base monthly rate. Additional terms apply to promotional offers. See www.verizon.com/switch-2-verizon/.
Stop waiting for a breakdown in the cold. Take a time out and call Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. They'll do a complete furnace checkup to make sure it's running properly and safely. Right now, it's only $79 per unit. That's $30 off the regular price, so call today because spots fill up quickly in the cold temps. And don't forget, Mastercraft does plumbing, electrical, and they install generators as well, all at discounted prices. So do it now. Find more information on the web at mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com.
Good morning. If you're making your way where you need to go, plan for a little extra time.
Yep.
Take your time and be safe. Get there in one piece. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, Gov, and Greg behind the glass. Hit some headlines to start the show. We didn't mention you got a grandpa making his return to the NFL. Phillip Rivers.
He literally is a grandpa. Since he has retired the first time, we've heard this rumor a couple of times where teams get, a quarterback hurt mid-season. Is Phillip Rivers going to work out and try out? He's had a kid. He's up to 10, I believe. And his oldest has also had a kid. So he is now a grandpa. 44 years old, last played in 2020. And he was signed to the Indianapolis practice squad. If Riley Leonard can't go, don't be surprised if he's bumped up and you see him start a game this weekend.
They're playing Seattle. Good luck.
Yeah, good luck. I mean, you talk about a defense that's flying around.
John, is there any way this works? Is this a good idea to throw this guy into the Wolves 5 years removed?
Okay, so you have to classify good idea. Is it a good idea? Would it be a good idea at the beginning of the year to go into the season signing Phillip Rivers? No. Would it be a good idea to have him as your franchise quarterback? No. But if you are out of options, is it a better idea than Riley Leonard? It might be.
I don't know that it is.
Well, I don't know either. So that's the thing that we don't know. Have you seen Phillip Rivers run? Have you seen him throw a ball?
Well, I know the last time he was playing football, he couldn't run, and that was 5 years ago.
All right. So
you don't get more limber.
No, you don't. But I mean, I just don't know what it's going to look like. And until we see it, if we ever do, then we can decide whether it was good or not. He won't be able to run like Riley Leonard, but he can process the game, he can make decisions, and maybe he can't throw a ball over 45 yards or 40 or 35 yards. Hell, I don't know. But if he can keep their heads above water, sure. I actually kind of am excited that they had a break glass in case of emergency moment. And, none of their quarterbacks that they were counting on going into the season are available. What else would you have done? Just live with Riley Leonard and say, you know what, we're just going to lose the rest of our games.
Who are the NFL free agent quarterbacks that aren't ancient grandfathers who have played, practiced in the last 6 months to a year? Those guys would be better options, right?
I don't know.
This is going to be fascinating if he plays.
If they weren't, and so if you have somebody that's a free agent right now, and they weren't good enough to be a starter, they weren't good enough to be number two, they weren't good enough to be on a practice squad. A 44-year-old who played as long as he did and had his career might actually be a better option. Would I want to do it? I don't want to be in that position to have to make that decision.
So quarterbacks that are unsigned, C.J. Beathard, Jeff Driscoll, Jake Fromm. Look, they're
Phillip
in a desperate
Rivers
spot.
may be the best option.
They are in a desperate spot. They traded multiple first-round picks to get Sauce Gardner.
Yeah.
They are all in to win this year. Yeah, and he's hurt, by the way, too. It doesn't help. They're in a free fall. They've lost 4 of 5. Their owner is super involved, asking questions, wants to win. What are you going to do? Well, we own Phillip Rivers' rights. He retired as a Colt. By the way, this delays, I'm sure you've seen this, his Hall of Fame clock if he comes back and plays.
Yeah, I put that in my prep. It certainly, if he takes a snap, it's going to reset that 5 years from now.
Isn't that the ultimate, like, football dude? He's like, yeah, I'll delay the clock if I get a chance to go sling the pigskin with some buddies for a few hours. Happens to be an NFL game with the season on the line. Like, that's such a football guy mentality, right? Just get back out there.
We all have that dream. If you played in the NFL, and there are guys that even if you retired due to whatever injury, it never leaves your soul. You always believe that you can go out there for one play, one series, one game, maybe even an entire season, and you're sitting there going, is somebody going to have that break glass moment? Now, there are very few positions where this could be a possibility. I think quarterback is one of those positions just because they're, should be well protected. Indianapolis's line. He's going to be well protected. They have a run game. It's not going to be the sole focus that Phillip Rivers has to go out there and throw for 300 yards.
What about other names? Ryan Tannehill? Cam Newton? Would these guys be better fits than a grandfather who hasn't played in 5 years?
Okay. And I don't know, did they call Cam?
I don't know.
So here's the other thing is when you retire, unless you were cut, you'd have to go back to that team or you'd have to give up draft compensation.
You can't trade now, right?
Right. And so, you can't. So you're again, Cam Newton, I don't know what his status was when he retired, but he may not be an option for him.
Mm-hmm. You'd have to be released by the team you last played for, assuming you were still under contract when you retired.
Yeah, you think Carolina is going to say, we'll just release Cam Newton and let him go play wherever he wants. No, you want to give us a 6th or a 7th or, and everybody's going to say no.
Yeah. I believe the analogy is we have McDonald's at home.
Right.
Out of morbid curiosity, I do want to see what happens if he plays.
Oh, I'm begging to see this because then it does, it kind of almost makes that dream a reality.
Does Tom Brady see this and go,
So Phillip Rivers, I believe, is a high school football coach. Football season's over. He can play a couple of games, go back to being his high school football coach. Tom is gainfully employed, making a lot of money.
Yeah. I just mean as like a competitor. He's like, damn it, Phillip Rivers is getting back into this.
We all look at it and go, hey, Phillip Rivers could do it. Hell, I could do it.
Well, it'd be complicated with Brady because he's got minority ownership with the Raiders.
Right.
It would probably have to be with the Raiders.
Right.
Or it would get extremely complicated.
Right.
I don't know how you can have a stake in a team and play for somebody different.
I don't think you
have
can.
to divest and be a whole thing. He wouldn't do it.
Yeah.
It's just these crazy things pop in your head. Like I saw social media running with what former Lions have any eligibility at this point? Like, what's Louis Delmas up to?
Yeah. I mean, again, it never leaves your soul. Football is something that lives with you forever.
I was always a Rivers guy. I think he is as a competitor as it gets.
Yeah.
And I think he's probably one of the best quarterbacks to never win a Super Bowl. Not as good as Marino, but beyond that. Mm-hmm. And he gets lost in the shuffle in that draft because Roethlisberger and Eli won Super Bowls.
First ticket text, I look down and see. What's Colin Kaepernick up to?
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is brought to you by Gardner White. So the city of Ann Arbor has launched this new rebate program focused on shovels and electric snowblowers. Did you hear about this?
No.
So the program runs through March 1st of next year or until they run out of funding. But basically, you can go and trade in your gas-powered snowblower and receive up to $200 for an electric snowblower, or you can get a free shovel.
Oh, a free shovel.
Yes. Yes. So the rebate covers 100% of the cost of a new shovel.
Oh, yeah,
and
sure. Yeah. How about a couple of them? So I got 5 kids. I need 5 shovels.
50% of the cost of a new electric snowblower or up to $200.
There are snowblowers for under $200.
So they want you to get rid of the gas snowblower.
Yeah. I mean, you've got one that's got to be under $200, right?
I'll give it to you for free. It
You
comes
should
with a
take
cord.
it down to Ann Arbor.
Oh, God.
Well, you can't turn it in because it's
It's
corded.
already electric.
Yeah.
Oh.
You have to turn in the gas-powered ones.
But you could trade it, is what I'm saying. Take it to Ann Arbor, make the swap. Take someone's gas.
Well, you should. Yeah, I would
And
think
give
that
them
you'd
the
want to look for it
electric.
if you can swap. I mean, you're kind of used to that.
Oh, boy.
I appreciate you using that word.
You're welcome. You're welcome. Hey, first responders in Sterling Heights are being praised after they were able to save a woman from a burning vehicle on Monday evening. So officers responded to reports of this serious injury crash. It was near 18 Mile Road in Van Dyke. It was right near 6:30 p.m. And that's when they discovered there was an elderly woman, the driver, trapped inside. 5 officers were able to pull her from the vehicle, carry her to safety. They then proceeded to apply a tourniquet, stabilize her until the fire department showed up, who then rushed her to the hospital. She was treated for a severe compound leg fracture, significant bleeding as well. But the police chief is just praising their actions, saying these officers ran towards a burning vehicle without hesitation because somebody's life depended on it. And their bravery, skill, and teamwork, along with the critical help from bystanders and our fire department, made the difference between life and death, and just said, we're truly proud of these individuals. Well, the 2 men who posed as DTE workers and then murdered a Rochester Hills man in his home were sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. During the men's trial, the sons of the victim, the 3 sons, spoke. They described their dad as brave and kind. The judge also spoke and let the gentlemen know, I shouldn't even call them gentlemen, let the men know that their actions were, quote, absolutely pathetic. The men both chose not to speak. They do plan to appeal their convictions. If you're struggling to find affordable housing, you're not alone. According to data from Realtor.com and Bankrate, 75% of homes that are on the U.S. housing market right now are unaffordable to the typical household. So the typical American household needs to make at least $33,000 more annually to be able to afford a median-priced home. And in most major areas, a 6-figure income is needed to buy a typical home. So they say the average household in the U.S. earns $80,000. And to afford a $435,000 median-priced home, they would need to make at least $113,000. So a lot of people are struggling to afford homes in that median range for sure. So we may have some of the best drivers here in Michigan. But
the best, or did you say?
Yeah, did you say best? Or
I did say best.
Oh,
it might have sounded like
breast,
which either or.
We got the best drivers.
Yeah, yes, I meant to say best. Yeah.
Go on.
But Detroit residents rank among the most uncaring.
Oh,
really?
Awful. Yeah, according to Wallet Hub. So they looked at 100 of the most populous cities, and they looked at 3 categories: caring for the community, caring for the vulnerable, and caring for the workforce. And we pretty much apparently suck, because Detroit ranked 97 out of 100. We received an overall score of 43.91. We ranked dead last in caring for the vulnerable, 82nd for caring for the community, and 65th for caring for the workforce. Virginia Beach, on the other hand, is the most caring city.
Well, okay, that's great. Well, who's 98,
Okay, let me see.
99, and 100?
Yeah, who are we beating?
Yeah.
Well,
It doesn't go that low?
It doesn't.
I mean, I know it says 100, but it doesn't tell you who the
it
worst
doesn't
is.
break it down,
One by one.
so
Oh.
you can take your pick, I guess, and I'll tell you later if you're right or wrong.
You have some cities in Ohio you want to nominate?
Yeah, sure. Columbus, Cleveland, Cincinnati.
It's Heather with the news. Coming up next, it's the Power Surge. End of the hour, some new info on Tarek Skubal. We'll revisit 97.1.
When it comes to an IRS collection or audit, Abraham and Rose has successfully specialized in resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their extensive experience means that when you're facing an IRS collection or audit, you can rely on their firm. Many law firms come and go, but for 30 years of experience, it's a testament to their success. Their experienced team is ready to evaluate any underlying federal or state income taxes or payroll taxes. All you have to do is visit abrahamandrose.com or call 248-539-5040 so you never personally have to deal with the IRS. We do it every week.
Every week.
The Power Surge, and we are going into week 15. So coming out of week 14, the teams that I had ranked last week, and I do this, 1 through 6. If you're new to the program, 1 through 6 is where I rank the teams, and I kind of let everybody know who's just on the outside looking in. And last week, on the outside looking in, and teams that we're trying to figure out if they can hang on, because Tampa was one of those teams just scratching and clawing to hang on. A lot of injuries. Carolina Panthers, one of those teams as well. And Detroit, our very own Detroit Lions, scratching and clawing to keep on. Kansas City, Green Bay, all out last week. Dallas, obviously, out last week. Carolina, Houston, Buffalo, Indy, the Chargers, Jacksonville, and San Francisco. Did any of them do enough this week or show enough to be able to be bumped up into the top 6? So I'm going to give you a little bit of this week's just out. In fact, I'll give you a reminder real quick. Week 14, number 6 was Philly. Number 5, Chicago. Seattle was at 4. The Rams at 3. Denver at 2. And New England was at number 1. Mm-hmm. So on the outside looking in, kind of at the bottom of things, and teams that I think are pretty much toast. Indy, toast.
Yep.
Great job at the trade deadline. Not working out for
Done.
you. Kansas City.
Good luck with Philip Rivers.
Yeah, 6 and 7 right now. Not mathematically eliminated, however.
Logically eliminated.
Yes. Tampa is still in the mix.
Struggling, though.
Yeah, totally short. And Carolina, okay, there's going to be one team that has to win that division. Is it possible that one of those teams wins the division with 8 wins?
They play each other, so I'm going to say no.
Do they play each other once, though?
Twice.
Oh, they play each other twice. So somebody, they could split, and that might be their only win.
Yeah.
Some comedy in what's going on here, because there are some divisions that are awful. There are some divisions that are spectacular. Dallas, again,
Done.
Not mathematically eliminated, and Philly has lost 3 in a row.
Yep.
Hey, great job at the trade deadline, Philly. Baltimore, 6 and 7. Pitt, 7 and 6.
Yeah, you don't need to consider them right now.
Somebody has to win the division.
No, I know, but they shouldn't be in power surge
No.
consideration.
Detroit, outside looking in, 8 and 5, although coming off a nice win against Dallas. Buffalo, 9 and 4. They've got a big matchup this week at New England. Mm-hmm. All right, let's see. That was a big win in Buffalo for New England. Can Josh Allen, can he rally the troops? The Chargers, on the outside looking in, and some of this is, I almost put them in simply because they are finding ways to continue to win, even though they're injured, and huge Justin Herbert fan. And I only continue to grow as a Justin Herbert fan because he had surgery on his non-throwing hand, had a plate installed. He's still out there. I thought it was amazing. And I love the fact, and not going to name his name, but the adjustments made for Justin Herbert. If he's if he's supposed to hand the ball off, the running backs coach is a great coach. If they has to hand the ball off with his left hand, a little pitch.
Yeah.
All right, and a great adjustment. Get Omari and Hampton back. So, hey, we'll see what they end up doing. Jacksonville still on the outside looking in, but they just keep winning. It's kind of that team that I give no respect to, but they're 9 and 4.
John, they're going to end up winning like 11, 12 games.
I know. How?
I know.
Okay. The defense. I'll tell you that's
Turnovers.
how. Yeah. San Francisco, 9 and 4. Still on the outside looking in because we only put 6 teams in. Chicago gets bumped out with that loss. Philly losing 3 in a row. I already mentioned it, 8 and 5. Still winning their division, but
not in the top 6.
No. Hey, again, nice job at the trade deadline. Only 1 sack. Jalen Phillips happened to be against the Lions.
I was going to say, let's not toot our horn too much. We didn't do anything.
Well, I'm just, my point is, all those teams that did something, I will talk about it later. Number 6, the Green Bay Packers at 9, 3, and 1.
Not in the top 6?
No, I just said number 6.
Okay,
yeah.
Sorry.
Listen. And here's part of why I think their offense, while their offense isn't great, I think getting Christian Watson back has really helped that offense if they can just simply stay healthy at the skilled position. And keep looking at Rashawn Gary, Micah Parsons, the ability to pressure quarterbacks. And there's going to be a theme here. The top 6 teams, all of them, I would say, are whether they metrically are in the top 6 of defenses, because you can make numbers say whatever you want. Yeah. I think these are all top defenses in the NFL.
For Green Bay, 4-0 in their division, first place in the North. They're favored the next time they go to Chicago. They are clearly in the driver's seat.
Mm-hmm. Number 5, Houston. And
we discussed pre-show. We didn't think you had the guts to do it.
Oh, didn't think I had the guts to do it. And you actually mentioned this before we went live on air. Yep. There's a team. You're no way you're going to put them. And I knew instantly you were talking about Houston. So number 5, written in ink. All right, not in pencil. Didn't scratch anything out. Houston 8-5 right now. And getting C.J. Stroud back, being able to keep their heads above water with a backup quarterback. We always said that, hey, if a team goes with their starting quarterback goes down, he was out for 3 weeks with a concussion. How many teams would that ruin their season? It didn't, and it didn't because of their defense. They are playing almost as good a defense as you're going to find in the NFL. Seattle is at number 4. And I know there's a lot of people that are going to say, oh, Sam Darnold, he can't win the big one. They're 10-3 right now. They have what I would say is the best receiver, playing as the best receiver, Jackson Smith-Njigba, in the NFL right now. He's having an unbelievable season, and I think this is actually the best defense in the NFL. From the front that they're able to apply pressure with 4, sometimes even with 3. Yep. The back end they have is just tremendous. Denver comes in at number 3, and they're here simply because they lead in sacks by, 12?
That's ridiculous.
Over the rest of the NFL. I can't remember the exact number is right now, but 11-2. The reason that they're not any higher is their offense has a tendency to become anemic. Bo Nix, not a top-line quarterback, but Sean Payton, top-level coach, he's getting as much as he possibly can out of them, and they're finding ways to win games. They're all close games, and I think that'll eventually bite them in the backside as we get towards the end of the season, maybe even the playoffs. Number 2. Now, remember, last week I had the New England Patriots at 1. They don't play, but they do get bumped down to the 2 spot. New England, 11-2. And I think they have the best combination in all 3 phases. When you look offense, defense, special teams, they are playing at an elite level right now. And as I mentioned, they host Buffalo this weekend. So a statement game for them, an opportunity to stake their claim as the best team in the league, and to possibly separate themselves from Denver.
It would all but clinch the division. It may even clinch the division.
No, it will clinch the division this weekend, yeah. So number 1 team is the Rams, and I mentioned New England, the best combination of all 3 phases. The Rams, I think, best offense. It's high-flying. They've got a number of different weapons. They've continued to develop a couple of running backs in the backfield, but the one detriment that they have is being able to protect Matthew Stafford. Now, he's got great pocket presence. He's playing at maybe an MVP level. Maybe he is the MVP right now. But they are – Havenstein, their tackle, is out. He's on IR. Mm-hmm. And they do struggle to protect him a little bit. He gets the ball out quick. Defensively, that front 7 is a nightmare. An absolute nightmare. They can pressure the quarterback from all 4 guys up front. They do a great job of working in some blitzes. They stop the run. They're tough. Now, the one weakness I have, I don't think they're great on special teams, but they score so many points offensively, and if they don't get that first down on a punt return, hey, it doesn't matter. The offense comes in and takes over.
I have a hard time finding a weakness for this team. So you mentioned the Stafford. He's only been sacked 17 times this year. It's 29th among NFL quarterbacks. And when he does get hit, quarterbacks tend to get all kinds of jumbled up. He's a tough SOB. He'll step right back in and fire in a football.
He is. The reason I say a protection issue is there are times when he could find Nakua downfield or Devontae Adams. He just doesn't have enough time. So he does do a great job of getting rid of the ball. Sometimes it's in the dirt. Sometimes it's thrown away. Sometimes it's a pass to a running back.
But they are a top 10 defense against the run, top 10 in sacks. They've got a quarterback leading an MVP charge with not 1 but 2 bona fide wide receiver ones. Devontae Adams is playing like a wide receiver 1, and everybody knows Puka. The team I would have been bold. I would have left Seattle out.
I know you don't like Seattle, but
I just don't.
You have a Sam Darnold issue.
I have a Sam Darnold issue. I think they have a Sam Darnold issue, and they don't really have any marquee wins. I know this isn't college football, but I don't see a lot of marquee wins for Seattle.
Not enough data points.
Well, they'll play the Rams a couple weeks from now.
I think you had the right 6. I had Seattle at 6. Just I'm kind of with Jim in that camp, but you have to respect what they've done. The big thing with me is Houston's up to 4 now. So they won 5 games in a row.
6 of 7.
Yeah, 4 of their wins this year against the Chiefs, Bills, Ravens, and Colts. Those are really good teams. Here's their 5 losses. All single-digit losses to the Rams, Bucks, Jags, Seahawks, Broncos. All playoff teams.
Yeah.
This defense is becoming elite. I think I would put them in the Super Bowl right now as the AFC representative.
It's bold, but you can make a case.
Yep.
It's wide open in the AFC. It's a Power Surge 97.1.
Hey, there's nothing like Michigan. The pride, the grit, the game day energy. There's a beer that gets it. It's Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed right here in the heart of Michigan. It's crisp, light, and built for those who go all in. So whether you're tailgating in Ann Arbor or kicking back after a long day, as proud sponsors of Michigan Athletics, we're raising a cold one to the maize and blue. Founders Michigan Pilsner, brewed for Michigan, built for you. Find Michigan Pilsner at a store near you. Founders Brewing Company, Grand Rapids, Michigan. For 21 years old or older, please drink responsibly.
Good morning. Jim Costa, John Jansen, Heather Park, 97.1. Got Gov and Greg behind the glass. We got Lions tickets to give away today on the show, 8 o'clock hour. Name that Lion to win a pair of tickets for their game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Evan Petzold will join us from the winter meetings in Orlando at 7:35. Get the latest on what the Tigers are up to. Played a little audio yesterday, and he's been writing stories and cranking out content, so we'll get it from him.
Yeah,
What's
don't
the
shoot
latest?
Make sure we don't shoot the messenger.
No. On the Scooble front, you sent this report, and I saw this on social media, and I don't think it's credible, but it does get you thinking. So,
There's
David,
go ahead.
David Pingalore is a sports anchor in Los Angeles at KTLA, and I did just verify he is on their website. He is actually employed by a TV station in Los Angeles, and he sent out the following tweet 9 hours ago. Tarek Scooble update. I'm hearing the Scooble deal is essentially in place. The pieces are agreed to. The framework is done. What's holding it up is the long-term extension and ownership approval in Detroit. The Tigers won't greenlight it without the owner sign-off, and the Dodgers won't ship out that kind of haul without a long-term commitment. That's the final hurdle, and he tags KTLA and a bunch of hashtags. And everything. No one else is confirming this. None of the most respected baseball insiders are giving this any oxygen.
Right.
I'm not calling him a liar. I just don't know how credible it is.
Correct. And because it's out there in the universe, we want to make sure that we talk about everything that's going on out there. It is there. I don't want to say that he's making this up. He may have a source, and how credible is that source?
Is he jumping the gun early? Also possible.
Sure. But it does raise the question, and I think if this happens and they do another contract, whether it's deferred money or it's just more money than anyone else can pay, I think it's just another step in the direction of there's no baseball in 27. That okay, that has nothing to do with the contract or with Scooble or anything like that, but it just shows that there is a team out there, and we know that there are a couple of teams that are just able to spend more money than anyone else, and it's going to come almost impossible to compete with those teams.
I don't know how imminent a Scooble trade would be, but I think part of bringing this up is what would your reaction be? Like, is this what you want to happen? I think that there are three camps for Tarek Scooble. Trade, extend, or you just keep him through the season. Trade, keep, or sign. Those are the three camps for Tarek Scooble. So which camp do you find yourself in as rumors swirl, as the winter meetings take place? John, which camp are you in?
So the initial question was, what would be your reaction if he was traded?
Yes.
And my reaction would be reserved. I wouldn't be surprised. My action would be reserved to evaluate what they got in return. Mm-hmm. And if they were able to get what I would deem, in my own opinion, enough of a return, and maybe that's one or two everyday players and two top prospects, then I'd have to look at it and say I kind of thought that that's what should be done. And so I guess I'm in the trade him camp because I don't know if he would accept 4 years, $180 million, or 5 years, $250 million.
Oh, no way. Yeah, I don't think so.
And so if that's not the case, I don't want to go any longer than that.
Yeah.
And because of his age, because of his past injuries.
Because of the way he's used?
Well, yeah, and that's it. Like and he could just simply be a victim of the times. And nobody's going to paint Tarek Scooble as a victim, but if he has been trained and he has been programmed that he can only go from 95 to 105 pitches, and 105 pitches would be a max, then I don't know that you're going to get the value. If you pay him, are you actually getting what you're paying for? I don't think you're getting enough.
So I want to answer this understanding that I'm not playing MLB The Show and understanding that this is the situation the Tigers are in. If it was purely up to me, I would pay Tarik Skubal an 8-year deal. I'd look at the Scherzer situation and say he won a couple Cy Youngs in a World Series. I'm willing to bite the bullet and pay star players. But I don't believe he's signing an extension here. Not now. Not in the offseason when everybody else gets to bid on him. I also don't see the Tigers rallying the troops and sinking all their resources to win a World Series this year with him. So I am left with one camp and one camp only. Trade Tarik Skubal. Disappointingly, begrudgingly, understanding the world we live in, that this isn't in a vacuum. This is the world the Tigers are operating in. It's trade Tarik Skubal. 248-539-9797. Is that the camp that you find yourself in? Trade, keep, sign. 248-539-9797.
And I wouldn't be mad if they signed him. Again, it's not our money. The only time I would get upset is if they do sign him to an 8-year deal, and in 5 years, he's not Tarik Skubal. I mean, he'll be Tarik Skubal, but he's not pitching like the AC is now, and they haven't done anything to add to it.
Right. Yeah, look, anytime you sign a long-term deal, you're probably going to end up biting a bullet on the last few years. That's just how it works. So either you're going to be an organization that tries, aggressively spends, and the cost of running a high payroll baseball team is you may have a couple guys at the end of their career that aren't living up to the contract. The alternative is you get to run it like a small market team.
I would be more accepting of overpaying guys like they did with Miggy. Now, at the end of the contract,
You're
it was terrible, but an everyday guy.
Position players, yeah.
And instead of once every 5 days, and you're hoping to get to the 7th inning, but most likely it's going to be the 6th. Like I just don't know that the value is there. And I'd rather bite the bullet on overpaying a guy at the end of his contract if he's an everyday guy in today's day and age.
I just feel like there's really only one way this ends based on the real world and everything we're reading. He's not signing an extension this offseason with the Tigers. The Tigers aren't adding multiple impact players in free agency. They're not going to win the World Series next year, and he would leave for nothing. You trade him and you maximize the haul, and maybe it's the Dodgers, maybe it's the Mets, maybe it's someone who views him as that final piece.
If they keep him, then they have to pivot and get active in free agency.
Yeah.
I'm a little curious if we're in this window right now this week where if the Tigers' plan was to go to the meetings and explore massive offers, and if they got what they liked, they do it. If they don't, then they pivot to keep him and start going after free agents. Like there's no reason to keep him if you're not going to get serious about competing next year.
I think the problem is, and we'll talk more about it, coming up next here. I think they may convince themselves, well, we're in the playoffs. We are doing enough to win with them. And we are willing to walk the plank because we are in a bad division and we will be in the playoffs. And
the young guys are going to get better.
Exactly. 97-1.
Brought to you by Mastercraft Heating and Cooling. Kyle Finnegan is coming back to Detroit next season. Last night, Jeff Passan reported that the right-handed reliever had agreed to a 2-year, $19 million contract with the Tigers. Finnegan had a 1.50 ERA in the second half of the season in Detroit last year after being traded here from the Nationals. Michigan basketball is now 9-0 this season after demolishing Villanova 89-61 last night. The Wolverines have now won 6 straight games by 25 or more points. In that stretch, they are beating opponents by an average of 34 points per game. Dusty Depth has been a major contributor for Michigan's success this year, and Dusty May knows what a luxury that is.
No, it won't come out until after the new year. I could send you the audio if you wanted.
I can wait. I haven't heard much about him.
Michigan now heads to Maryland for their first conference road test this weekend. Also in college basketball last night, number 5 UConn defeated 18th-ranked Florida 77-73. Number 10 BYU came back to defeat Clemson 67-64 at the buzzer, and 13th-ranked Illinois evaded Ohio State 88-80 in Columbus. At the Coral Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Sabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Your response is pouring in. We want to hear from you on the phones and on the text, 248-539-9797. Scooble, there's a report out of L.A. that a deal is, what was his word, imminent?
Yes. That was already in place.
A deal is already in place. If you believe this, and no other insider has the scoop, but a deal is in place between the Tigers and the Dodgers to trade Tarik Skubal. Whether it's true or not, it just fires things back up at the winter meetings. Do you want him traded? Do you want to keep him? Do you want to sign him? Those are your three choices. 248-539-9797. Now, this response says, what about the fourth option? Wait until July 31st, see how you're doing, trade him then. From Rob.
Wait till the trade deadline?
I see a lot of issues with that. One issue, he gets hurt. Second issue, he's healthy and you're in it. Well, now you got to keep him. And now we could walk for nothing. And if you didn't bolster your roster, you're headed for the same conclusion as the last 2 years, a playoff berth, and then an exit before the ALCS. Right?
Right. And I mean,
so how does that get me any, like, I'm gonna
and it's still
take that risk.
A pitcher that, you know, and is, whether it was a team decision, it's AJ's decision, it was Skubal's, or it was a decision that was predetermined that, hey, until the contract is done, I'm just not going over 95 pitches. Like, I have an issue, and maybe somebody could call me out on it. I know I'm putting this out there where, okay, I know it's not 1984 again where you're going to have Nolan Ryan or Dan Petrie, Jack Morris going complete games multiple times during the season. I understand that. But as that philosophy shifts, I think your business model also has to shift. If you got a guy that's only going to go 6 innings or 7 max, and he's only going to be out there once every 5 days, if I was running a team, I don't think I would pony up unless I'm the Dodgers and I could throw money at every position as much as I want. That's not going to be a part of my business model.
Good morning, guys. I'm getting tired of the Skubal situation. I believe it's best for both sides to trade him. I'm in the trade camp. If Harris makes the proper moves, they would be stronger than last year, Al in Macomb.
Okay, so I guess
they would be stronger without Skubal. I think you'd be taking a step back for a year.
I don't necessarily know that you have to take a step back.
Well,
you don't have that dominant ace.
You know the numbers. When Skubal pitches, they're 21 games over 500 over the last 2 years. When he plays, they're a 500 team. So without him, you're a 500 baseball team.
So does the team with the ace win the World Series every year?
No, but again,
so you can't do it without a Tarik Skubal. I'm using him as the name.
The Tigers are going to suddenly build a much better baseball team overnight. Sure, I don't see that. John, here's the stat: 42-20 in Skubal starts the last 2 years. 131 and 131 in non-Skubal starts.
I understand that, and yes, you know. What do you think of the rest of the guys? Obviously, more would be put on Reese Olson. More would be put on everyone, and they would have to go out there and get another starting pitcher, maybe a couple. They probably do now, but it's and I know you're gonna hate when I say this.
No, say it. Go ahead. Speak your mind.
It's also, yes, you want to win a World Series right now. I understand that, but are you willing to just put all your eggs in one basket and hope that you're going to run things back with the same bats?
No.
With Skubal? Because if you pay Skubal, I don't think you're paying anyone else. And if that's the case,
you have to trade him.
Right.
Because all roads lead to your trading him.
Yeah. I believe that's the case.
Whether
because
it's now or in late July, preferably now, but Nobody likes trading a star. It's just the harsh realities of where the Tigers are, what the Tigers are willing to do, and the road in front of them. All roads lead to trade Tarik Skubal, which is why you're seeing people talk about it at the winter meetings.
The wild card that we have no idea about, and I don't know that the franchises do, I don't know that the union does, is what is the result of a work stoppage in 27. And whether it lasts 2 weeks, maybe it doesn't last at all. Maybe they're able to come to a decision, which I believe is unlikely because what the owners want is some type of cost control. Players don't want that at all. And so is it a 2-week stoppage? Is it a 2-month stoppage? Is there any baseball in 27? What is the thinking? What is ownership going to say, hey, we have to come out of this new CBA? Like these terms are non-negotiable. We have to have some type of cost control, whether we have baseball or not in 27.
It's how dug in they want to get.
Right.
Yeah.
And so if there is that sentiment amongst owners, then you run it back and say, okay, we think we're going to get this out of the CBA and we can afford him after the new contract is signed and ink is dried.
During a more level playing field.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, but even that is a risk because you truly don't know what the result of a labor stoppage would be. Here's some of what Scott Boras had to say at the winter meetings yesterday. Greg, I don't believe this is audio. We have audio of him doing this nursery rhyme deal. This is a new nursery rhyme. We have it with the Scooby, with the mystery machine and everything. Okay, let's do this. We got more? And even one more.
What are the instant words that come out of his mouth? Like, I want to know what those words are. We probably can't share them here because they're probably very similar to the same ones that we all use when we hear that.
Probably eye rolls and cringe. And he's got to deal with this guy. He's got to negotiate with this guy.
Tail of the tiger.
Yeah.
Saber proof.
Proof.
They're a mystery machine without him.
Yeah. Well, Scooby.
This is quite the circus to the point where people are saying, yeah, just be done with this. He says, this is turning into Bregman 2.0, ready to trade him and just be done. You're not going to upgrade the roster and win with him. He's not signing the extension. Trade his ass. Roy in Clarkston. Guys, I'm tired of Mr. Sharman, Skubal, his goofy agent, and Harris. They could all kick rocks with Jesus sandals on. Tired of all of them. James and Redford. You guys got to stop glazing Skubal. He's overrated. Trade him. His numbers are horrible when he doesn't play in the Central. I don't think he's overrated. He's the best pitcher in the American League. Back-to-back Cy Young Awards.
And I don't think we've done any glazing. We've mentioned basically the fact that he is a 2-time Cy Young Award winner.
Dude was the sole reason we lost our elimination game 2 years in a row. I would send him out of here for a bag of peanuts.
Well, I'm hoping to get more than a bag of peanuts. And you will get more than that. But he's an investment. You've built that investment up. Now it just may be time to cash in on that investment.
What if the Dodgers trade includes one of their 47 ace pitchers?
I mean, trust me, they have major league ready players that they could part with.
Yes.
So I get these hunches once in a while. They're not always right. Mm-hmm. I think something's brewing. Like, I think something might happen today or tomorrow. I think there's too much smoke now. I think there's a little bit of damage done. I think the Skubal camp is aware of how quite a few fans feel in this town in terms of what he did in the last playoff game. I just think, I don't know if there's a point of return. Harris said what he said. He said he's tradable. He said any player's tradable on the team.
Yeah.
Do you kind of agree with that? Like,
yeah,
are we getting to a point of no return?
Yeah, the winds of change. Everything's pointing to a trade. The only thing that I think stops a trade from happening would be if they convince themselves, I think they'd be wrong, but convince themselves that running it back with Tarik Skubal and taking another crack at the World Series is worth it.
So that deal if we're taking this guy out in L.A. as he's got something, the deal may be in place. And you said you think maybe today or tomorrow. I actually think this is one, if it's in place, that they announce, I don't know what, Friday at 4:59 and give everybody the weekend to take a look at it. And all the weekend talk shows will have a chance to talk about it, but it won't really get dissected and talked about until Monday morning.
Yeah, that could happen. I mean, look, for the baseball in terms of you want attention for it, you do it before that. You know, you wouldn't do the Friday news dump on one of the most significant trades in baseball in quite a while.
But it may increase that conversation throughout the course of the weekend when no one's going to be talking about it. Because and here's the thing, is today is the last day of the winter meetings, as it shows me online here.
Yeah.
December 7th through 10.
Look, this is where everybody's in one place and all the chatter takes place. Will it lead to a trade for Tarek Skubal today, tomorrow, Friday, next week? I don't know. I just think this is the natural conclusion to this. 248-539-9797. We'll get some of your thoughts. You got phone calls to get to. Evan Petzold at 7:35 from the winter meetings will give us his perspective. He's on the Tiger beat for the Detroit Free Press. We've been talking about a rumor where Detroit loses a star. I've got a rumor where Detroit gains a star. We'll get to that at 7:50. It's 97.1.
FanDuel's the number one sports book for same-game parlays. From points to rebounds and threes to assists, FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every single stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. So if you haven't downloaded the app, do it now. Right now is the perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. Here's my advice. Take a heavy favorite on the money line. Bet the favorite. If it wins, you're going to get that $150 in bonus bets. Bet on the players that you love the exact way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/971 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/971 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Football season's heading into crunch time, and so is the calendar. Work, family, game days, holidays. It's easy to forget that dentist appointment that you've been putting off. If you want to start the new year with a brighter smile, now's the time. Brightside Dental, welcoming new patients with a $35 new patient special, and they can see you often same day. They can work around your busy schedule. 9 offices to choose from. Going to the dentist doesn't have to be a pain. 1-800-PAINLESS, BrightsideDental.com. That's Brightside Dental. No judgment, just care. Tarek Skubal's agent, Scott Boris, at the winter meetings. Evan Petzold will join us 7:35, give us the latest on Skubal and everything else the Tigers have going on down in Orlando. 8 o'clock hour, you'll have a chance to win Lions tickets for their final home game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. John, this report from a LA TV guy who says, hey, a deal is in place to send Skubal to the Dodgers. I don't know if it's credible, but I found myself wondering, I'm kind of hoping that it is. Because I think the trade is really the only way through this now. They're not going to support him with an adequate offseason. He will walk at the end of next season. John, you've expressed reservations about paying a pitcher, period, the kind of money that he would get, especially a guy who can't go as deep into baseball games. So,
and a guy that's shown when you need him most, you want him on the mound. And we had him in Game 7.
So I'm hoping David Pingalore is beating Passan and Olney and all the insiders to this. There's a guy from LA that seems to think a deal is in place. A couple hurdles got to clear. I have no idea to know if it's true or not, but it's just part of the conversation today. What do you want to happen? Trade? Sign? Keep? I know what you meant.
Yeah.
Let's get to Bobby. Bobby, you're on 97.1.
Dude, why did you guys get into baseball? Because you guys seem to know everything there is to know about baseball. Let me remind y'all about 1984's team. How many starting pitchers did we have? Several, right? That got us to the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
What happened after that? 3 years. Most of them were gone, right? Okay, now let's zoom forward to 2000. We had some of the best pitchers ever. More than one starter, right?
Yeah.
That got us to the World Series.
Mm-hmm.
We got rid of all of them, right?
Mm-hmm.
Right? How many of them are still in the league? 2 of them. I know. Verlander and the other guy. What is his name?
Scherzer.
They were too much. We're talking about one damn pitcher. One pitcher. And you want to trade him? And you guys are perpetuating that garbage?
Bobby.
As if you know what's best for the team. I guarantee you. He should leave. But don't say that, we should trade him to
Why not?
the L.A. Dodgers.
Why not?
That's why I don't watch baseball now.
Why shouldn't we
It's
say
garbage.
it? Why shouldn't we say it?
You guys perpetuate that.
Why is it our
It's
fault?
garbage.
So
why are we the
because
problem?
we're perpetuating it,
You know why?
we're the reason you're not
Radio
watching
station.
baseball?
Listen, bro.
Bro.
If you know better, go ahead and trade him. I guarantee you, I, and him will be dead before we ever win the championship. You don't trade away your best player. We sat there and held on to the jelly ball batter all of those years and talked about how great he was, and he didn't do a damn thing to get us to a World Series.
Okay, Bobby, let me ask you a question.
Is that his nickname for Cabrera?
If Skubal is on the roster this year,
He's the best player. That's all I want to hear. He's the best player on the team. You do what you need to do.
We're not-
to get players around him.
we're not
So-
debating that.
So Bobby, I just want you to understand
we're not
something.
debating that. I agree with you. He is by far the best player on the roster. But if he is on the roster this year, do you think they win the World Series?
Okay, then we talk about it after next year.
So when
My
he leaves
point
for
is that-
nothing, Bobby, when he leaves for nothing and signs with LA or New York and we get nothing for him, are you going to be satisfied?
Can I say this?
Yeah,
Can I say this?
of course.
As much vigor and anger we have towards him, why isn't anybody emphasizing how ridiculous our batters are? Okay,
Do you listen?
He doesn't,
hold
John.
on. Hear me out.
Go ahead,
Hear me out.
Bobby.
I'm talking about the people to call.
All right, yeah. Since you won't stop talking, we'll listen.
Okay. What I'm saying to you is, if he had done 7 and a quarter innings of pitching, okay, he gets us to the 8th or 9th inning. All right, we can't get one damn base runner across the home home base. then what does he do then? Do you blame him then? We have nobody that hits the ball.
Bobby, I feel like you're
That's what the problem is.
Okay, so
That's
Bobby,
what
who
the
do you want to add as a bat? How about that? How about give us an answer?
You guys are the geniuses as to what we need to do. Then you figure it out.
No, Bobby, you're the genius. You called in with all the answers.
Yeah.
Like, welcome to this format. We're going to talk.
Yeah,
We're going to give opinions.
And how many times has my partner talked about Chapman or Bregman or Suarez or, I mean, are you kidding me?
I'll put him down for keep Scooble.
Yeah.
Right, that's what we're asking. Like, I don't know. We'll just move on. You anything else to say about that phone call?
No, Bobby, thank you for calling.
Okay. Jeff and Fenton, you're on 97.1.
Hi, I just heard you say you're kind of hoping it's true
Yeah.
about the trade. You have no idea what he's getting back, and you're ready to unload him.
Mm-hmm.
You don't know what the value is, but you're excited about it.
I'm excited about a direction. You can't be half wet. Scott Harris is half wet right now. He's not going to go all in, and I'm worried he's going to keep the pitcher, not win a World Series, and lose him for nothing. So, yeah, given the lousy 7-2 offsuit hand I was dealt, I'm hoping that I get a good draw.
And Jeff, what I said earlier was I do think they should trade him, but I'm going to reserve what I think about the trade until I find out what they get in return. You're right. We don't know what we get in return.
And that's exactly what you should wait for, your partner should wait for, instead of just celebrating the fact that they're trading him. He's the best pitcher in baseball. Just unloading him makes
For
no
6 innings.
sense at all. Okay, well, that's something. That's a start.
Jeff,
He's won the Cy Young 2 years in a row, so apparently he's considered one of the best pitchers in baseball.
he's an incredible
You can build
pitcher.
around him.
You could. They aren't willing to.
Well, that's an ownership issue.
Well, I can't go change the owner. I can't go make Scott Harris sign a contract. I can't make Scooble sign a contract. All I can do is deal with the lousy hand I'm dealt. I got a small market mindset. I got a player who's going to leave. Yeah, I'm hoping they don't let him go for nothing.
And you got to deal with a clown of an agent.
Dude, the situation's not fun. Like,
I think Jeff, we got two on air.
I don't know. I'm hitting a bunch of buttons here. I don't know what I just did.
Look at all this, though. This is
Hey, wait a second. We got Jamie on air.
Jamie, are you here too? Put Jamie on the air.
I'm sorry. Start over. We got so flustered we hit the wrong buttons.
Go
I
ahead.
understand the fluster. I am chips to the center. Go all in. Get all wet about this. Feet first, cannonball. Bichette, Alonso. Go for it. We're here for it.
Jamie,
Let's try to win now.
I agree. We would
agree.
love Bichette, Alonso, Bregman. Go sign them all.
Just sign them, and then at All-Star break, if it's no bueno, get a starter in exchange for Scooble, and then try to get a second-half push going. And at least you got bats in the lineup and some excitement going.
Yeah, I'm just trying to live in the real world. I don't think that's going to happen. I've long said, go get me Bregman, go get me Bichette, go get me a couple bats, and then let's chase the championship, and I'll roll the dice. But any indication that's going to happen? My God, I didn't pick this problem, this predicament that the Tigers find themselves
all this
in.
though is the smoke. There's so much smoke and chaos around this right now. It's hard for me to see him pitching for them next year.
Yeah.
Let's get to Heather with the news.
This news is sponsored by Gardner White. Let's see. Oh, this is not the news I wanted to share with you. This is the news I want to share with you. Atlanta Falcons wide receiver KJ Osborne is from Ypsilanti, and he recently returned home to help a family in need. So he paid the full remaining rent balance for a family of 3 living in an apartment complex. So the check that he gave the family was for $4,269. But what's really cool about the story was not the fact that he was able to help this family, but it was really a full circle moment for him, because he at one point in his childhood lived at that exact same apartment complex with his mom and his sister. And when they lived there, they also received some rent assistance. So he said it just felt so great to be able to give back in the same way that somebody gave to them when they were in need. And he just also says that, you know, he's routinely given back to his hometown and he's grateful to be able to do so. So a great story there. The two men who posed as DTE workers and murdered a Rochester Hills man in his home last year were in court on Tuesday. They were both sentenced to life in prison without the possibility of parole. Now, neither man spoke in their own defense before an Oakland County judge called them absolutely pathetic. The judge also told them that she hopes that they are haunted by the victim's last words for the rest of their lives. And before the sentencing, all three of the victim's sons gave victim impact statements. They described their father as a kind, warm, and brave man. First responders in Sterling Heights, as well as bystanders, were able to save a woman's life and pull her out of a burning vehicle in Sterling Heights on Monday evening. So officers were called to this serious crash. This was near 18 Mile and Van Dyke around 6:30, and that's when they discovered there was an older woman trapped inside the vehicle, and 5 officers just jumped into action. They were able to pull her from the vehicle, carry her to safety, proceeded to apply a tourniquet. They stabilized her until she was able to get to the hospital. And here's one of the officers, John Mark Branch, talking about this rescue. Yeah, so these officers are now being praised for their actions, and it sounds like they did, in fact, save her life. Well, at the age of 44 and as a new grandpa, former NFL star Phillip Rivers is coming out of retirement and getting back to work. On Tuesday, the Indianapolis Colts signed him to their practice squad. Now, he hasn't played since the 2020 season, and he will now be the oldest active player in the NFL and only the second grandpa ever to play in the league.
Who's the other one?
Brett Favre.
Oh, okay.
So there you have it. So he does have 10 children. Obviously, he just welcomed his first grandchild, a 6-month-old grandson at home now. So hopefully he doesn't injure himself.
I say desperate times.
Those old bones.
I don't see it going well for him.
I'm really interested to see what this is like. And if he does play, that is a must watch on Sunday.
It's Heather with the news. Evan Petzold from Orlando covers the Tigers for the Free Press. We'll get the latest from the winter meetings. It's 97.1. If you're injured in a car accident, with the way the roads are today, I hope it doesn't happen to you. But if you find yourself in that spot, call Lawrence KG at KG Law. KG Law is one of the few law firms in the country specializing in car accidents. You're going to want KG Law because Lawrence KG has won millions for his clients. Fights hard, he wins, and he's going to win big for you. If you, a friend, or a loved one, someone you care about, is injured in a car accident, you need KG Law. 877-KG-CARES. That's KAJY, KGCares.com. Covers the Tigers for the Detroit Free Press. He's down in Orlando for the winter meetings. He is Evan Petzold. And Evan, just so you understand, our drive into work today, snowy, treacherous. Whose lane is it anyway? I'm assuming conditions a little nicer in Orlando?
A little bit nicer in Orlando, yes, but some cloudy weather the first 2 days here at the winter meetings, and then we should get some sunshine here today in the afternoon, but much better than driving around in the snow, not knowing where you're going.
When are you coming back?
Coming back tonight, actually. So the Rule 5 draft is tonight where, some minor league names get moved around, and then after that, I'll be coming back to shovel my driveway.
So let's start with Tarik Skubal. What are you hearing? What's the latest?
Yeah, Tarik Skubal is the hottest name here at the winter meetings. And just to get this out of the way, I don't think the Tigers will trade him. I don't think the Tigers will extend him. And I don't think the Tigers will go all in to win with him before free agency. As for the latest, the Tigers have shifted their tune. They had these flurries of no comments at the general manager meetings in November. And now here at the winter meetings, Scott Harris is saying that he's listening to offers. So the Tigers are entertaining Tarik Skubal trade offers. There's no question about that. I think the Dodgers and the Mets are the top teams that could trade for him. As of how the upcoming expiration of the collective bargaining agreement impacts this situation with the chances of a lockout, I don't know that anyone truly knows. But as a reminder, the CBA doesn't expire until December 1st, 2026. And as we know, free agency starts at the beginning of November. So if a team like the Dodgers, if they want to sign Tarik Skubal for more than $400 million in the first month of free agency next offseason, they can. I mean, right before the expiration of the last CBA, we saw the Texas Rangers sign both Corey Seager for $300 million and Marcus Semien for $175 million. So I don't think the CBA hurts Tarik Skubal. I think it could actually help him if there is a deadline for teams to make moves. Deadlines force action, and if you're Tarik Skubal, you want all the action you can get next offseason. As for where we're at right now, Scott Harris, he is afraid to take a risk. I think that kind of leads me to believe that they're going to keep Tarik Skubal, let him walk after the season, collect a draft pick after the first round when he signs elsewhere in free agency. Like, if Scott Harris is too scared to build around him, then how is Scott Harris going to have the guts to trade him? For a trade to happen, I think the Tigers would have just had to be overwhelmed by the return, but Tigers view Skubal as the best pitcher in baseball. The other 29 teams say he's a one-year rental. It just makes it hard to line up on value.
Do we know if the Tigers have made any credible offers to him in the last couple months since the season ended?
As for a contract extension, I haven't heard about any renewed negotiations between the Tigers and Skubal. Like, the last I heard is what I've reported, 4 years, less than $100 million after the 2024 season. Publicly, his agent, Scott Boras, has come out and talked at both the general manager meetings and the winter meetings this offseason about Tarik Skubal being ready to listen to anything and everything from the Tigers. So that makes me think that they are still waiting on another offer from the Tigers.
So you opened it up by saying you don't think they trade him. You don't think they extend him. So let's start with the first trade. Why not? Why not trade him?
I just think it makes it really hard to line up on value. Like, if you want to get what you think Tarik Skubal is worth, but other teams view him as a one-year rental, that's really difficult to line up on a trade. And if you say, the Dodgers could trade for him and then sign him to an extension, why would Scott Boras do that? Like, for example, if the Dodgers are willing to trade for Skubal right now and sign him for $400 million before he hits free agency, well, what if the New York Mets are willing to do $450 million in free agency? And then what if the Dodgers would then be willing to go to $500 million in free agency? And maybe the New York Yankees go crazy and they say, you know what, we'll do $550 million. I mean, a trade and sign scenario is not going to accomplish a bidding war. And I think Scott Boras wants a bidding war for Tarik Skubal in free agency, specifically before the CBA expires. And then in terms of what you're getting back, like, if you're the Tigers and you decide that you're not going to trade him, you can't extend him, and if they're not going to go all in to win with him, because they didn't do that last year, remember. Like, they had the opportunity to go all in at the trade deadline to win with Tarik Skubal, and they didn't do it. So what makes you think they're going to do that in 2026? I just think that if that happens and the Tigers don't win the World Series, that's going to be a huge blemish on Scott Harris's resume. I know he doesn't like to take risks, but to me, like, doing nothing when you have a Hall of Fame caliber talent like Tarik Skubal in this situation is a pretty big risk, and it could come back to haunt him. I just think a trade is so much easier said than done, especially when the two sides just aren't going to align on value, because the Tigers understandably so, they want to haul. But a team like the Dodgers, the Mets, the Yankees, whoever it may be, they're still going to view him as a one-year rental because that trade and sign is just so unlikely.
Talking to Evan Petzold, Detroit Free Press. He's down at the winter meetings covering the Tigers and all things baseball. Who are players that the Tigers have been linked to at the meetings?
That's a big question. What happens next? I mean, we got Jack Flaherty back, Gleyber Torres back, Kyle Finnegan now has returned. Drew Anderson signed for $7 million coming over from the Korea baseball organization. So the 2026 Tigers are looking a lot like the 2025 Tigers. I think running it back is probably not a solution that you want if you want to ultimately win the World Series. But one new name to keep an eye on from the position player side is shortstop Ha-Sung Kim. I think he could be an even better fit than Alex Bregman. Now, I'm not calling Ha-Sung Kim a better player than Alex Bregman, but for how the Tigers are talking and for how we've watched the Tigers act under Scott Harris, Ha-Sung Kim just seems like a better fit than Alex Bregman. The Tigers say they don't want to block their young players, which doesn't make any sense because they continue to block guys by locking Gleyber Torres in as a second base only player. But if you don't want to block Colt Keith from playing third base and you don't want to block Max Anderson from playing third base, and that's what I'm expecting. Colt Keith against righties, Max Anderson against lefties. They're at third base for opening day. If you don't want to block those guys, Ha-Sung Kim is a good fit because his primary position is shortstop, so we push Javi Baez to a more fitting utility role. The Tigers want that from Javi Baez anyway. They want him to play some shortstop, some center field, maybe some other positions in 2026. When Ha-Sung Kim is right, it's elite swing decisions, a ton of contact with the bat-to-ball skills, drawn walks, limiting strikeouts. Like, he probably wouldn't hit in the top half of the lineup, at least not right away, but he would provide some significant length to the lineup. That's where Ha-Sung Kim comes in. I think there is open playing time there at shortstop. As for pitchers, the Tigers have shown interest in guys like Michael King for the rotation, Pete Fairbanks for the bullpen, but that was before signing Drew Anderson for 1 year, $7 million, and Kyle Finnegan for 2 years, $19 million. So I think we could be looking at, I know this is scary for you guys, but and for all Tigers fans too, we may be looking at more Finnegan and friends in the bullpen. I don't think the Tigers are going to make another big upgrade to the rotation either. I think Drew Anderson may have been their big rotation upgrade, even though he's probably going to wind up in the bullpen, and Kyle Finnegan was probably their big bullpen upgrade. I think you're going to see the Tigers sign a lot of depth starters, a lot of depth relievers to compete for jobs in spring training, and ultimately fill roles in AAA Toledo. Do not count on a big-name starter or a big-name reliever, but definitely keep an eye on Ha-Sung Kim at shortstop.
So I want to go back and ask you a couple of questions about Skubal. If they're not going to trade him, they're not going to extend him. In your estimation, you've researched this, you know more about this than anybody else that we've talked to. What is the best scenario? What's the best outcome that we can expect for the Tigers and Skubal scenario?
The best scenario is, in this case, if the Tigers can't extend him and if they don't trade him, the best scenario then would be to go into 2026, and it seems like they may just run it back outside of a few extra additions, and you win the World Series. Like, that is the best case scenario, is you find a way to get past the ALDS, you get into the ALCS, you surprise somebody, you win the World Series. And that's where I do think, again, like, Scott Harris does not like to take risks, but if the Tigers do nothing here, if they stand pat, they hold on to Tarik Skubal, they try to win the World Series, then they let him walk in free agency, they get the draft pick compensation after the first round. Like, they can go that route, but you better win the World Series. And if you don't, that's a huge blemish that could come back to haunt Scott Harris.
Well, and it becomes a risk in its own way, right? There's the risk that you don't win the World Series. So even if you don't want to take risks, you're kind of forced to take some level of risk in this offseason going into next year. Before we get you out of here, you had the headline, Tigers lukewarm on Alex Bregman. And we know they pursued him heavily a year ago, and maybe they will again this year. Why would they not be interested the way they were a year ago?
Alex Bregman is such a great player, such a great leader behind the scenes. He does everything that you would want him to do, but you're right. The latest update there is the Tigers entered the winter meetings with lukewarm interest in Alex Bregman, and from everything I've gathered over the past 2 days, the Tigers are not preparing to chase Bregman this offseason like they chased him last offseason. Do I think Alex Bregman will be a Tiger in 2026? No, I don't think he will be a Tiger in 2026. Now, that can change if the Tigers redefine their interest, but nothing that I'm hearing from either side right now is linking the Tigers to Bregman like it was last offseason.
I'm just going to ask, maybe going to speculate here, like why the change? Because last year it felt like they were much more serious. If you had to speculate or what you're hearing, why would that same interest not be there now?
Yeah, I just think we know the Tigers like him as a player, and we know the Tigers offered him the 6 years, $171.5 million with an opt-out after 2026 last offseason. Then Bregman signs with the Red Sox. I think there were some sour feelings there on the Tigers side of things, but as much as Bregman turned down the Tigers, and we've talked about this before, the Tigers also turned down Bregman. Like the Tigers rejected 2 offers from Bregman's camp last offseason, 6 years, 186 with an opt-out after 2025, and 7 years, 200. So the truth is the Tigers could have had Alex Bregman if they simply accepted one of those. I also think that we have to talk about the payroll. Like that is a situation where, Tigers, a lot of people think they're acting like a small market, but when I think about the market, small, mid, large, like take a look at the payroll. Like the Tigers have a projected payroll of $175 million in 2026, which ranks 14th among the 30 MLB teams right now. Now that can change before opening day, but in 2025, the Tigers had a payroll that was at $143 million. So the projected payroll for 2026 is actually higher than the 2025 payroll by nearly $15 million. So I think having a payroll that ranks around 14th in MLB, like that is the definition of a mid-market, but it's higher than where it was last season. So, I mean, you talk about trying to bring Alex Bregman back, you're pushing $180 million for the 2026 payroll. Like that's not something the Tigers have shown any willingness to do. So I think that's a part of it as well.
He's Evan Petzold. Enjoy the sun because there's not going to be much when you get back here.
Hey, thank you guys for having me on. I appreciate it. Anytime.
Covers the Tigers for the Detroit Free Press, 97.1.
Value-driven banking begins with First Merchants Bank. And when I have questions about my finances, I turn to my bank, and that's First Merchants Bank. I know that their attentive local bankers are 100% interested in listening to my situation and in helping me find the answers that I need. First Merchants doesn't provide cookie-cutter solutions or check-off boxes when it comes to financial advice. They take the time to learn about my life, my personal and financial goal, and work with me to build a plan that fits my situation. And that's because First Merchants Bank really cares. They see me as a person, as an individual, not just as a number on a spreadsheet, and they're going to do all they can to help their customers and communities succeed. You can count on that, since First Merchants Bank is staffed by local bankers who know and are passionate about the needs of the local community, because it's their community as well, and we all have to work together to help it continue to prosper. To get started on your personalized financial solution today, you can visit them at firstmerchants.com. That's firstmerchants.com. First Merchants Bank, helping you prosper. Member FDIC.
A lot of response to Evan Petzold. We'll get some of your calls and some texts. He's down at the winter meetings, giving you the boots-on-the-ground perspective of what's going on with the Tigers this offseason. 8 o'clock hour, chance to win Lions tickets for their final home game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Text. Thanks, Evan. That was the most deflating interview ever. Well, that conversation gave me 0% confidence, just counting the days until Harris gets fired. We want a GM that takes some risks and convince ownership that it's worth it. Chris in Washington.
Yeah,
wow,
I get something done.
Yeah, you can't just sit on your hands because there's risk in doing nothing, too. Says, wow, I didn't know we had to simply accept Bregman's offer. That's actually upsetting. This team is going to lose a generation of fans if they keep approaching roster management like this. I wish I could coast at my job like Scott does. Yeah, stuff like that flooding in the texts. Let's get to Roy. You're on 97.1.
Good morning, guys. Yeah, living in Toledo and seeing the Mud Hens like I do. I just for kicks and giggles 2 weeks ago was looking at the Tigers' very own top 25 prospects. Mm-hmm. And I would say 85% of them, in terms of pitching themselves, are AA and below, all the way to the lowest of A ball. Having said that, none of them will help us next year. As much as I like Skubal and what he presents, he does have injuries that do alarm me. Having seen a Jack Morris and a Verlander, he's not worth the $400 million. He's not the bulldog durable like they were. He's like you guys had mentioned, 6 innings, as far under 100 pitches as can be, every 5 days type guy. That's not $400 million value. What I think should happen, and this is just me, I think we should get some pitchers, whether they be dog starters, because people want to come to Detroit. They see the rejuvenation of the program, and they want to be part of that. Strong starting pitchers, decent middle relief, which I think Melton will be, and then somebody that you can go to without a doubt for that 8th inning so you get to your 9th inning. If we nail down the pitching, we can get people to hit for a lot cheaper than a Bregman or anyone else. That's just how I feel.
I'm just not seeing the path to them. I mean, look, young players can get better, but the last 2 years in the postseason, they've come up short. They need another bat. And to just hope and who is this bat that I'm waiting for?
That we've already looked at $150 million and above as who we need. We've not looked at who can we get for $60 to $110 million, who can be almost as good, doesn't have any injuries, doesn't have that accept my offer or else type mentality that wants to join for whatever pitcher or for whatever position it is.
If you want to settle, you can settle, or you can try to get the best, and they don't want to chase the best.
Well, they haven't done either.
Right, or even settle.
And that's the thing. Everything is a slow roll with this team. Like, it just keeps the only thing I can gain from anything right now is that it's always been about 27. That's the starting point, that they're kind of getting, this has been gravy in their minds. Because I think they're afraid of long-term commitment. I think they got burned by Javi. And you don't want, they want to guarantee that won't happen again. And you can't get that in sports. You can you can do business guarantees, and you're pretty much like, yeah, this is a home run. We're going to make a ton of money off this. We're going to make wise investments. But in sports, you can't quite run it that way like a business. That's just an assumption. Look at the money that they paid Cabrera and Baez for all those years, and the production you got.
Yeah, you can't let the Javi Baez contract stop you from handing out real long-term commitments to people.
Right. And if they're afraid of that, that's coming from ownership, because Scott Harris didn't hand out that contract.
Right.
Right. And look, it's an assumption here to a degree. That's got to sting when you have something like that happen to you. I mean, the production you got from Javi's contract is a joke. It was a horrible investment.
It's a bad signing.
Yeah, so now when you explore doing something like this again with Alex Bregman, you want that option. You want that out just in case you might get burned.
Right, and I think, but that only reinforces the fear that this is a small market mindset. Like a small market team would put their toe in the water one time, get burned, and say never again, or be very cautious to do it again. a mid or even big market team would say, we understand that we're going to miss occasionally, but when we're chasing a championship, like this is kind of the cost of doing business.
Right.
You're going to spend bad money in sports.
You can't avoid that.
Right.
Well, I mean, you can. You're just like the Rays and the A's, and nobody wants to sit and be a fan of those teams.
Right, but they were unlike those teams in the Bregman thing. They just want the out, just in case.
Just in case.
Right.
I mean, it was the sticking point.
Yeah. 248-539-9797. 8 o'clock hour, we got the Power Surge, John's top 6 teams in the NFL. We've got Lions tickets to give away. For people who don't know how that works, name that Lion. You got an hour of radio where there will be 3 clues. 1 clue isn't going to give it away. 2 clues, not going to give it away. You're going to want to hear all 3 clues so you can call in to name that Lion. Don't call in early. Greg is a very nice man, but he cannot take your guesses until the very end when we play the sounder and the voice guy says, now's your chance to call in. Listen for that, and that'll be your chance to win the tickets.
Or similar to that.
Yeah, better than that.
He kind of sounded like you, John, when he just did that.
Oh, he lowered his voice. Yes.
8 o'clock hour, we got 3 clues. Be listening for your chance to win Lions tickets. We didn't get to it at the end of the hour, but I do want to offer up a little bit of hope for people. We're talking about losing a superstar in Tarek Skubal potentially here. There is a superstar player, different sport, that one of our teams are starting to get whispered and talked about with.
Oh, in addition. An upgrade.
An upgrade and a star player. Insiders are talking. I mix that in the 8 o'clock hour. Also want to get after this winter weather because I know everybody's dealing with it today. So
it's a tough ride. I hope everyone out there, eyes open, both hands on the wheel.
Do all of it coming up next right here, 97.1.
Brought to you by Northville Lumber. The Tigers made a major free agent signing on the mound last night. Yes, Tarek Skubal's future still remains in question, but Detroit re-signed right-handed reliever Kyle Finnegan to a 2-year, $19 million deal late last night. Finnegan spent 5.5 seasons with the Nationals before being traded to Detroit at the deadline last year. He finished the season with 23 strikeouts, 4 walks, and a 1.50 ERA in 18 innings with the Tigers. Michigan basketball showed no signs of slowing down last night. The second-ranked Wolverines pummeled Villanova 89-61 for their 6th straight win of 25 or more points. Despite all the newfound attention and glamour from the media, Dusty May knows his team still has room to improve moving forward. Michigan heads to College Park to face Maryland this weekend. In the NBA last night, the NBA Cup was narrowed down to 2 remaining teams in the East. The Magic took down Miami 117-108 and will now face the Knicks in the East Finals after New York defeated Toronto 117-101 last night as well. Tonight in the West, it's Suns Thunder at 7:30 and Spurs Lakers at 10 o'clock in the quarterfinals. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabat. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Everybody feeling bummed out about the Tigers or the future and what's going to happen with Skubal. 8:18. I got a name, different sport, but Detroit connected to a superstar addition. Forget about subtractions. How about a superstar addition in this city? Get to it at 8:18. Good morning, 97.1. Hope your commute's a little better than ours coming in today.
Yeah, I'm curious as to, the road crews have obviously been out there. Temperatures warmed up a little bit, and if you are contemplating when to shovel your driveway, do it now because I do believe colder temperatures are arriving tonight. And if you don't, this wet snow is going to turn into a very thick sheet of ice on your driveway.
It's not even winter yet. Like, technically.
Okay.
Heather's nodding her head.
Technically, it's not.
It's not technically winter, but you may already be sick of it.
Yes, the shortest day of the year is approaching, and pretty soon we actually start to get more
Sunlight.
minutes of sunlight.
Yeah. How was your commute in today?
It sucked. It was bad. I didn't know it was going to be as bad as it was. I mean, I saw the schools being canceled last night, but when I went to bed, it hadn't started to snow yet. So I was shocked when I saw how much snow was on the driveway. Nothing had been done really in the area by my house, like the main roads there. 75, there was still only like one lane that everyone was using that was clear, where you could see the lane. Everything else was covered in snow. It was not fun.
Mm-hmm.
It didn't start falling until later at night.
Yeah, it started coming down around 10 o'clock, and I think it started to slow down. It was still snowing a little bit when I left this morning. There's some areas of patchy, snow, but it was, I think for the most part, done right around 2 or 3 in the morning.
Yet by 4:30, 5 o'clock, I'm still driving through stretches of snow. I mean, some of it was paved. Other stretches, you were, all right.
Yeah,
we're going to lock in.
Up.
Yeah.
I mean, I was counting the number of cars in the ditches as I was driving
how many did you
here.
get up to?
6.
Oh, really?
Mhm.
Okay. I only saw one coming from the Canton-Plymouth area.
And I do wonder, they were just going too fast and maybe not paying attention or stopping too hard, because everyone was driving appropriately. I didn't see anyone doing things like, ooh, you should slow down. Like, people were going slow, and to see the cars facing the wrong direction with their lights staring at me, it's like, well, something. You either had to swerve quickly, you braked too fast, or you were driving too quickly.
Right. Yeah. Sometimes it's not the people that are going the reasonable speed.
Oh,
it's the ones that are going way too slow.
Oh,
and
that's
then all of a
true.
sudden you come up on them and you do have to brake. And other times it's just a matter of getting stuck in, because this is a wet, slushy snow. You can get stuck in the slush, and then all of a sudden, hey, it moves you one way. I'm not going to try and say the drop the head earlier. It can.
This is
Can
good.
you
I
fill
wanna
in
see,
the blank for me?
This is great.
Yes.
I want to see how you do this.
It can shift you from the path that you were originally traveling. You get stuck in that slush, and all of a sudden, you're going a different direction, and sometimes that's what causes the spin out.
You don't want to get jerked around.
Yes.
I'm sure there's a lot of people making their drive in today going, I'm already over winter and it hasn't even started. Are you in that camp? 248-539-9797.
No.
No, me either.
Bring on the snow. I haven't even got a chance to play in it yet. Like, only one time have I been sledding.
Oh, really?
I haven't been skiing yet. I haven't been out in the snow. No, like, bring on the snow. It's just starting. I'm not sick of it at all.
I'm not sick of it either. We've been on the sled a couple of times, and we've been out playing in the snow. Teddy has been making a ton of snow angels. We've had snowball fights, multiple snowmen, and today is going to be a great snowman day.
Oh yeah,
this is going to be a monster snowman day.
I think you want to have a white Christmas, so I'm not over this. I want to have a snowy Christmas morning, and we live in Michigan. We have all 4 seasons. I like all 4 seasons. There does get to a point, though, and it's probably about late January, where you're like, all right, I'm done with this.
The hardest thing for me is the fact that there's rarely any sunshine, and that makes the days gloomy and short. Right. Like, it makes you depressed. I can handle the snow and the cold if there's sunlight.
I can handle the snow and the cold if I get to play in it. And winter is my favorite season. I like to ski. I like to snowmobile. My favorite winter activity is ice fishing. I just don't get to do it enough. So, yeah, there's a point in time where I'm like, okay, I'm over it just because I don't get to play in it. But if I got a chance to play in it, when I lived up north, it was, all the way until mid-March, and I was disappointed when ice finally, broke off the lake.
I'd say the 2 biggest drawbacks of snow, or the winter, one, when the roads aren't cleared, because that's going to danger, it's a safety issue. And the second is the wind. If it wasn't windy, you kind of deal with it just being cold out and go do your business. When the wind makes it feel like your face hurts, that's the drawback of winter. No?
Yeah, I don't mind the I don't mind anything. Winter, you throw as much of it as you possibly can at us.
Okay.
I can't stand the wind. Like, that's the part I hate. I am getting sick of this already a little bit because it's kind of been a little relentless. Like, for early winter, usually you have warm-ups and it melts, or it's been constant. That's like, if it wasn't for Christmas, because I do want a white Christmas, I'd already be tapping out a little bit. I don't know. My commute this morning was awful. I'm looking at the traffic map right now. if you're north of 96, the roads look like they're in pretty bad shape still, or the traffic's bad. I know they're not as bad as they were earlier for us, but I got to tell you, 696 East from 275, I was white knuckling, and I haven't white knuckled in years. I have new tires on the front. I front wheel drive. I was surprised how easily I could, if I was two handed.
Yeah.
10 and 2s.
So when I leave my house in the morning, the street has obviously not been plowed in our neighborhood, and there's a certain calmness and quietness that the snow brings. And breaking trail through my neighborhood I just think it's awesome. And there is this quiet, even it dampens the road noise, everything, and you could kind of feel the snow cracking underneath your tires, breaking underneath your tires. I think it's just it's awesome.
Yeah. I love all that stuff. Seriously, I'm just saying that we've had quite a few snowfalls for this early in the winter, and we haven't had that in many years. Early.
Yeah. It's not like the winters of our youth when we have to walk to school both ways and it's uphill.
Let's get to Ken. Ken, how's your morning, Ben? What do you think of this?
Hey, I'm sick of the snow. Very sick of it. Tell John, unless you have to work out here, it doesn't bother you. But when you have to go out here and plow snow every morning, it really blows.
Well, so when I was up north, I used to plow, every day.
Oh, did you?
Oh, yeah. yes. And I loved plowing snow.
You could keep up with it every day?
Oh, sure. I mean, I didn't have anything to do up there. It was just a matter of, can I get to the boat launch? You know?
When you have to do 23 buildings and parking lots,
I get that.
It's not fun.
Yeah, I get that, especially today when it's really wet and it's heavy. It's a bear on your truck. That's for sure.
Well, it's not my truck. It's the school district's truck, but at least it's a little better because the school's not in. I'll have to have it done by 7 in the morning.
Yeah.
Right.
There you go. Well, be safe.
Yeah, be safe out there, Ken.
Appreciate you listening and calling.
Manny in Southfield.
Hello?
Good morning, Manny. How are you?
Hey, what's up, boys? Thanks for taking my call, man.
Of course.
Big time. I just want to get it real quick. I'm with Heather all the way. Bring on the snow. I love the winter. I love the cold. I'd rather be cold than hot, boys. I ain't gonna lie. I'd rather be cold than hot.
Oh, I'm 100% with you. Are you a big guy?
No. Skinny man. About 130, soaking wet.
Okay.
But I want to say that because when you hot, you can't do nothing about it. It's like you can't get naked in public, you know. But when you're cold,
it's not recommended.
A couple layers, some boots, and you'll be all good.
Yeah, get yourself nice and warm and toasty. Yeah, I would much rather be cold than warm.
Oh yeah, jeans and I mean, he basically spelled out my entire philosophy on weather. Like when you're hot, there's only so much that you could take off. When you're cold, you can always put on another layer. I love wearing my jeans and a flannel. And I love the snow. Just keep it coming.
John, have you adjusted the thermostat since it's been constantly cold like this?
I
did turn the heat on. Yes.
You turned it on finally.
Yeah, I turned it on. It's been a couple of weeks now.
Soft.
It was. I think it was the week before Thanksgiving where we finally turned it on, and at night the entire house is set at 65. During the day, I crank it all the way up to 67.
Are you already sick of the snow? Are you already sick of the winter? Reminder, it's not even the winter yet. Let's get to Barry in Detroit. Barry, what's up?
What's up, guys? Good morning, everybody.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Man, I love the snow. First of all, I do my little Tokyo drift on the streets by myself. You know, when you turn the corner and I do that. And then I love to buy a perfect pair of boots. And I love the shopping that comes with winter. You know, like you get to bundle up. You look all sophisticated, even though I work at Wendy's, you know. So it's like, it's cool. I liked it. I like the snow.
There you go. Yeah, if you're the first one or the only one on the road, you can have a little fun with it. Do a couple donuts.
It is fun to do those turns where you just a little drifting. Yeah, it's great.
Good day for Wendy's chili.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes, it would be. Yeah. A big order of French fries. Dip it in there.
No such thing as bad weather, guys, just bad clothes. Love the winter, love the snow, love the wind in my face. Makes you feel alive. So much to do. Get outside, people. Buckle up. It's not going anywhere. We're going to be dealing with this for months. So,
The
whether
Farmer's
you like it or
Almanac
not.
says this one's going to be if you don't like snow, it's going to be a long one for you.
Got clue number 1. If you want to win Lions tickets today, name that lion. You got to wait for the sounder. You can't jump the gun. We've got 3 clues. The first clue to win tickets for their game against the Pittsburgh Steelers. Clue number 1, I played for both the Lions and the Pittsburgh Steelers. Clue number 1, name that lion, win Lions tickets. I played for both the Lions and the Steelers. It's 97-1.
It's a perfect time for this one. In the Motor City, winter isn't just a season, it's a challenge, and you've all been challenged today. So when the snow starts piling up on Woodward and the slush, and there's a lot of slush today, if it takes over I-75, you don't need a sleigh. You need a Sierra. This is professional grade capability. The GMC Sierra, built to dominate the job site and upgrade your driveway. So whether you're hauling the family tree or towing the toys up north, and this would be a great weekend for the sleds up north, the Sierra delivers the power, the tech, and the premium luxury that you've earned. But you need to move fast. Right now, the Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers are holding their holiday event. This is your chance to get behind the wheel of a truck that defines Detroit toughness. Don't let the holidays pass you by. These offers will end, and they end absolutely on January the 2nd. Start the new year in professional grade style. Visit your Metro Detroit Buick GMC dealers today. We are professional grade.
All right, Lions fans, listen up. We know how expensive Lions tickets are, and right around the holiday season, you probably don't have a lot of extra money laying around. 1800 Tequila, the world's most awarded tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions, they're giving away Lions tickets. Go to 971theticket.com for details. Click on the ticket event page. Come out, enjoy tequila, and a chance to win tickets to a future Lions game. How expensive these tickets are, don't miss your chance. And don't forget to make 1800 Tequila part of your game day lineup all season long. Victory never tasted so good. 1800 Tequila, proud partner of the Detroit Lions. Please drink responsibly. Don't look at the calendar. Winter's here.
No one looks at the calendar to decide whether winter is here.
I'm with you. And on your way in, you encountered a true winter drive.
And I'm just looking outside right now. There's some big flakes coming down.
Oh, yeah. Look, it's here, man.
Awesome.
Winter's here, and some people are already sick of it. We've been taking those phone calls and ticket texts, 248-539-9797. This is Michigan. Mm-hmm. We have 4 seasons. It's not even Christmas. Yeah, bring on the snow. Make sure the roads are plowed and taken care of. Other than that, yeah, bring on the snow.
And I know 10-2, Doug, if Doug's in today, he's probably going to have the same thing to say. He loves the winter.
As long as the roads are safe, I like the cold weather. I like the winter. And by late January, I'll probably be over with it, but
yeah. It's not the roads that I worry about. It's all the other drivers that I worry about.
Well, we'll get to some of those thoughts here, too, in a second. I also have a little bit of optimistic news.
Oh.
I hesitate to even bring it up because we're not allowed to have big, bold moves in this city. But one of our teams is linked to a star player. Quinn Hughes, hockey player, Vancouver Canucks. Their team's terrible. There's real chatter about him being traded. The most popular destination is the New Jersey Devils because his brothers play there. And people are really reading into him, referring to Devils general manager Tom Fitzgerald by the nickname Fitzy. Oh, they're on nickname basis. But that doesn't stop a team like Detroit from making a real push. And in fact, it sounds like there is talk. So that's Elliot Friedman, Sportsnet 32 Thoughts podcast from this week.
Can somebody tell Elliot that you don't pronounce the I in Detroit?
It's a Canadian thing.
Yeah. I mean, Bob Cole was the legend of doing that. He was the old CBC announcer back in the day.
Then go full Detroit.
Right. Detroit. Yeah, I don't even. Anyway.
Yeah. Here's go ahead and try that one again.
No. Here's the context before I make a fool of myself any more than I normally do. Here's the context for people who aren't dialed into the hockey scene. Quinn Hughes, Norris winner a couple years ago, left-handed defenseman. He moves with the puck so well. He's arguably the best defenseman in hockey. You could pair him with Seider for a decade. He's a little more offensive, Seider a little more defensive. He played at Michigan. Family spends some of their summer here in Michigan. If he would be open to an extension, which he can't sign until July 1st, he would make a lot of sense for the Red Wings. Mm-hmm. And it sounds like they're kicking the tires on Quinn Hughes.
It's great.
Do you think Detroit will do it, Jim?
No, I think he's going to end up in New Jersey. But this is exciting. Sure beats talking about trading away your star players.
Oh, boy. Here we go.
Anyway, let's get to the phones. Adam in Detroit. You're on 97.1.
You guys are killing me with this Detroit stuff. That's
unbelievable, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. I thought it was one of you guys at first, and I was like, oh, it's the guy
from a live recording. Anyway, hey, this snow, man. Listen. We have winter every year. We have snow every year, and you drive with the folks that probably were born and raised here their entire lives. You get a few inches of snow, it's like they forget how to drive in it, even though they've driven in it every single year. I just drove past 2 spun-out cars going up 275 north on the 696 east. Roads actually aren't horrendous. It's just a little slush. People driving slow. But I'm all for the cold. I can deal with that. But, man, the snow's for the birds. I can't. My father worked for Wayne County Road Commission for 30 years. He used to drive the trucks, to plow and salt.
Mm-hmm.
Worked his way up, retired as a department manager after 30 years. So I know, the amount of salt we'll have. The city and the county has cut back on cleaning the roads up. They outsource it. So over the last decade, probably even more than that, the roads haven't been how they used to be during this time when we get snowfall. So anyway, everybody drive safe, go Lions, and that's it.
All right. Hey,
All right,
thanks, Adam.
Thanks, Adam.
Yeah.
Couple more of the responses we got from people today. Snow is terrible. I'm a mailman. The rain snow mixed with wind is the worst possible scenario.
Yeah. It changes the equation if you have to work in it all day long.
White fluffy snow is okay. This crap today is not. Bring on the banana hammock season, Bill in Plymouth.
Yeah. Yeah. When you describe it like that, it's a little bit cringy.
Why would you want snow for Christmas? There certainly wasn't snow at the first Christmas. Okay, but it's
Snow on Christmas
it's
is
synonymous.
magical.
Come on.
Okay, there might not have been snow on the first Christmas where Jesus was born, but somewhere in the world
there was snow.
I mean, maybe the wise men had to trench through it over the mountains and through the woods, and the baby's cradle they ran.
So it doesn't snow in Bethlehem?
I don't know the answer to that question.
I'm going to Google it.
Okay.
I wonder if AI will tell me.
Yes.
This one says, "Hey John, it's Tony, big fan. Let's go ice fishing, man. I've never been. Where do I start?"
Oh man, hey, start at wherever. All you need now. This wet, heavy snow changes the equation because as soon as it falls on a lake with a couple inch of ice, now you get slush. This is where it becomes a little bit sketchy. So if it's just ice, all you need is 2 inches of ice. The more the merrier, but all you need is 2 inches to be able to walk on. So that's where you start.
Johnson?
It does snow in Bethlehem, by the way.
Does it?
Yes.
What
it's
time of
rare.
year? Oh, it's rare.
Now you're asking me questions I didn't get to.
Maybe a Christmas miracle.
Did that
if it
happen
does.
at year 0? Was that a rare occasion?
I don't believe so.
That's before meteorological records.
White Christmases are overrated. This is ridiculous.
No, they're not overrated.
Says Cookies, I disagree. We don't get 4 seasons anymore. Spring begins March 20th. Sometimes end of April. It's snowing still. Nick in Farmington.
Well, you just need to embrace winter sports.
Yes.
And find something you enjoy to do in the snow.
Mm-hmm. A lot of fun things to do in the snow. I mean, it's and here's the thing about a white Christmas is okay if you're going to go full Hallmark holiday of being able to have the snow falling, a fire in the fireplace, the family all around. Like, okay, we're going full Norman Rockwell on that one.
Mm-hmm.
Got clue number 2, but first Heather with the news.
Well, there is a Michigan high school basketball player up in the UP that was kicked off his team for skipping practice to go hunting with his family. And the story is kind of going viral, sparking some debates online.
Mm-hmm.
Well, here's the thing. So this is the head coach at Negaunee High School, William Hill, basically said, hey, if you don't practice, you don't play. There's a little bit of a backstory, and I'll tell you this. So it's located in Marquette County, has 450 students, 9th through 12th grade. Only 12 students tried out for the boys varsity basketball team in total. 2 of those students who tried out are injured, and they're not going to be cleared to play this season. So it's really just 10. And all 10 athletes were told on the second day of tryouts that they would, they're going to make the team. There's not going to be any cuts. And they said, we need you here. We only have 10 of you, so you need to be at these practices. We have this scrimmage, whatever.
Yep.
Anyway, during their first game, they won. They beat Escanaba, but there was
in the
one
moonlight?
Yeah, there was one player who wasn't there, Gavin Stone. He wasn't allowed to play or be on the team because he did go hunting with his family. And so now people are debating if this is, should this is this a punishment that fits the crime kind of thing.
So is he kicked off the team for the entire season?
Sounds like
or
it.
just
No, it sounds like he is no longer on the team. He's been kicked off the team. He cannot play at all this season.
The coach had told him go hunting on the weekend. Don't miss the Monday, Tuesday practice.
The kid did tell the coach, hey, this is what's happening. My family and I are going to this, we're going up wherever. They're already up north. We're going hunting. And I might not be at the practice for Monday and Tuesday. It was 2 practices that he missed. And the coach said, hey, you better be here. Find a way to work it out. And he said, okay, I'll talk to my dad, see what I can do. And then it was like, no, as a family, we're doing this. We're not going to get you to practice. We're not leaving you home alone. You're coming with us. So he told the coach, I'm not going to be there. And the coach basically said, well, tough luck.
Yeah.
I was really curious what you would think because you're a hunter, but you're also, hey.
Yeah. High school, I agree with the coach. You made a commitment to the team, and that commitment requires sacrifice. And it's the same thing. Basketball season goes over the Christmas vacation. Now, there typically are 3 or 4 days around Christmas, maybe around New Year's, where coach isn't going to have practice. There needs to be some sensibility there. But if you've got a family vacation planned, plan around the commitments that you made. And I have no problem with the coach saying, if you're not going to be at practice, then you're not. We only need 5. We don't need 10.
It's so tough because it was like this. I think it's always been like this. Even when I was in high school, I cheered. We are not allowed to miss practice. You couldn't miss camp. Right. And I missed out on several family reunions. I missed out on family trips because I decided I wanted to be on the team. So I stayed for practice, stayed for camp. But looking back on it, I do wish that I could have been at those family reunions. I do. Like, I wish that
there's a lot of things.
There's a way around that.
I just think life's about choices. He made the choice knowing he could be kicked off the team and made the decision to go hunting anyway. So now there are consequences, and it sucks.
Yeah.
But the family, I agree with you, and I agree with it. But I also think that the family. I don't know how old this kid is.
High schooler.
Yeah, if he's under 18 and the family says you're coming with me and we're going as a family to go hunting, how much choice does that kid have?
Well, the issue is with his parents.
Yeah,
the issue is with his parents, not with the coach.
Yeah,
because you could stay with a teammate.
Yeah, so it is. I mean, I get why there was a debate about it and the punishment. Yep. Let's see. During a meeting on Monday, Royal Oaks elected leaders abruptly terminated the city manager and appointed an interim. So it literally took the city commission less than 1 minute to unanimously remove him from his role that he held for less than a year. They're not giving any reasons as to why they terminated him. But what's crazy is that this wasn't even on the agenda for this meeting at all. Like, it got added to the agenda once the meeting started.
Yeah, that's what makes it so bizarre. There's no explanation. I clicked on it because, like, hey, I'm in Royal Oak.
Sure.
What's going on here? And there's no explanation.
They say they do appreciate his contributions he made during his tenure, and they wish him the best in his future endeavors.
Started looking up, like, was he underqualified? He'd worked in a neighboring city.
He was in Ferndale for 13 years.
Very bizarre.
Yeah.
Heather with the news. Power Surge next. Clue number 2 for Name That Lion to win tickets for their game against the Steelers. A pair of tickets. Can you name that lion? Clue number 2. Drum roll, please. Clue number 2. I was a Pro Bowler with the Indianapolis Colts. Clue number 2 for Name That Lion. I was a Pro Bowler with the Indianapolis Colts. It's 97.1.
Hey, Dr. Berkowitz at Michigan Hair Restoration has spent 30 years helping men across Michigan restore their hair and their confidence. And he doesn't just believe in what he does. His own family has trusted him with their hair. Dr. B has had the procedure himself. He restored his son's hair and even his nephew's. So when his own family sits in his chair, it says everything. He's also a board-certified surgeon and the only doctor in Detroit offering both SmartGraft and NeoGraft, performed entirely by his in-house medical team. There's no traveling techs, no assembly line clinics, just experience, precision, and results that look completely natural. And the holidays are the perfect time to take advantage of the downtime, recover discreetly, and step into the new year feeling like you again. Schedule your free consultation today, and when you mention 97.1, you'll get $1,000 off your procedure. Let Dr. B treat you like family this holiday season. Visit MichiganHairRestoration.com, where your confidence grows back.
I'll have clue number 3 for Name That Lion coming up next. Tell you about Moran Chevrolet. The Red Tag sales event is on at Moran. The perfect time to elevate your tailgating game with Moran, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. You can lease a 2026 Silverado 4x4 LT Crew Cab starting at $199 a month. That's zero due at signing. Silverado's built for tailgates, winter roads, and hauling it all. Head to MoranExpress.com. Stop by. They're on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. That's Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Clue number 3, name that lion. You get 3 clues in an hour. You wait for all 3. You figure it out. You wait for the sounder guy, and you win your tickets. Clue number 3, I was drafted by the Lions in the 2010s in the top 10. Clue number 3, I was drafted by the Lions in the 2010s in the top 10. You've got your clues. Now you can berate Greg and try to get through on the phones and name the lion. 248-539-9797. We're going to check in with Evan Petzold at 9:35, get the latest from the winter meetings.
Yeah.
You hear that conversation in the 9 o'clock hour. John, as we sit here, winter meetings wrap up today. Skubal hasn't been traded yet. Hasn't been extended.
No, they haven't signed anybody.
Just kind of in limbo. Yeah, they're
note
of no significant signings. Yeah. How do you want this to go? Trade him, keep him, or sign him?
Okay, so you're asking it a different way. How do I want this to go? So what I want, what my Christmas wish list is that they sign Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal agrees to pick your poison, 4 years, 180, or 5 years, 250. They also go out, sign Bregman, and if that's all they do, I'd be okay, because you do have Max Anderson, you've got all of these other guys that you believe will be a part of this that will be hopefully additions. Now, I'm not going to count on any single rookie to have a great season and be the deciding factor, but I think they could be contributors. That's what I want.
Right. Now, if I turn off the PlayStation and we have to figure out what to do.
Oh, you think that was full PlayStation mode?
Well, Skubal's not signing a 4 or 5 year deal.
Okay.
Right?
I mean, yeah, I don't think Boris would allow him to sign. The problem is, and I don't know the dynamics of their relationship, Scott Boris works for Tarek Skubal. Tarek Skubal should be the one that is directing the process.
You hire Scott Boris. It's a choice you make when you aren't going to settle, when you are going to go to the highest bidder, when you are going to create a bidding war. Skubal wants this. Boris isn't. I mean, look, he can be the shield. He's paid to be the shield. To sit there and take the ammunition and the bullets and the arrows. Skubal wants this expressly. That's why you hire Scott Boris. Skubal's not going to sign with the Detroit Tigers this offseason. Hell, we don't even believe they've made a serious offer to Tarek Skubal this offseason.
Well, they might not be wasting their time. If their serious offer isn't going to be whatever the astronomical number Scott Boris thinks he'll get in the bidding war, then why bother putting it together?
Well, let's hear from very serious businessman Scott Boris. This is Scott Boris yesterday at the winter meetings. Ha, 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 he went on. Very serious businessman, Scott Boris. I'm reaching the conclusion, and I'm at peace with it, they got to trade him.
Yeah.
I'm not
So it's
happy.
what you think will happen, or
No, I think they're going to stubbornly trudge on to the season and act like they're good enough to keep him and win a World Series without making big additions. What I would like to happen, understanding the cards I've been dealt, I got a 7-2 offsuit. This is not an ideal hand. I have a star player that I've developed that is going to hit free agency and play somewhere else. I got to trade him. I got to get something for him. The other alternative is you load up and you go for it. But, John, I mean, just reading the lay of the land, the Tigers are not going to load up and pursue Alex Bregman, Bo Bichette, big-time bat or bats plural. So if I'm not going all in, if I can't sign him and won't sign him, I got to trade him.
Yeah. I mean, I don't disagree with you. And so if you're asking what I think will happen, I think you're right. I think I eventually will trade him. Now, what are they going to get for him? And that's the wild card that we don't know. And we talked about this earlier. Everybody was all fired up. You want to trade him, but you're not going to. No, I don't know what they're going to get in return. I will reserve whether I think it's a good move or bad move until I understand what the trade entails.
So there was that tweet yesterday from David Pingalore. Never heard of the dude. He works for KALA out in Los Angeles. He's even on their station page. I went to check just to make sure this wasn't like a fake person.
Yeah, he's well employed.
Yes. And he says that a trade is being finalized between the Dodgers and the Tigers. Nobody else has this story. I don't know if it's real, but when it hit my Twitter, I thought, well, a sense of relief. I mean, they're going to at least get something for him as opposed to doing this thing stubbornly.
Right. And again, we don't know what getting something for him. We don't know what that something is.
Yeah.
Because he doesn't go into detail there either.
No. He says it would be contingent on getting Tiger ownership approval and an extension for the Dodgers, so they would be willing to give up a haul because it would take a haul. I'm at peace with it. I don't like it. I'm at peace with it.
And here's why I'm only offering 4 years or 5 years. I just don't think he's going to be as effective, or that you're going to be paying him when you get to year 6, 7, 8, or 9 or 10. If somebody offers him a 10-year deal,
I don't think that's an adequate offer. But we haven't even heard the Tigers had made it, which to me says that they don't even feel like they're going to keep him. We'll continue the conversation next. 97.1.
Brought to you by the Sam Bernstein Law Firm. The Red Wings hit the ice again tonight. They're coming off a Monday night win over the Canucks, which was their second straight victory in a 4-game stretch in which they've won 3 games and have taken points in all of them. Detroit is currently already 37% through this season, and Todd McClellan says it's been a grind but has flown by and is not letting up really until Christmas. Tonight, the Wings will face the Calgary Flames at 8:30. The Flames are 12-15-4 this season, but on a 3-game win streak heading into tonight's matchup. Pre-game coverage begins here on 97.1 at 8:15 this evening. The NFL announced this morning it will play a regular season game in Munich, Germany next year and in 2028. There's a good chance that game next year could be the Lions, who are scheduled to have an international game in 2026. Also, Lions star wide receiver Amon-Ra St. Brown is a dual citizen between the United States and Germany and is frequently publicly embraced his German heritage. Also, Graham Couch of the Lansing State Journal says Moneyball Sportswear has announced it is starting a men's basketball league this winter in Lansing, Detroit, Flint, and Grand Rapids that is, quote, AAU basketball for adult men. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
We have our winner. Won a pair of tickets for Lions and Steelers Sunday, December 21st, and a pair of passes to the Lions VIP Tailgate, Eastern Market, Bullseye Group. The Lions VIP Tailgate is back by the Bullseye Event Group. All you can eat, open bar 3 hours before kickoff. Go to bullseyeeventgroup.com for tickets today. Your three clues for Name That Lion today. Clue number 1. I played for both the Lions and the Steelers.
Okay.
I was a Pro Bowler for the Colts, and I was drafted by the Lions in the 2010s in the top 10. John, who's the Lion?
That would be one Eric Ebron.
A fan favorite, if you will.
Yes. Not as sure-handed as we kind of always wanted him to be.
Justin in Madison wins the pair of tickets. He knew it was Eric Ebron.
One of the best anti-nicknames in Detroit sports history. Dropped him as Prime.
Yes. I'd forgotten about that.
And that's one of those in real time people were living. It's not one of those, well, at the time you never know how a draft's going to pan out.
Yeah. No, it was one instantly where you're like, wait, what? Who?
Yep. I remember people calling in the station. I was sitting in my car listening. People lose their mind. Why not Aaron Donald? We're about to lose Ndamukong Suh.
And we see the path that those two careers took.
We did.
Not the same. One's not like the other.
No, they are not. Some of the texts coming in from you guys on this Skubal situation. Winter meetings wrap up today. Trade him, keep him, extend him. Got to trade Skubal. If the team's not interested in competing next season, per Scott Harris's winter meeting comments, go get young, controllable assets rather than lose them in the offseason for a draft pick. Highlights a couple signature players from the Mets or the Dodgers that could come back. Says, I have zero trust Scott Harris gets this right with any decision he makes.
And that's the thing. And it's, okay, what is, I keep thinking, is there something that we're missing? Are we being short-sighted and not understanding the entire picture? Because it feels like there's three options, right? You sign him, which we don't think that they're going to do. You trade him, or you keep him and you're thinking that you're going to be contending for a championship. But when
are they that naive to think running last year's team back is competing for a championship?
Well, they did the year before. I mean, that's
the answer is
basically
yes. The answer is they are that naive.
That's their history, and it's a short history with Scott Harris. So we keep always thinking, okay, the team that he inherited is much better now. And it is the development of some guys that, Spencer Torkelson finally found bat to ball. And Riley Green had some power, but does do strikeouts, and then it's Kerry Carpenter. Like, you're looking at it going, okay, well, yeah, they clearly are a better team now than when he took over, but he hasn't really made any significant additions.
Why is he afraid to do so?
I think it's got to be the numbers tell him he's on the right path. The analytics, whatever he's using for his analytics, tells him he's on the right path in regards to how much money they're spending versus what the results are that they're getting back.
He's like hypnotized by what they did at the end of 24 and the start of 25 and thinks that's who the Tigers are, and therefore doesn't need to take the risk of paying premium salaries for premium players. I just think there's it's a dangerous path to assume you're going to go win the World Series without having premium players.
I think it's no long-term contracts where they don't have some options to get out of it until at least 2027, when the plan was always about 27. I think that's exactly what it is.
So he's unwilling to adjust his plan.
Correct.
But the Skubal clock comes up short of 27.
Right. So you always had to factor in what you were going to do with Tarik Skubal, especially when he won his first Cy Young, and definitely now that he's won his second Cy Young. But what is the ideal Harris plan here? It seems silly that the ideal plan is to, hey, we're not in our 2027 window, but we're willing to burn Tarik Skubal for nothing.
Okay, but look at the Bregman offer. They would have gotten out of it after this season coming up.
I'm asking you, how does keeping Skubal for only this season fit with 2027's the real timeline? It doesn't.
They're trying to win now too.
What if the answer is he's just not that good at this? What if the answer is he's mismanaging the situation, that he's in over his head? Is that an acceptable answer?
What if he's not allowed to hand out long-term contracts that don't have outs? I mean, that broke the Bregman deal.
Yeah.
They wanted the 2-year opt-out. I think it's clear what they're doing here. They tried to win now.
My point is, even if you aren't getting the green light from ownership, then you do what small market teams do. You trade your player. Not happy about it, but you trade Tarik Skubal. But it doesn't sound like that they're trading Tarik Skubal.
There seems like there's too much smoke around this right now that he's pitching next year on the Tigers. That's just how I feel it. I'm not quite sure what Boris is up to here. I know Evan Petzold told us, look, he thinks Boris wants to get him a free agency. That doesn't favor a trade happening, right? Or at least a really good trade for the Tigers. See, if he gets traded and he gets an extension, that was the Dodgers report, then you're getting more.
Yeah.
Because the Dodgers have security.
Of course. And you'd get, quote, a haul.
They might just be stringing this along even to July 31st and see where they're at. Slow roll is their name of their game. That's what they do.
I think the most likely scenario, if they keep Tarik Skubal, is they will be in the race in late July, right? So they'll keep him. right?
Unless somebody blows him away. I know people think the value goes down.
Hold on. You think they would trade away Tarek Skubal if they were in first or second place in the American League Central in late July?
No.
Probably not, but if somebody blew him away. Houston blew away Randy Johnson. It blew Seattle out of the water. That's why they did it. They carried it all the way up. I think it was an 11:59 trade because it was midnight was the deadline at that time.
It just feels like they're afraid to take a risk, but in doing so, that is a risk in and of itself.
Yeah, I mean, if you leave yourself out there for not taking any risks, then you may get marginally better. You might get marginally worse. But you're just going to be a marginal team.
Yeah, bumping along.
Isn't it Ken Rosenthal who said Scott Harris is risk averse?
Yeah, that was his quote.
I mean, he's starting to get labeled. He's already been labeled that by Baseball Insiders.
Yeah.
They've also, there's the talk out there that they're hard to deal with. They want more in return than what's realistic.
All for driving a hard bargain and negotiating super tough and difficult, but at the end of the day, you got to get deals done. You can't fall just short of Bregman a year ago. You can't not trade Skubal and then lose him for nothing because you were driving hard bargains. You only do your team a disservice at that point.
Right. I mean, and so I know we love to compare general managers. And let's go back to last year with the Lions and them getting Zadarius Smith. We all thought, oh, it's not going to get done. He's not going to do anything. We don't have anybody who wants to do anything at a trade deadline. And then you look at the return. He was the best available. They went and got him at a very good price. And so you could drive a hard bargain as long as you're willing to make a deal at some point. You may get what you're looking for. You may also have to pay more than you're willing to pay for.
Yeah, I think Holmes had said, and I don't have the direct quote, but didn't he say that was one of the more agonizing experiences as a general manager is getting that Zadarius deal done? Think about that. That wasn't a deal where you traded for a cornerstone player and multiple firsts were involved. That was a day 3 pick, and it was agonizing. Yeah. I'm not saying it's easy to get these deals done, but you are judged by getting them done. Let's get to Larry. You're on 97.1.
Yeah, first I want to say, I mean, when I'm a big-time Detroit fan, and my big goal as I get up in age here is really my teams have to make the playoffs. Once they make the playoffs, I'm happy. Okay, I don't need a championship. Sorry, guys, I don't. I need a full year of good entertainment and a competitive team. That being said, the ownership does not want to spend money. They don't care. Harris, his hands are completely tied. And you can see it. It's got to be the ownership because they're happy with just getting to the playoffs. And actually, I had 2 great summers with the Tigers. I got to be honest. I think that's what the ownership is doing. I don't know if you guys agree at all with that, but I don't think Scott Harris is in charge at all here.
Well, he may not be. It might ultimately be, hey, he's willing to give contracts to certain players, but he's not getting it from ownership or getting the green light from ownership. I have a problem with the premise of that argument, though, of I just want to have a good season, make the playoffs, and you're okay not winning a championship. The entire goal of playing the season, making the postseason, is to win a championship, and you want to give yourself the best odds possible.
And I also don't know that that's like an accurate painting of a picture of the last 2 years of Tiger baseball. It wasn't all sunshine and rainbows the last 2 years. In fact, 2 years ago, it was a lot of losing up until and even past the trade deadline. That wasn't a fun summer. The summer of 24 was actually bad baseball.
Well, it was August.
That was fun.
August and September that were fun.
The whole Destiny voodoo, they make a run. They're
and this year it was basically
the opposite.
April through July.
So over the last 2 years, you've gotten one complete baseball season split over the 2 years.
Yeah. And then the final couple of months was just completely agonizing.
Yeah.
You know, the Moneyball A's back in the day in the 2000s when this all started were streaky like that. I remember they had a 20-game winning streak, remember, during one of those.
Yeah.
They would selectively go get veteran talent, like Johnny Damons of the world, David Justice, but never lock themselves down for the bottom line.
How many World Series did those A's teams win?
0.
Okay.
They'd often get to the ALDS and get bumped.
Yeah, we're exactly like that thing. Good analogy, Tom. You did a good job. Spot on.
I didn't mean to depress you. I'm just looking at kind of making the comparison.
No, you did a good job. It's an accurate comparison. Uplifting stuff.
Aren't we? Like, but when we've talked about this in today's show, both of your moods are down.
Yeah,
sure.
Like, and I've probably been a more of a Harris defender than most people. It's becoming like apathetic a little bit.
Yeah, what are we doing?
You kind of feel helpless. Like if they're not going to sign homegrown superstar players, if those players don't want to sign, that's also the other side of the coin. That's a lousy situation. That's not a fun spot to be in. And yeah, you could be defiant and shake a fist and chase a championship, but it would require them to be more active at the winter meetings in this offseason. And to see and hear that they aren't doing that, well, that only puts you in an even lousier mood. And then the conclusion is the lousiest conclusion. I got to lose one of the great players in all of baseball and roll the dice on prospects. Of course our mood's down. It's 97.1.
Hey, what's up, Detroit? It's your girl, Heather, and I'm always looking for ways to stay on top of my game. So listen, you know how much I rely on my phone for everything. That's why I've got to tell you about this insane deal from Verizon that'll help you be your best self, too. We're talking a low price on the best 5G in Detroit. Seriously, whether I'm blasting my favorite tracks in the morning commute or snagging those last-minute tickets to the hottest new flick. Check this out. You can switch today and pay just $50 a month for a single line. You heard me right, $50 a month for the best 5G in Detroit when you bring your own phone on the unlimited welcome plan with autopay plus taxes and fees. That's a no-brainer, people. Visit your nearest Detroit Verizon store today to lock in this incredible deal. $20 monthly promo credits applied over 36 months with a new line on unlimited welcome. In times of congestion, unlimited 5G and 4G LTE may be temporarily slower than other traffic. Domestic data roaming at 2G speeds. Rankings based on Root Metrics Root Score report dated 2H 2024. Your results may vary. Additional terms apply.
Injury attorney David Feminio is the guy you want to call if you've ever been in an accident. But what he really wants, what we all want, is for all of us to be safe. He knows how tragic accidents can be. That's why he started David's Driving Edge, to spread awareness about distracted driving and help us with all the tips that he's learned and is willing to share with us to be better prepared on the road. If we can prevent accidents before they happen, that's where the real win is. You can learn more at getdavidgetpaid.com/driving edge.
I want to shift gears. That's Scott Boras. We talked a lot about Scooble today. Evan Petzold coming up at 9:35. How about the next 10 minutes? More uplifting stuff.
Okay, yeah.
Let's start with Michigan basketball, John.
What a run. I mean, they are so much fun to watch. They play at a very fast clip. Their tempo, their intensity. Defensively, that might be one of, and nobody really wants to look and say, okay, well, they're great defensively. They do a great job of moving around defensively. Their steals, their fast breaks, like everything that they do right now, they just seem to be operating way ahead of schedule. We all knew that, hey, Dusty May, good coach, right? Yeah. And it was really good in the transfer portal. But to be able to mesh those guys and play with the way that they're playing, the teamwork, the chemistry that they have, it feels like they're about 30 to 45 days ahead of schedule.
Yeah, for a band of mercenaries, they've come together quickly, and they dominate. Last night, the game was over before halftime against Villanova. Michigan's won 6 straight games by 25 or more points, including some 40-point wins against ranked teams.
Yeah.
They are the number one defense, and they don't do it by playing at a snail's pace. They'll get up and run. They'll crush you on the glass. They're a big team. They were plus 20 last night. Even the guards are big outside of Cadeau. Like, they are, I know number 2 is next to their name. They're the number one team in college basketball.
It feels like it. And was it the coaches that have them at 1?
Yes.
And so, okay, whatever you want. That is irrelevant. That's always been irrelevant to me.
You had a stat, and you're not normally like a numbers nerd, but you had this Ken Palm deal, right?
Oh, yeah. They have the 4th highest. And Greg, I don't know if you remember the exact numbers. I don't have it on my computer right now, but they are the 4th highest at this point in the season of anyone in Ken Palm. The 3 teams ahead of them were all 3 Duke teams. I think one was
like a 99 Duke.
99, 2002, I believe it was, and 2025, last year's team. So the 99 team, I think, was number 1. 2025, oddly enough, was number 2, and 02 was 3. Now, all of a sudden, this is where the Michigan Wolverines are in terms of their advantage as per Ken Palm rankings.
How about this next little number that takes you back to the 90s? The unbeaten Wolverines, 9-0, the only team since at least 95-96 to win 6 straight games by 25 or more, with at least 2 coming against ranked opponents. They're dominant. The next time they'll play a ranked opponent, as it sits right now, late January.
Yeah, and when you look at, like, nobody averages over 28 minutes. They do a great job of rotating through. They go 9, 10, 11 guys deep. And then when you look at, the total points scored, in this run, no one has been scoring over 20 points. Not one individual. You're looking at it going, okay, well, that's the guy. They have guys that can be the guy.
Lindenberg's probably the best player, but on a given night or given possession, it doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be. No. I mean, even look at last night. Like, he played 25 minutes, had 9 points.
Yeah, he had 4 steals, active on defense, but didn't need to score, 30 points for Michigan to win.
Yeah. Cadeau was their leading scorer. He was 18. The next best, 11.
Yeah. Look, I think they're going to be challenging to, be the number 1 overall seed. I don't know how many losses they're going to have total this season. I'm not going to say they're going undefeated. It's still only early December. But, John, I have a hard time seeing this team lose more than like a couple games.
Yeah, it's going to happen.
Yeah.
And it'll be, I think the conversation after that day for those that like to overreact, oh, it was too much too soon.
They peaked too soon.
Oh, they peaked. You know what? Okay, whatever.
Anyway. The other positive thing, and I'm hesitant to bring it up because our teams very rarely make these type of blockbuster trades, but Quinn Hughes is available in the National Hockey League. He's not eligible to sign an extension until this summer, but the Canucks are terrible. He's 26 years old. He's in the prime of his career. One of the great puck-moving defensemen. One of the great defensemen in the NHL. Won the Norris Trophy a couple years ago. Detroit has the ammunition to pull off a trade. And according to Elliot Friedman, Sportsnet 32 Thoughts, Detroit has been in conversation. And it may be a trade that happens in the offseason with an extension. But the connection for Detroit, played at Michigan. What?
You said it wrong.
Detroit?
Detroit.
Detroit.
First time he said it, I thought it was a mistake. Second time, I'm like, oh, okay,
he's Canadian.
That's how he says it.
Quinn Hughes played at Michigan. They spend the summer here. I think the brothers or him, they have a home here.
Yeah.
There's a connection to the state of Michigan for Quinn Hughes. The stronger connection is the New Jersey Devils, where both of his brothers play.
Yeah.
And he's affectionately calling their general manager Fitzy in the media. So, look, the Devils are the favorite, but Detroit could offer multiple firsts, multiple young players. He would pair next to Mo Sider, lefty-righty, for a decade.
Yeah, and the question is, if you give up that capital, are you able to actually sign him to an extension?
Oh, they have the cap space.
I understand that.
Okay.
But would Captain Steve actually present him with a contract that he would also sign?
That would be contingent on making the deal. Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, but the issue is
it'd be kind of like the Brinket on steroids.
You can't. You could sit there and say, yes, hey, here's a promise ring. I promise I'll sign.
Yeah, you can't do that right now. You'd have to do it in the summer when he's then eligible to sign an extension with the trade.
Right.
But this stuff is percolating and they're in the mix. Like, John, if you had to give up Casper or Danielson, one of your young centers, you have to give up Sandine Pellikka and 2 firsts. I think it'd be a bitter pill to swallow, but I'd do it.
You're going to have to give up something of value to get something of greater value that you would deem of greater value.
Yeah, of course. Look, it would get people excited. It would take them to another level. Let's get to Heather with the news.
Well, Troy Aikman says he is done with NIL. So he opened up about his distaste for NIL during this recent appearance on the Sports Media Podcast.
Yes, I understand where he's coming from. If you're going to play a player, especially if you're going to sponsor one individually, and then they up and leave in just a year, what did you get? What was your money given to?
That was the year salary. They fulfilled their year commitment.
Yes,
please.
I understand that.
More, please.
Yeah, okay. So, and fine, the player can do that.
Yeah,
but you start turning off these other investors.
I think there's a huge donor fatigue going on right now.
I do understand the expectations and the boundaries that Troy Aikman wants to set, and whether he chooses to do it or not. I'm just humored by the fact that he did not get a thank you note.
Yeah,
opening mail, a thank you note. It's very dad of him.
Yeah,
and that would have made it all better if you had just said thank you.
Former Charger star Quentin Jammer just released a bunch of some random tweets on X.
Yeah.
Okay.
And he admitted that he was drunk at least during half of the team's games during the 2011 season. So during this tweeting spree, one of the things he said was, true story. In 2011, I played completely S-faced drunk in at least 8 games. And he did go on to admit that his divorce caused him to drink, saying he preferred tequila or good bourbon. He mentioned that he would have like 2 bottles of tequila in his bag when he went to games, and he would be drinking during the games and then all the way home as well.
Well, I don't know that his divorce made him drink. He actually poured the drinks and drank them himself.
To deal with the divorce, he started drinking. Yes.
Okay. John, did you ever play against anybody drunk?
That you know of?
Not that I know of. I know that there were some members of our team that played inebriated.
Oh,
really?
You played against Romanowski, didn't you? He was always on something.
Oh, yeah, but it doesn't mean he was drunk. Yeah, he might have been high on something, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Well, you had teammates that would drink before the game?
Oh, yeah, yeah.
And be drunk?
Yeah, yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Who was that kicker?
No, it wasn't a kicker. Yeah, no, it wasn't a kicker.
That had to drive you crazy.
Oh, it drove me, yes. It with many issues with some guys that were former teammates of mine.
Well, the FBI is searching for a Michigan woman who's accused of scamming a California bank or several banks out of $30 million nearly a decade ago. So authorities say the 73-year-old woman, Mary McDonnell, pretended to be like this heir of the McDonnell Aircraft Corporation and claimed that she had access to this $80 million trust. And apparently she got access to it because she apparently used the stolen money to then pay employees and cover expenses of this business she had, the struggling entertainment business. And now the FBI thinks that she may have fled to Dubai.
Oh.
So they're searching for her. So anyone in Dubai, keep your eyes peeled for Mary.
Yep.
Criminal on the loose.
All right, that's Heather with the news. Got to get to Evan Petzold from Orlando. The latest on the Tigers at the winter meetings. It's 97.1.
FanDuel's the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays, from points and rebounds to threes and assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay, or you could track every single stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. So if you don't have it downloaded, download it now, explore it, and right now is the perfect time to join. New customers get $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So pick one that you think is your best odds, and I'm always thinking, go money line with a heavy favorite and take that extra $150 and bet however you want. Bet the players you love the way that you want. Head to FanDuel.com/97.1 Detroit to sign up today. That's FanDuel.com/97.1 Detroit. FanDuel, official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 or over and present in Michigan. First online real money wager. Only $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. If you have a gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. Hey, welcome to the holiday season. And with the holiday season comes some stress. What's the best way to handle that stress? Work out. Planet Fitness can allow you to handle some of that stress. We all like to eat, maybe a little bit excessive at this time of the year. They can also help manage that as well. It's always a clean environment. It's a judgment-free zone, as we all know. You get in there, and all of a sudden you think, you know what? I really want to have access to that Black Card membership and everything that it has. The Black Card Spa will help you recover with hydro massage and other innovative amenities. There's so much that it offers, but here's what I like most about the Black Card membership. It's $24.99 a month right now, is the fact that you have unlimited guest privileges. You could take somebody with you every single time. Maybe it's somebody that can help keep you motivated. You also have access to 2,700 clubs nationwide, 50 in Detroit, 15 in Grand Rapids and West Michigan, 7 in Toledo. So wherever you are, if you like to travel, there's probably a Planet Fitness there. Find your nearest club and join today in club, online, or on the free Planet Fitness app. We're all strong on this planet. Planet Fitness.
So by now you've seen the headline. Phillip Rivers.
Yeah.
Grandpa Rivers, 44 years old, making his way back into the NFL, John.
Mm-hmm. 44 is relatively young to be grandpa.
Come on.
Well, to be grandpa?
Oh, to be a grandpa, that's young.
Yeah.
To play NFL football?
Yeah, it means you got in the game early, and somebody else had one early too. Well, not early. If you had one at 21,
that's young.
22 or 23 when your oldest would have one. So it's not. I'm not saying it's early, but
I think we could
44 is early.
Phillip Rivers never left that game. You see how many kids he's got? He got in the
That's
game
a game.
early. And
Hey,
he just
trust
kept-
me, that's a game you don't leave. You don't leave that game ever.
We're sensing a theme here. He doesn't want to
Yeah.
leave the game.
Mm-hmm.
He wants to get back into it, John.
Yeah, wants to keep playing. Who doesn't? Either one.
So I would love to get your reaction to this. As you know, obviously you played, and at some point your body breaks down. Is this a good idea? Is there any chance this works?
So if there's, does it work? And in regards to a lot of wins, probably not. Does it work in keeping the Indianapolis Colts head above water to just get into the playoffs? Maybe. Is it going to work better than Riley Leonard? I kind of think probably, yeah. Depends on the offense and how quickly he can assimilate to the offense, the terms, the verbiage, all of that stuff. Is he going to be mobile? No, he might be in Goff's category right now. But in terms of knowing what to do, that never leaves you. That never ages. And so is it going to be better than Riley Leonard? I think there's a chance that it could be. Is it good enough to get into the playoffs and win a playoff game? Probably not. So it depends on what you're terming good enough.
I mean, there's a world where he makes Jared Goff look like Usain Bolt.
I don't think so. I wouldn't go that far.
Away from the game for 5 years.
So he's fresh. He's limber, ready to go. He's been running around with high schoolers.
Why do I feel like you're talking about yourself when you talk about it? He still got it. He still got it.
He is fulfilling every dream that former players have had. Hey, somebody gives you a call. Oh my goodness, you want me to come try? Yeah. Like that answer is instantly yes, for whatever reason you got out for. And because we all think that we could still play. And reality may be a different thing. We all don't live in a reality world.
And this is a unique, desperate situation the Colts are in. And I have no doubt that when Phillip Rivers is out on the high school football field because he coaches high school, then he can sling it.
Oh, sure.
It's different when you are going to be between the white lines. Your decision-making has to be incredibly quick and fast. Even if you can read defense, it has to be quick and fast. I think he's going to fail miserably.
He may. But we all want that chance.
There's a morbid curiosity to see how it's going to go.
Yeah.
But I don't know that he's better than a guy who's currently in the league right now. Someone who's been on a team, gone through practices. John,
did you watch Riley Leonard play? They had no chance.
I'd rather do this than just get some journeyman. Like he does have a rapport with some of the offensive line. He did play with Jonathan Taylor, right?
Yeah.
It's not that long, so there's some chemistries, things.
I think Quentin Nelson was there.
Yeah,
Probably,
yeah,
yeah.
exactly.
Yeah.
So, look, I've always been a Rivers guy. I think he's a really good quarterback. Can he still do it? No. All he has to do is be accurate. Was Michael Pittman still there when he played? I think so.
I don't know. I mean, my Indianapolis Colts history is not quite up to speed.
Was Marvin Harrison still there?
No. Not Reggie Wayne either.
Dallas Clark? Was he throwing to Dallas Clark? No, I think that was Manning. Yeah.
So I floated something similar back. Remember when the Cardinals about 10 to 12 years ago lost all their quarterbacks? First it was Carson Palmer, then it was Drew Stanton.
Yeah.
And they were down to Ryan Henley, I think was the name.
Yeah.
They were 10-1. It just went south. I mean, they're throwing a dart.
Yeah.
Maybe it works. I doubt it. I'm sure.
Odds are that it doesn't work, but they're doing something to see if they can save their season.
So when the Cardinals went through that, I proposed that Kurt Warner for them to call him. It had been a couple years since Warner had been out of the game. And I'm like, a bad Kurt Warner's better than this. And that's kind of what I think they're thinking. A bad Phil Rivers is better than the Josh Jackson or Johnson, whatever that guy.
The difficult thing is knowing that he played at a high level for a long time is going out there and putting on film and putting out there that you aren't that guy anymore, and you're never going to be that guy anymore. In fact, what you are right now is bad. Like that this will be one of the memories that people have of Phillip Rivers' career if he does get on the field.
So other quarterbacks that have played at this age, Vinny Testaverde played at 44 years old for the Panthers. Warren Moon played at 44 for the Chiefs. Now, they didn't take 5 years off.
No.
But
like I said, he's fresh.
Okay.
He's rested.
Fresh.
I feel like
Fresh
he's
as a
talking
44-year-old
about...
can be.
Yeah.
I think a lot of this is coming from a position of John thinks like, oh, I'm not that far removed from
Well,
playing.
John, I think John has fully admitted that he's good for like one player, one series, right? And that's
I
fine.
think I might have more than that.
Oh,
I told you.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my.
Oh, yeah.
Things change.
Yeah. But here's the thing is like football, Gator, you know this, right? You played in high school. It never leaves your soul.
No,
There's
it doesn't.
always some part of you that believes that
If I were to play, I could learn everything I've learned over the last 30 years. I could apply and be at least that much better.
yeah.
I can still do it.
And you always are thinking that you still have it in you.
Mm-hmm.
Reality, again, this is not about reality at any part of it.
What are you, nuts?
But if somebody if my phone rang today and somebody said, "Hey, we want to give you a workout," I'm there as fast as I possibly can. If I can't get a plane ticket, I'm driving there.
And they're like, "Hey, Jansen, you dropped like 50 pounds. You sure you think you can go?"
Hey, when do you need me? Because I can put the feed bag on and get there in a hurry.
Yeah, and you'd enjoy it too.
Oh, every minute of it. It's like when I went there as a freshman, right? Hey, I showed up at 2:45. They're like, "Hey, we need you to be 290." No problem. I got there by Christmas.
Do you know who they would face this week, who Phillip Rivers' first game back would be against?
Seattle.
Yeah, because the Seattle Seahawks in
It doesn't-
Seattle.
that's irrelevant.
Oh, that's a very relevant factor.
It's irrelevant to the game, but it's not relevant. Phillip Rivers is not going to go, "Oh, well, you're playing Seattle. I'm not going to."
Yeah,
No,
give
I just mean his
I'm gonna hold off
success.
for another week and let me know when you take on Tennessee. Like, well, dude, we get Riley Leonard ready to go for Tennessee.
Oh, am I supposed to read this one?
You
Do I-
can. It's not dirty.
I like how he reads it first.
Well, yeah, because
don't
trust
trust
me,
him?
what comes in into
I'm not afraid. It's not going to turn into a drop. I'll read it.
no, yeah, Phillip Rivers couldn't pull out of a driveway. Scott and Carlton. Was more probably maybe in the driveway.
Oh God. Well, he's got enough of them. Who knows?
Oh man!
Again,
Immaculate
yeah.
conception.
Listen, driver's ed costs money.
It does. It does.
It is
In
truly
so
one of
many
the
ways.
wild stories. Man.
I do enjoy the story though. I like
Sure.
the idea of old guy coming back, making a run at it. I don't think he's going to be successful at it. I don't know if he's even going to get a shot. We'll see.
Yeah, he might not.
I mean, we run the same offense. High school, dude. Come on. That's what he's been saying. We run the same offense in our high school team.
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Well, now you're completely ready, I guess. My bad. You're
Yeah,
ready
I mean,
to roll.
there is, he's going to have to learn terminology. He's going to have to do all that stuff. But
But he's a veteran. You can.
yeah,
Those guys get it done quickly.
You and Doug reunited today?
Yeah, reunited. We're going to do a lot of. We heard some Scooble stuff. We'll talk about Scooble.
All right. Got Karsh and Anderson coming up. They'll get some of that Scooble conversation in the mix. And I saw a poll question they've got up. It's a fascinating one involving all of our good basketball. It's 97.1.
All right, hey. Who the hell are you?
I don't know, man. Don't get used to it.
What's up, man?
How are you doing?
Good. Where the hell have you been?
I just, had some time off.
Yeah, I know.
And I have some more time off.
Yeah.
So,
Yep.
like I said, don't get used to it.
There's been a lot of questions. People, I keep having to say he's fine. No, he's fine. It's
People,
just, I'm glad people care.
Look, and I appreciate that. I do appreciate that. But we have been doing the show together it'll be 18 full years in a couple weeks here. Usually in December, you and I will take some time off.
Well, I mean, it's you get to the end of the year and there's excess time off that you have to use up.
Yes, yeah. So, like I said,
Christmas time, there's a lot of interesting show partners.
Yes, sometimes partners, sometimes not.
Yep.
So, anyway, it's good to be back.
What have you been doing?
Embarrassingly little.
Really?
I put the tree up.
Okay.
Ish.
What do you
Had
mean,
the tree
ish?
up. I put lights on the tree. Here's a tip for everybody out there. If you're out there buying a tree,
you go real, huh?
No.
Oh.
I do the fake tree, but it looks really good. I like the way it looks. I loved it before, though, because it's a pre-lit tree back when the lights used to work.
Lights don't work anymore.
No. So the tip for people out there, if you have not bought a fake Christmas tree yet, or if you're contemplating getting a new one, or if you're frustrated because the lights keep going out and then you buy one of those gun things, you stick the light bulb in and test it, and then you got to replace light bulbs and all that. Get your next tree with LED lights. The incandescent lights, they're done after a couple years. So it's heartbreaking when you go year 3 and put the tree up and half the lights are working. And it's just not very cost effective to replace all of the other lights. And then after 4 years, none of them are working. So that's an issue that I've got is about this tree many years ago. I don't know, 8 years ago, 9 years ago. And it's a great tree, like I said. However, none of the lights work on it. So now I have to put actual lights on it, which sucks.
Right.
Because I don't have the patience for that at all. So it just does. It looks okay.
So you had to peel the old lights off.
No, you can't peel them off because they are like stapled in and they're in there.
So they're still there?
They're still there, but you don't see them because they're not lit.
Right.
So I have multicolored lights that go on there now, red, green, and white. And it looks good, but I haven't put the ornaments.
You still like the way it looks?
I do, but I'm getting tired of putting the lights back on.
You may as well get a real tree.
Well, no, that's not going to happen because I still have to put. Then I got to put lights on every year.
Yeah, it's true. But if it's every year, every third year, I mean, what difference does it make?
Well, because I
guess it's 2 years.
No, Doug. This is the advice. The advice is go out and get a tree with LED lights because they last
longer,
a lot longer. Yeah. So there's that. But
I got into a war with some garland last night that I could not get to hang, and I'm like we have this sort of
old garland war.
Yeah, well, you got like this bridge, like when you go upstairs, it looks down on the living room, and so every year we hang garland from there and wrap it in lights. Mm-hmm. Last night I could not get the garland to behave, and then you try and space it out so that they hang at the same. My wife said, "No, that one's too low. That one's too high." I'm trying to make it all work, and eventually, why don't you just come do it?
Exactly.
And I'm trying very hard, and spirit of the holiday, and
that is,
and and I'm sitting there frustrated, and then. I didn't like the way Michigan was playing with a 35-point lead. It was a lot going wrong last night. But the hanging of the garland where you want it to look perfect. You want it to look like you want it to look like it was done by a professional, but it's not. It's done by me, and I couldn't get it to behave. I'm wrapping the lights around it, and there's a bunch of lights left over, and so I got to unwrap it and wrap it a little, because you don't want it to have uneven distribution of lights as well, right? So No, you
don't want any of that. And I mean, it's making me laugh because I think back when my dad was helping to decorate the house and being over at my mom's house over the last weekend, I know how much Christmas crap they have in the basement that has to be brought up, and Dad's not around anymore, so I got to do that. And remembering my dad getting so frustrated about the perfect placement of what has to go where, and then him just kind of losing it. All right, you go ahead and do it.
Yeah, so look, it's all part of the process is getting everything perfect for Christmas and the decorations laid out. And just a little foreshadowing later in the show, a Detroit superstar, we have him, we have audio of him trying to do one of the things that guys try and do at Christmas, and it's hysterical.
Yeah, it's not easy.
Because we struggle.
We do.
Let's just say we struggle, and that's a fact.
But but last week I did the Friday night where I was at the part of the Killer Cares charity fundraising event they had at the Lodge, the annual one they have with all the sports media people and other local celebrities, and it was part of that doing the celebrity bartending stuff. That was cool. It was Mike O'Hara's birthday.
Oh, was it?
On Sunday, I believe.
That's great.
So we had a little luncheon for Mike. That was awesome to see Moose out there, 80 years young. That was really cool. And
one of the driest sense of humors of any person on the planet.
Still got it.
Yeah, I bet.
He's great. And then also, I didn't have a chance to mention this last week. I do want to today because Friday was his last day. But legendary DJ in town, Doug Podell, the Doc of Rock, called it a career. And after 50 years in the business, and I sent him a video congratulating him. And he was one of the huge influences on me and my career and what I wanted to do. Did not expect it was going to go into sports radio. I knew it was going to be radio. And I wanted to be the Doc of Rock when I was younger.
Is that right?
Yeah. So he was cool as hell and sent me a nice note back. So did want to acknowledge that.
How's the shopping? Did you get the shopping done?
Shopping is it's starting. I've got some ideas now from family members that have finally sent some stuff in. So we're going to get that taken care of this week and next week.
I like the way you operate buying gifts for your niece and nephew, where you just tell me what you want and I'll go get it.
Yeah.
What is on your wish list? No interpretation, please. Don't make me.
Yeah. Come on. I need specifically, you want to send me a link? Exactly. There we go. And understand if it's something that has to be ordered, I need some lead time.
Yeah.
If it's something I can go get, I'll go get. I'm a sure thing.
Going and get stuff takes time, but the good news for you is you do have some time off.
Yes.
Welcome back.
Yes, thank you. And now
we'll see you in a couple weeks.
Right. And now we have a flurry of things to talk about. Obviously missed out on the discussion of the Lions game against the Cowboys, which was fantastic. We got a massive game coming up on Sunday afternoon. We've got baseball talk with the winter meetings and everything else. There's Scooble talk. We've got basketball teams that are playing spectacularly right now. A hockey team that's playing better. A lot going on.
Yes, it is, including a report out of L.A. I don't know what to make of this. We tweeted out a question. If this guy's right, and the guy is David Pingalore, a reporter for KTLA who thinks the Scuba deal is going to go down with the Dodgers. If he's right, I want to know what your reactions would be, but we'll read what he had to tweet. One final thing on Christmas. This reminds me, when we get to this time of year, Gator, I always reflect on what's important in the holidays, which is being with family. And one of my favorite stories from a listener, a guy named Scott, who told a story of when he was young and his parents used to lay out the Christmas decorations. They had letters that said Noel, N-O-E-L.
N-O-E-L.
And his brother used to rearrange it to say Leon. It's Carson Anderson. We'll get to the latest on Tarek Skubal and the Tigers coming up straight ahead. Gator is back, 97.1.
Cold weather, now especially extreme cold weather, can really wreak havoc on your garage door. Older equipment is especially susceptible to breaking down in the cold. So if you're having issues and it's not working properly or it's making a lot of noise when it opens and closes, you do not wait to get it fixed. Call Precision Garage Door Service right now, and they can get to you quickly, and they can make repairs even on holidays, weekends, and evenings. They're awesome. I've used Precision Garage Door Service in the past, and I could not be happier with the results. They fix things right there in the spot with their expert technicians in the field. And if you need new garage doors, these are the people to call. They can get some garage doors installed in as little as 24 hours. Thanks to a warehouse that's just chock full of brand new garage doors. Call them today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or schedule an appointment online at a time that's going to work for you at PrecisionDoorMI.com.
Here he is again, Scott Boras, with his rhyming limerick crap. And without Scoobs, they're a mystery machine. You get it? Scooby-Doo, the old mystery machine. And we played that yesterday, and a texter sent in. I bet Velma would have gone out for the 7th inning. Which would have been awesome if somebody asked that.
Okay. Yeah, but you know what the mystery machine did? Spoiler alert. They got it done episode after episode after episode. They were perfect. They were on a roll.
Yeah.
Whether Scoob had his Scooby snacks or not, or if Shaggy was high as a kite and passed out in the back, didn't matter.
Mystery machine.
Because they got it done.
Got it done. I don't sense that it's going to get done with Detroit. And look, this is the tweet we're referencing. It's from a reporter in L.A. named David Pingalore, who is a sports anchor for KTLA. And I went through and I looked at his stuff, and he's an interesting dude. But he
doesn't have that many tweets lately. I mean, he's got a handful, and then there's like a gap.
He tweeted out, Orlando, Florida, Tarek Skubal update. I'm hearing the Skubal deal is essentially in place. The pieces are agreed to. The framework is done. What's holding up now is a long-term extension and ownership approval in Detroit. The Tigers won't green light it without the owner's sign-off, and the Dodgers won't ship out that kind of haul without a long-term commitment from Skubal. That's the final hurdle. Well, it sounds like 2 hurdles. And it sounds like the opposite of what Evan Petzold said this morning, because he doesn't think he's going to get traded. But Pingalari, you made the point in your show sheet. They're pretty tight-lipped.
The Tigers.
Yeah. The Tigers are pretty tight-lipped. So if a leak is going to come from anywhere about a possible deal, it's probably not coming out of Detroit.
No.
So
that would leave an agent or another team.
Yeah.
And I don't know what to believe. This guy is. It's not like the fake Pierre LeBrun. He's I guess a radio personality of some kind out in L.A.
He's TV.
Well,
he might. I think he does radio podcast. I've seen there's some of his videos. He's on the desk at KTLA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So he's out there, and I'm sure he's got some sources and all that. But knowing how things have worked with the Tigers, they don't talk about things. They really don't.
They've done.
They've
Which
done
is
an amazing
fine.
job. Right? They can choose not to, and that's okay. Just keep winning, and it's back-to-back years in the playoffs, and back-to-back years they just missed out on the ALCS. But I like the team. I like how it's built. I'd like more. I'd like to retain Tarek Skubal for sure, but we're just not going to know at this point. There's a lot of relevant stuff, lots of relevant stuff to talk about when it comes to this. I'm not saying this report is irrelevant, because when I saw it last night, I was like, what? Mm-hmm. Is this going to happen? The Dodgers right now, as it stands, right now, their payroll, when you account for all the salaries and then the penalties that they have to pay because they've gone above the payroll limit with a luxury tax, if you will, is well over $500 million. That's what they have to pay out next year.
Yeah.
With the players they have on the roster right now. $500 million plus. That's an insane amount of money. And yet, Dodgers don't care because they make money hand over fist out there.
Their TV deal, their local TV deal, I think is for $8 billion. I mean,
I'm not sure how long a time it is, but it sounds like it's a pretty good deal.
It's over a substantial period of time, but like the Tigers just got out of a deal that was measured in the millions, like tens of millions, from what I understand. I should go back and see if I can find out, but our TV market doesn't support our baseball team the way LA's does. Now, that doesn't mean our organization can't spend more, but I saw something that actually irritated me yesterday because I didn't think it was necessarily fair from a former Detroit Tiger. And I'm like, come on, man. You're comparing apples to oranges. And okay. Cameron Maben tweeted out the following. Screw the luxury tax. The Dodgers might as well go get Bo Bichette, too, while they're at it. LA waking up every morning like, what fan base can we make even more sick today? Well, half the league is out there clipping coupons. Fans, if your team isn't getting better, don't be mad at the Dodgers. Be mad at your ownership. They're choosing winning over everything, and everybody else is choosing excuses. So he's saying the Dodgers are choosing winning over everything, and everybody else is choosing excuses. I mean, if you had an $8 billion TV deal, it's a lot easier to spend the money. Like, I don't know that this is a fair criticism of every other ownership group.
It's not. And I like Cameron Maben quite a bit, but I think that's an irresponsible statement because there's a handful of teams that have a massive advantage over everybody else in baseball.
Yep.
Now, can the Tigers afford to spend more? Absolutely.
Of course,
Absolutely.
and I'd like them to.
Yeah. I don't know what that number is, where the break-even number, if it's a $300 million payroll or what, I don't know what that number is. And if you spend that much more, then you're expecting to win more, and you're getting 3 million people through the turnstiles, and there's that number. But it's a far cry from the 530 or whatever it is $1 million that the Dodgers are spending. It's a far cry from the well past $300 million that the Yankees, the Mets, the Phillies, and I think Red Sox might be in that group too. There's and the Padres aren't too far behind. There are monster market teams, and then there are like major market teams and large market teams. The Tigers are in like a large market. We have a good market here, and it's fair. But until baseball decides that they need to have a real salary cap and a real basement, we're going to have this issue, and it is an issue. It's disgusting to see a team that has 2, 3, 4, 5 times the payroll of another team in baseball because they're in a better market in terms of being able to reap the benefits of having a monster deal with the media.
Here's where it really shows itself when you think about the haves and the have-nots. And look, they've got the luxury tax, but obviously the Dodgers give 0 Fs about that.
Right.
I always cite this example. The Padres had the rights to Hideki Irabu back in the day, and they traded him to the Yankees, who immediately signed him to what at the time was a monster contract. And then he went out and pitched for 3 years and never had an ERA under 4. But it didn't slow the Yankees down because the Yankees had endless. Yeah, they could absorb the loss. Whereas other smaller teams, if you make that kind of commitment and it doesn't work out, you're in trouble. Now, again, the Tigers can spend more, and I'd like to see them spend more. I'm not making excuses. I just think when it comes to them getting Edwin Diaz, and now they're talking about this Pingalari. The Dodgers getting Edwin Diaz, and now there's talk about this Pingalari dude out of L.A. saying that, there's a deal and a framework of a deal is in place with the Dodgers to get Skubal. His ifs are pretty big.
They're big ifs, yeah. It's also incongruous with how baseball works. One of the ifs is if the Dodgers can work out a long-term deal. Well, you can't work out a long-term deal with somebody else's player.
No, you have to basically, though, you can talk. I'm sure they can talk about it.
Yeah.
But they wouldn't be able to strike a deal till he's traded, but then they could strike the deal as soon as he's traded. However, Petzold said this morning, and he's right, why would Boras be motivated to sign a long-term deal now when they could still get a bidding war going in 10 months? 11 months.
Because if they end up getting the team that can bid the most, and they know it.
Well, I mean, it would have to be.
But I mean, I was thinking, my thought immediately went to, okay, let's say that you allow LA to negotiate some kind of deal.
Mm-hmm.
Can the Tigers match it, and does he stay?
I would guess probably not.
I'd guess the Tigers wouldn't want to match it because it'd be so ridiculous.
I would have to think that it would be one of those deals that would be, think about if Boras is going to agree to a contract now, it has to be above and beyond, over the top, ridiculous. And I don't even know that that's responsible for a team like the Tigers to do.
I would also think that let's just say for the sake of argument, this guy's got his head in the right place and he's on to something here. If the Tigers were to move Tarik Skubal to the Dodgers, it's not just going to be for a haul of minor league players. It's going to be also some players off of the Dodgers roster.
Yeah, so
the Tigers would take on some salary that makes sense, but it would have to make sense. Otherwise, Scott Harris isn't going to do it.
I think the other thing we have to remember is that not every Tiger fan is as deeply engrossed in what's going on as you and I and a lot of Tiger fans out there and all the beat reporters. I think a lot of Detroit would be like, why the hell did they trade him? Why the hell did they trade their best player? And would have to be brought up to speed on what's going on the business side of it.
Don't want to lose him for nothing in
free
agency.
Exactly. And they didn't see a path to keeping him, and they're trying to be worse. They're not getting back a better or a comparable pitcher, but they're hoping to have the foundation of a better baseball team because they've cashed in this chip for what in theory are assets, like an investment in the future. But So we asked the people on Twitter, if this Pingalare dude is correct and the deal for Skubal with the Dodgers goes down, your reaction would be what? And we've gotten a lot of traction on this on Twitter. Patrick says it depends on the return, but I'd be fine with it. Mike C. tweeted us, who cares? Harris will screw it up either way. Raymond Nuznov says, I don't know which team of all time I would hate, despise, or strongly dislike more. The big three of the Miami Heat of the 2010s with LeBron, D-Wade, and Chris Bosh, or the potential 2026 Dodgers with Ohtani, Freeman, Betts, Diaz, Skubal, Snell. I would just give them the World Series already. From TV Nefarious on Twitter, to create a virtual world like, well, I'm not going to read what you said you're going to do. My bad. I should have edited that one. Phil writes in, great. Phil. It means we got actual players instead of a draft pick for a guy who's not going to sign with us. Chris says, give me Yamamoto, and I'm happy with it. Isaac says, if true, it needed to happen. If you aren't signing him to an extension, you need to trade him. This team has shown no intention of going all in this year, so make the big trade happen. From Goodfella, it depends. If we only get Glasnow, Sheehan, and Zaire Hope in the deal, it'd be a shame. If it comes out with Blake Snell, Sheehan, DePaula, and Alex Freeland, I will be ecstatic. If we're losing the best pitcher in the game and he's a lefty, I'd want an ace and a lefty and a plus in return.
Well, I mean, that's
Zaire Hope, by the way, is one of their top prospects, outfielder, who's supposedly great. Sorry to interrupt.
It's okay. If they were to move on from Tarek Skubal, the one thing and by trading him, the one thing they absolutely have to get in return is pitching, because they don't have a ton of pitching in the minor league system ready to be brought up to speed and be not just good but great. They just don't have that. They've got guys that they have potential. You know, Jackson Jobe has potential, but in the majors we still haven't really seen it, and he's coming off an arm injury. So they would have to get a significant pitcher in return with whomever they would trade with if they trade Tarek Skubal. The other thing is this team, if they just run it back, this is a team that came within an eyelash of making the ALCS again. This is a good baseball team. It's not a great baseball team. It's a good baseball team. Coming towards a trade deadline in 2026, and now your prospects that you've coveted for several years now, at this point next year at the trade deadline time, I would imagine those prospects, now you've seen a sample size that makes you think you know even more about what they're going to be.
You mean like Dodger prospects?
Dodgers or Tiger prospects. So if you hang on to Skubal, and now you're getting into July, and you want to go for it to win it, and you're not trading Skubal because you're hanging on to him, you held on for a reason. At that point, you can trade one of those prospects and get an actual player and go for the World Series in 2026.
So your point is, in 7 months or whatever, 10 months, what it would be, 8 months, when the trade deadline comes up, your point is Tigers have a better read on Clark, McGonigal, Briseño, Lorenzo, all the guys in there, Bryce Rayner and his recovery, like all the guys in their organization. They'll know more about him and which one they don't mind parting with. And the Tigers will always know more than every other team will about their own guys.
Yep.
And they'll know more about Zaire Hope, for instance, in LA. But other teams might be able to strike a deal. I don't know, man.
I mean, you'd end up losing Skubal for nothing at the end of the season, but World Series, World Series.
All right, what would your reaction be if Skubal gets traded to the Dodgers? 97-1. Doug Harsh. Gator is back for a minute. Feedback coming into the Karsch and Anderson inbox. Look, we've taken your text here, and it's weird. Like I tend to think Petzold's probably got his finger on the pulse of what the Tiger side of things, but in L.A., TV reporter saying that he thinks that the framework for a deal for Skubal to the Dodgers is in place, but it's going to take some indication on Skubal's camp that he'll sign a long-term deal with the Dodgers and Tiger ownership signing off on a deal. And I take it with a bit of a grain of salt, but we've kind of just asked people, if you heard that Skubal got traded to the Dodgers, what would your reaction be? What would your feelings be? What would your immediate, like if we broke in, breaking news, Skubal traded to the Dodgers, your first thought is what? Feedback coming in. I completely agree with Cameron Maben. Stop defending bad owners. I'm not defending bad owners. Bad owners suck.
Yeah, guys.
Bad owners are terrible.
When you've got a payroll around $70 million.
Yeah, I'm not defending a bad owner. I just think that Maben simplifying it and saying, don't be mad at the Dodgers, be mad at your owner. Like, well, that's very easy to say. But if you think about whatever you do for a line of work, whatever business you are in, if you are competing, if you're independent in any way and you're competing against a big conglomeration, if you're selling TVs and you're right next to if you're an independent owner selling TVs and you're right next to a Best Buy, what are you, a bad owner? I mean, because it's kind of what it is. Now, there are bad owners. Don't get me wrong. Yes. I'm not going to defend a bad owner that's only worried about the bottom line. I just think Maben oversimplified it.
Yeah, because there's a massive disadvantage the rest of the teams have when it comes to spending against the Dodgers or against the Yankees or the Mets or a couple other teams.
If Glasnow is part of the return, they should sign Ranger Suarez and Framber Valdez. I think we'd be better team at the major league level and minor league level. Well, that would be hyper aggressive. And I do have my concerns about Scott Harris here a little bit. And every GM has a plan, okay? Whatever their plan is, it better work or they won't be a GM for long. In Harris's case, he could be, and I'm willing to, we could talk about this. He seems, and some people just say he's risk averse, and he might be. I think it's possible that he approaches everything with a high level of caution about long-term commitments because he doesn't want to have a weighty contract that holds them back. And, okay, if that's the way you want to do things, you don't want to make a large commitment or a bold move, you better be right about all these prospects panning out. Because if you're not, you're going to be out of work. And that's the business, right? That's the business.
I think part of it is absolutely that. And I think if you put yourself in his shoes, this is your first gig as running a franchise, right? This is your first go around at it. You're a young guy, you've got your ideas, and you've made your first draft selections, and you're just getting ready to see what these guys can be as hopefully major leaguers this year. Hopefully a couple of these guys break in, and you're going to get a chance to see that. I feel like if you're in that position, you want to see that. You want to know if Max Clark is a hit, if Kevin McGonigal is a hit. These are the things you want to know so that it kind of reaffirms what you've done as opposed to, I'm going to pass on that, go for the shiny thing over here, and we'll make a run there, when what you are thinking of the best way to build a team is put a foundation in place, and the foundation in place isn't through free agency, it's through the draft and through young players. And right now that's kind of where this team is going. You kind of want to see it work that way before you start to branch out. Like you can take a breath and go, okay, I've stocked the minor leagues with players that I know are going to be good because, hey, I've been here on the job for more than 2 minutes, and I've already seen guys come through the system, get to the matriculate to the majors, and perform well in the majors. I know I got that going. Now I can go ahead and do that. And I understand that people would be like, yeah, that's all well and good, but we got a team right now that's competing and can compete for a World Series. If you just simply add another piece or two to the mix, go add those pieces.
I think overall, Scott Harris is pretty smart.
I think he's very smart.
But I'm really worried, and I really hope he's not scared. And it's easy to draw the conclusion that he's scared to make a big move and he's scared to sign a big contract, because it's hard for me to picture a path to winning a World Series without a large commitment or a bold move. So if his plan is basically hang on to these guys, don't make any long-term commitments until all these guys are up and we can see what we have and see what we don't have, it's just like everything else. He better be right or he's going to be out.
Yeah.
And that's it. And we can sit here, we can say all the aggressiveness of Mike Ilitch and Dave Dombrowski netted 0 World Series championships, but it felt like
it was a fun run.
It was a fun run. They could be taken seriously. And you know what they did? They did something that I ask, a reasonable ask of all your organizations, is be in that pool of teams that's got a chance. And they always had a chance. And there's no guarantees, but I think it's reasonable to be in the pool of teams that has a chance. And if you're there consistently, you're doing a hell of a job.
Yeah, and there was a major difference from Dave Dombrowski to Scott Harris. Dave Dombrowski had already been there and done that with organizations, and certainly did that with the Marlins before he came to the Tigers. Mm-hmm. And so one of those big moves that he made after a couple years in was shipping off the big-time prospects the Tigers had to get Miguel Cabrera.
248-539-9797. We're reacting to this report. Two things. Evan Petzold this morning saying he doesn't expect anything to happen with Skubal at the winter meetings. And a reporter out of L.A. saying, yeah, they've got a deal in place with the Dodgers. There's just a lot of sign-off. Meaning, okay, apparently, if he's correct, it sounds like here's the pool of players the Tigers would get back and they would take them. But Skubal would have to be agreeable to a long-term contract with the Dodgers, and the Tigers' ownership would have to sign off on the deal, which are two pretty big ifs. Tim on a cell, you're on 97.1. Hi, Tim.
Hi, thanks for taking the call.
Sure.
You know, if he decides to go, it's goodbye. So long. See you later. Adios. You know, it's no big deal. I mean, the Tigers don't want to sign him. And my comment is this. Could it be, or my question is, could it be that ownership is a little reluctant after in signing long-term contracts after what happened with Miguel Cabrera? You know, his last few years were counterproductive.
I don't think anybody expects a long-term contract to be looking great in the last couple of years of that contract. I would hope that the Tigers aren't, snake bitten on that, because it happens with every long-term contract. You're talking about guys that sign deals in their late 20s and sometimes right at the age of 30, that it's going to last until their mid to late 30s, when your production is just not going to be as good. You expect it.
Given what they offered Alex Bregman last year, that would be evidence to me that they aren't afraid of bad years on the end of a contract. But they didn't get Bregman. I mean, that deal didn't go down. They apparently did make a serious offer, which I think we'd all agree would probably extend beyond Bregman's usable years. But, the question is, it was how many? It was a 6-year deal. Would it be 2 years and they get 4 good years out of him? Would it be get 5 good years out of him and only be 1 year? Would it be, how many years did he have left before that would start to look like a bloated, cumbersome contract? But 248-539-9797. It's Carson Anderson, 97.1. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. One of our guys is one of us. We'll explain today at 11 a.m. You told me about this clip, and I'm like, wow. And it's a big star in Detroit
Right.
who just shows he's just like all of us guys in so many ways. I can't wait to play it. 11 a.m. for that. We're talking about this kind of conflicting reports on what's going on with Tarek Skubal. And, you know, I think that Evan Petzold has his finger on the pulse. I tend to trust Woody. I think he's dialed in. And, you know, I don't always agree with all of his opinions, but that's okay. He's really a really good reporter. And he made the comment that, you know, that he doesn't think anything's going to go down with Skubal on the morning show today. He doesn't think he's going to get traded, and he doesn't think he's going to sign, and he thinks he's going to be a Tiger this year and probably walk at the end of the year. And the reporter at KTLA makes it sound like there's a deal in place. And you and I, look, there's so much stuff out there, but we're not really giving any validity to the deal in place. It's just about can he get a new contract with the Dodgers and will the Tigers ownership sign off? I'm not trying to give it validity. We're just wondering what people's reaction would be if they heard that Skubal got traded to the Dodgers. Like your first gut feeling. And, you know, we're getting mixed returns on this. And we asked on Twitter, Mike says, I stopped caring about any offseason deals for all of sports. I root for the team they put on the field, not the one that could be. It helps me stay sane.
Well, that's a healthy attitude, but I do pay attention.
For Virtual Nestor, I mean, he's 110%. I mean, he 110% isn't a Tiger after 26. So get what you can while you can. I wouldn't care anymore. Starting to get done with baseball because of the haves and the have-nots, and Boris is a tool. Bob says, I stopped watching baseball, not because Skubal would be gone, but because the Dodgers will make a mockery of the game with a payroll of like $1 billion. This can't be how the game is supposed to be. The Onion did a story years ago, the satirical website. I think it was The Onion. The Sports Pickle, might have been the Sports Pickle, which I think is another satirical website, but it's just sports. But basically the tenor was, Yankees acquire every player in Major League Baseball. Underneath it said, in a bold move, the New York Yankees have signed all free agents and traded for all the Major League players, and what they think will set them up for years to come. And it's funny, but it sometimes it feels like that's the case. Grouper says, my reaction is the Tigers are not a serious organization. What else? Detroit guy in Carolina says, good. Align the franchise. The Tigers can win the Central without Skubal if they can add some MLB-ready arms. This opens the window further. The fact, no, the reporter has corrected him makes me wonder if it's not fake or false. The fact, I don't know what that means. But anyway, thank you for all your feedback on this. I would be fascinated to see what the haul back would look like. That would make them say yes. Because according to everybody, they say the asking price for Tarek Skubal is astronomical.
Every time you hear about a major athlete, a superstar athlete being traded, all I want to know is, okay, if he's going, what was the return? And here in Detroit, we've been teased and things haven't happened before in the past. Like we've heard years later, there was Kobe Bryant was going to come to the Pistons. Like
right.
What? Well, what was that trade going to look like? Steve Eisner was going to be traded. Really? What was that going to? The Red Wings were interested in Wayne Gretzky. What was that going to look like? You know? And this is kind of the same thing. It's like, this is Tarek Skubal. This is the best pitcher in baseball.
Yep.
Back-to-back Cy Young Award winner. And okay, if they're going to move him, what are they going to get? It's different because 1 year left on the contract, but you feel like if he is dealt to the Dodgers, that's a team that's willing to sign him long-term, or there's a handful of teams that you think if he signs with that, if you trade him to that team would feel confident that they can get a deal done. All the other teams, not so much.
From D. Dareze on Twitter, I don't trust Harris and Illich because they said when we have a foundation they would spend, and they haven't. Nobody is saying we need to spend like the Dodgers, but we should be in the 7 to 10 payroll area, and we're 14. Chris, I want to build this team with bargain basement deals. Chris being Ilitch. Okay. Chris Ilitch wants to build this team with bargain basement deals. Grandpa Silver Rush writes in, if the owner is too cheap to pay him, better to get the best deal and maximize his value now. Well, I mean, if they are not going to be in the bidding war, the realistic bidding war for him, I can understand that line of thinking, especially if they get the return that people would say is worth it. What you don't want is the Luka return.
No.
And when that trade went down, if you're a Dallas Maverick fan and you heard, well, Mavs are trading Luka, you would be at least intrigued. Whoa.
What are we getting in return? What we got here? How many first-round picks? Who's a superstar we're getting back?
And when you saw the return, you're like, wait, what?
You got a couple of first-round picks and an aging Anthony Davis.
Yeah.
Interesting. Something else I found interesting in covering this the last few days and looking at the quotes from Scott Boras and all that is when we go back and hear from Tarek Skubal, and Tarek Skubal said, well, he's constantly said, I keep myself out of it, and that's why I have an agent for and all this, right? But Scott Boras said something the other day where he goes, at this point, my instructions are to listen to anything that they have to say, meaning to the Tigers front office. So Tarek Skubal does have a say in this, obviously, and that's the first time it's kind of been intimated that he does. It only makes sense, but to actually hear the agent for the players say, my instructions are to listen to anything that they have to say. Now, either that's just carefully worded by Scott Boras to put it right back on the Tigers to try to be a little bit transparent about this, or maybe force their hand to be transparent. The Tigers could do something behind the scenes, which is how they operate, and say, well, we'll offer you this. But I think really what Boras wants is for them to play their hand out in public and for the Tigers to come out and say, okay, here's what we're willing to do. And throw a number out there. So, and then Scott Boras would get a giant smile on his face. His eyes would light up, and because every other team in baseball would know what it's going to take to beat it.
Yeah, I think you're probably right. I think they have no problem with public negotiation. Agents are resources for reporters. Agents are perfectly comfortable with talking to reporters about what's out there. And agents sometimes are feeding reporters BS because they have an agenda. But in this particular case, I don't know where this story out of LA is coming from. And again, I question its validity, but we're asking, what would be your response if a deal like this were to go down with Tarek Skubal? In the meantime, they have been, there had been some discussion about Alex Bregman. That's kind of been poo-pooed in recent days. It sounds like that's not going to go down, which, I mean, I would love to see him short-term, given what a contract would probably cost. Long-term, I don't know if it makes sense. Kyle Finnegan is back on a 2-year deal, $19 million. When he was an asset. He definitely was an asset out of the bullpen.
Yeah, absolutely he was. I'm glad that he's back, but I still think they need to add to that bullpen and still, go out and find somebody that you think can be a lockdown guy at the end of games.
Yeah, but that's a good start for them. And, as it stands right now, it feels like there's a lot more that needs to get done. I hope it's more go for it with Skubal than it's not. And that was another thing that Petzold was pretty skeptical about, is whether or not they actually would indeed get super aggressive. If they don't want Alex Bregman, Bo Bichette would be awesome. Could they get involved there? There was some Ketel Marte rumors, but that doesn't seem to be all that going anywhere. And then, God, I'm blanking on the shortstop. It was with the Rays.
Ha-Seong Kim.
Yes, thank you. God. Ha-Seong Kim's really good defensively and can draw walks. Not a great year last year, but his skill set seems to be the kind of thing exactly what they'd be after.
Well, they like on-base percentage. His on-base percentage is it's fine, but at 330 and
he doesn't hit for a lot of power.
No, his OPS is like 715.
It strikes me though,
special.
Stealing bases and the defense he plays, he's a guy that helps you win, but he's not a guy that wins you a ton of games just by himself. But he does things that helps you win. All right, we'll get some Lions stuff next hour, including a member of the Lions that's just like us guys when it comes to Christmas. We'll get to that at 11:02, 97.1.
Brought to you by Moran Buick GMC. The Red Wings are atop the Atlantic Division standings right now after winning 3 of their last 4 games and 2 in a row. However, just days ago, they were outside of the playoff picture completely. There's a lot of parity in the NHL this season, specifically in the Eastern Conference, and Wings center Andrew Kopp talked about that with the media yesterday, says the team is entirely aware of that, and it's just about grabbing as many points as you can, as early as you can, and taking it one game at a time. Tonight, the Wings face the Calgary Flames at 8:30 on the road. Pre-game coverage starts right here on 97.1 The Ticket at 8:15 with Jeff Rieger. The NFL is slated to head to Germany next year and in 2028, the league announced this morning. There's a good chance the Lions will play in Munich next season as they're already overdue for an international game. Teams are supposed to play them at least once every 8 years, but the Lions haven't been across the pond since they went to London in 2015. They had a 2020 game scheduled against the Jaguars, but it was ultimately canceled due to COVID-19. And also, apparently, Taylor Swift was only shown once on the Sunday Night Football broadcast of the Chiefs-Texans game. Reports say she is still regularly attending the games at Arrowhead Stadium, but appears to be keeping a lower profile now. Speculation says this could be because the media attention got to be too much or because the Chiefs are on the brink of missing the playoffs. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
Okay, so welcome back, Scott.
Thanks, Doug. It's good to be back.
It's been off for some time.
For the next couple of days.
Gators back in the saddle for now, and it is that time of year. But Jared Goff joined us yesterday. He was awesome as always. Really good mood, really insightful, and huge game coming up on Sunday. And I want to get into said game with you in a bit. And you haven't had a chance to give even your thoughts on the Dallas game, and I don't mind reliving beating Dallas. I love beating Dallas. It's fun to beat Dallas.
It is fun.
If you haven't been with us the entire show, we opened the show with last night. I made some effort to beautify the house for the holidays, and I tried to hang the garland, which goes across a bridge area. You put it up against the railing that hangs over the living room in our house, and it's. I struggled mightily because you have to disperse the garland equally. You have to have it hanging from the railing at the exact same depth.
Did you do any mathematical calculations prior to doing this?
Yeah, I'm counting out this. There, 7 of the what are they called? The
spindles.
Spindles, yeah, spindles or balusters or whatever the hell they are. Count 7 of those, then wrap it, and then hang it from there for 7 more, that kind of thing. But I also am trying to wrap the lights, and the lights got. I started wrapping it around, and there was a big, a whole bunch of leftover lights. So now the distribution didn't look right. So I
didn't account for the slope.
Yeah, there's all kinds of. I'm sure somewhere in here trigonometry would have been helpful. So I really struggled. So recently, Jared Goff, as part of a promo for Netflix and the Christmas Day game, Jared Goff, as part of a promo, was handed things to wrap. They mic'd him up and had him wrapping gifts. He's handed a Christmas ornament, he's handed his own jersey, and he's handed a football. And we'll describe the video. You can see it. Netflix tweeted out. We'll describe the video of Goff trying to wrap things. Because, guys, he's one of us.
Yes.
Not a strength. And here's what it sounded like.
It's a tiny, cookie-looking ornament, maybe 2 inches by an inch.
He folds paper over it, puts tape on it, folds it in half, and it's pretty sloppy.
It's terrible. Somebody gives him a jersey.
Yeah. Folds over it, folds back in half with no...
It all goes awry.
It looks like a kid did it.
Yeah, and he's laughing while it's happening because he knows it's ridiculous. Yeah.
He's handed a football now. He rolls the football up in the wrapping paper, twists the 2 ends.
So it looks like a giant piece of hard candy.
And that's it. Jared Goff is one of us, Skater. We will tweet out the video so people can see it. He struggles. It's sloppy. On a scale of 1 to 10, how would you rank your wrapping skills?
10 being just I should work in the mall and do it for others.
Dude, you're at Nordstrom.
And 1, I should just go ahead and use tinfoil.
Yes. Put it in a bag. That's a gift bag.
I am the king of the gift bag. It's all I use now. Sometimes a couple of gifts each year I have to wrap. I'm about a 4.
Are you a 4?
Yeah, I'm a little bit better than I used to be, but I'm still not good. Not good at all. Again, with me, a lot of things are about patience, and I lack the patience for certain things. This is one of those things I lack the patience of, which is strange because I love Christmas time. I mean, I freaking love Christmas time. I actually love getting the decorations out of the storage room and putting them up on mantles. And I was cleaning my front room the other day with the bookshelves and dusting and getting stuff up and lighting and stuff like that. And
do you have garland?
I do have garland, but it goes on the tree, and I haven't put all I have on the tree are the lights right now. But the lights is testing my patience enough. So when it comes to wrapping, it's the same thing. It's like you have to be kind of precise in certain areas, and I'm just not. I don't have that origami technique in me to fold things over properly and to hide them. I'm just not that good. Remember when you were in grade school, not grade, maybe high school, and they wanted you, they gave out the textbooks and they wanted you to put a cover, you grab a paper bag and make that like a cover for your. I was so bad at that, and I'm like, to this day, I don't know, I don't understand it how it's supposed to work as well as it does for everybody else, but it doesn't work for me. It's not in my skill set. So I laughed heartily watching Jared Goff do this for 2 reasons. 1, been there, such a guy. The way that he wraps it, oh, it looks good as long as we just don't turn it over, right?
Yeah.
And 2, I laughed because I'm better at Jared Goff at wrapping gifts.
So every year there's one night where I go down in the basement and we put a game on TV. I put a game on TV, usually have 6-pack of beer, a whole bunch of tape, and all the kids' gifts laid out in front of me. And I try to just get it all done while watching a game and wrap gifts. And maybe as the night goes on, I stink at wrapping because maybe I'm getting drunk. Yeah. But I am so bad at wrapping gifts that I've started to get hostile towards people who are good at it. Like they come over to the house if they got gifts for the kids, and which is very kind and generous. And then I look at how it's wrapped, and I'm like,
show off.
Did you? Well, part of that is who wrapped this?
Right.
Because I'm hoping they're going to say, the table at the mall. When I'm buying stuff at the mall and there's that table, hey, for a donation, whatever you want, we'll wrap your gifts. I'm like,
100%.
Oh yeah, let's go. I love that. Like you have no idea how much I love that. I'll be back in half an hour. And off to Ruby Tuesdays I go.
I love it. We go to the mall and you're buying something in the mall, and as you're paying for it, they're like, would you like this wrap? Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, 100%.
But and when they hand over something and they say, well, I wrapped it. Look at this guy.
Yeah.
Oh, did you? Aren't you special?
So that gets back to why I love the gift bag, because you eliminate the wrapping. However, there's even a technique with a gift bag that I don't have. And the technique comes in form of the tissue paper.
Tissue paper, which my wife will grab it by the center of the tissue paper and just stuff it down into the bag, and all 4 corners pop up perfectly. When I do it, nothing.
No,
I don't get that at all.
I end up using 2 or 3 pieces of tissue paper, and they overlap, or I don't have the bag isn't big enough for the gift. I'm horrible at that. But nonetheless, it's an easier presentation, and I feel like my family they're fine with it. They're like, yeah, no, this is great. Plus, it gives us a little handle to carry the stuff back to the car when we leave the house and go back home. So gift bag is the way to go for me.
If you want to see the video of Goff wrapping the gifts, it has been tweeted out from our Twitter page at DunGator971. He is just like most of us guys. Now, if you're good at it, God bless you. I feel like that engineering degree that you got at, MIT, it's paying off today.
Right.
Let's go to Joe and Highlander on 97.1. Hi, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon and good morning also.
What's up?
You guys kind of stole my thunder a little bit, but I also want to give a shout out to the small business community, because this is the way you wrap presents, Gator. You go to Milford, Rochester, Plymouth, Northville. You shop there, they wrap your presents. Go over to the bar, relax,
Bingo.
and you helped out the community.
Yep.
It works out fine. If anybody's going to get mad at me about a non-rap, I did Raptor present, I don't care.
Joe, I will tell you this. I'm one of the I mean, I do some online shopping, but for the most part, I love going into, I actually enjoy shopping for Christmas. I love going to the mall. I like going to the strip malls. I love going to the smaller communities, and then they have their little shops in town. It's something, it's just a little more special, it feels like to me, because it's something germane to that area. I do enjoy all that, and I do support local communities. Absolutely.
Well, if you go to different communities too, they also have different wrapping paper, so you got to spread it out a little bit. So it doesn't look like you went to the same spot.
Oh, look at it! It's Santa. Oh, look at it! Here's Santa. Oh, it's another candy cane.
My wife knows when I go with my daughter Christmas shopping for her, she knows exactly where I'm going to be. I'm going to be over at the bar having a couple beers, and we're getting presents wrapped. It's a nice day. Me and my daughter.
It works.
It's the perfect formula, isn't it?
Yep.
They wrap our gifts.
We like simple things in life. We just keep life stupid.
Just like to drink beer.
And you know, so we're over there and we're like, oh, sweet. It's the Canucks and Rangers. Like, you're just sitting down at the bar, and it doesn't matter what the game is. I'm not rapping, right?
Well, guys, here's a shopping opportunity for everybody this weekend. Army-Navy game.
Army-Navy.
Boom.
Army-Navy, right? Great point. If somebody is wrapping my gifts, I couldn't be more interested in Sun's Magic.
Yes.
Right? Whatever's on the TV at the bar, it feels like a treat to get to watch it. But anyway, add Doug Gator 971 if you want to see Jared Goff attempt to wrap gifts. Hey, it's Doug Karsh for Sarah Chevrolet in Sterling Heights. They're ready to slay the holidays with their year-end savings on new Silverados. Lease a 2026 1500 LT Crew Cab 4x4 for only $279 a month for 24 months with no money down. $279. Go down to 17.5 in Van Dyke and Sterling Heights. 87-SAY-SARAH or saysarah.com. Together, let's drive. With GM employee discount, Costco, and current lease in the household. 10,000 miles per year plus taxes and fees with approved credit. Offer ends January 2nd. Doug Karsch, Scott Anderson. Funny stat. Can't wait to get to. Coming up in 5 minutes here on Karsch and Anderson on 97.1. Let's go to Jake in Pontiac. You're on 97.1. Hi, Jake.
Hey, what's up, you guys? So I just got to say, regarding the Christmas presents and all that, I think people spend way too much emphasis on it, and I'm not a bad guy. I like to just keep the dollar store paper. It's all going in the trash anyways. And my question for you guys is, how many of you guys' wives and, girlfriends and significant others have competitions about who has the best wrapping paper and post it on Facebook? To me, it's like, just get on with it. It's all about what's in the gift rather than how it looks. Like, it's all going in the trash. Like, who saves this crap?
Jake, that's funny. I have never seen anybody post and brag about their wrapping paper. I agree with you. The cheaper, the wrapping paper is just fine. You know what, though?
It's not.
Every once in a while, my wife will bring home, and I can tell it's expensive wrapping paper. It cuts cleaner.
That's the difference. It doesn't rip.
Yep.
It doesn't tear as easily.
When you're trying to wrap something, you're right, it's all ending up in the same place, in the trash. It's easier to wrap with more expensive wrapping paper, but it's still so impossible. I don't even care. Lori's hanging out there from our promotions department.
Yeah,
we have a giving tree, and she wants me to wrap gifts, and I'm like, okay, and maybe we'll do it on the air, and people can watch on the stream because it's an exercise in futility. Just terrible.
No, and obviously the bigger the box or bigger the item, it's harder to wrap.
Yeah,
it's becomes very difficult.
Mike in Livonia, what's up, Mike?
Hey guys, so just a couple wrapping tips here. First of all, I'm an expert wrapper.
Oh, look at this.
And so I learned this trick. Okay, so let's take your typical shirt box, for instance, right?
Okay, yeah.
So you put it around the shirt box and you tape it, and then you got to cut it about 2 inches from the end so you don't have this big ungodly, end thing that's
yeah.
So, and you make sure you tape that. When you do that, you do it on the back side where you've put it all, so you don't see where you've taped the box.
Try not to.
Yep.
Right?
The key is when you're taking out tape, right? Wherever you're putting your finger at to hold the paper, use the tape dispenser, pull it out, leave the tape dispenser on, and then bam, tape goes on so much easier.
I use a lot of tape.
Do you?
Yeah, because for that, I want to hold things in place. That's part of my problem is that trying to hold things in place and it ends up getting jostled, and then you lose the angle, everything's off kilter. So I use a lot of tape.
All right, Gator, here's the stat I mentioned a few minutes ago that I think is funny.
Okay.
The Detroit Lions lead the NFL in points per game.
Well, they just threw up 44 against the Cowboys.
So we have had a ton of angst about the injuries on offense. No Laporta. Can they block? And then you look down at that stat, and it just makes you go, well, maybe things aren't quite as bad as we think they are. Because what you're doing is you're comparing our issues to everybody else's issues, right? And the Lions lead the NFL in points per game again. So look, great to see. They got to keep it up. They're an offense, given their defensive issues. And the loss of Brian Branch, we've morphed into that. Okay, we're going to have to outscore people in shootout mode again, right? But they lead the league in points per game.
Yeah, well, I mean, they were close to it anyway, and then the 44 against the Cowboys certainly helps, and their average yards per play was significantly higher against the Cowboys, and the Cowboys had nearly 500 yards in offense against the Lions, but the Lions were just more efficient with what they did. There are things I take away from Thursday night's game against the Cowboys. I'm like, yep, that's about it. That's what I like to see. And the way the offense was humming along was a big part of it. You get David Montgomery involved in the run game, and he's a can't stop, won't stop kind of guy, which is fun to watch. Tom Kennedy in the return game is like, where has this been? He gets the ball, he's at full speed right away. And he was a difference maker in that game. I don't think he caught a pass against the Cowboys, but obviously the week before he did. Tom Kennedy's been very helpful to this team. But you're right. The guys they've added on offense that they've had to out of necessity, and it just keeps going along. Now, that's one game against the Cowboys. But it's a Cowboy defense that has some players on that defense, and they were able to do it. A brand new tandem at left guard going between Tristan Colon and our guy Miles Frazier. Miles Frazier finally gets into a game, and I'll tell you what, if you were training your eye on him like I was the entire time when he was in there, aside from a couple of dumb penalties, for false starts or whatever.
Understandable. He had 6 practices. 6.
I'm not killing him because what I watched him when he actually had to do work, my man did work. I thought he was very good playing in the game against the Cowboys, and that's good. Now he's got a whole other week of practice under his belt. And if they're going to keep this rotation there with those two guys to keep them fresh and see, have a little competition or whatever, see what happens, okay, I'm here for it. I don't have a problem with it because they did a good job. They protected Jared Goff for the most part. They only got to him once with the quarterback sack. He threw for 300 yards. He was efficient as hell. And it was a pretty good-looking offensive machine. And 44 points is hysterical because I know Jerry Jones was very upset with, was it 47 they put on him last year?
Right.
They would have had 47 if not for a missed field goal attempt. So they did it 2 years in a row. Suck it, Jerry. But defensively, they still have their issues. And things have not gotten easier with losing Brian Branch for the rest of the year with an Achilles, and who knows when he's going to come back from that. If it's this time next year, let's hope so. But losing Brian Branch is massive. I had somebody ask me over the weekend, which would be a bigger loss to the team if they had lost Brian Branch or Jack Campbell? And I said, well, obviously both would be massive impacts to the defense. But I think losing Branch would hurt more because they're already decimated with injuries in the secondary. At least the linebacking core, it's a good group of linebackers. Mm-hmm. They have guys that can come in, whether it's Nowaski or Rodriguez. They've got guys there. Both would suck. Unfortunately, they have to deal with one of that. And the one they have to deal with is losing Brian Branch. Now, they just brought Mollett back up to this group. They had guys step in, and they've had players having to step in all season long in a secondary because it's a position by attrition. And hopefully Kirby Joseph can come back and give him some good snaps whenever he's able to come back. But this is going to be a problem the rest of the season is dealing with that.
Yeah, I mean, it's back to outscore people mode. And, can they be more efficient in that regard? By the way, the Lions only have one defensive or special teams touchdown to add to their point total. It was a Khalif Raymond punt return. But so this is a pretty authentic sign that the offense, in spite of our various stresses, and there's been, we've talked about potential downfalls, they're still getting the job done better than most in the most important offensive statistic, points.
Yes. And getting one more point about the defense, Dallas's offense was limited by their offensive line as well. They have issues that they're having to deal with. Every team's got to deal with their own issues, but the Lions exploited it. Al-Qadim Muhammad with the 3 sacks in the game was huge for them. Can he continue can he build off of that? Not that he's going to have 3 a game, but can he have 3 pressures a game? Can he do that and be that counter to Hutchinson on the other side? Obviously, they were trying to stop Hutch, and here comes Al-Qadim Muhammad, and he's the guy who ends up with 3 quarterback sacks in the game. But we had talked last week about he had 6 sacks going into the game or something like that, or was it 5 sacks going into the game? But it was front loaded. A lot of it happened in the first few games of the season, and then not so much since then. Great effort on Thursday. They're going to need that same kind of effort against the Rams because Stafford and that offense, what are they, number 2 in the league behind the Lions in terms of points?
Points per game, they are
2
very
or 3.
close. But hold on for a second because I was on the other side of the ball there for a sec. Rams are 4, 29.2. Lions are 30.3.
So
Seattle and Dallas have more. But, you got to look at defensive and special teams touchdowns. And I don't believe the Rams have a defensive touchdown.
Well, what the Rams do have on offense is an offense that kind of mirrors what the Lions have done. Goff and Stafford have thrown for roughly the same amount of yards. Stafford's thrown a few more touchdown passes. Well, maybe more than a few, but he's thrown more touchdown passes. They both have really good receivers you look at. When Devontae Adams and Puka Nacua, and then you've got obviously J-Mo and St. Brown here with the Lions. Both teams use a pair of running backs to get things done. Blake Corum had a great game his last game. The last couple games Blake Corum has played in, he's been a difference maker. And they have Kyron Williams. The Lions obviously have, Sonic and Knuckles going for them. They're very similar offensively. The difference in the game on Sunday is going to be which defense steps up and will special teams be special.
So, the defense, it's just about turnovers or stops. That critical stop, that critical turnover, that fourth down stop. The way we measure a defensive success with this team and what they're going to be putting on the field the rest of the way, the collection of players that will be wearing the Honolulu blue and silver that are out there, including one that they just signed this week. Who knows if KZ will play for this team this week? But they literally are back two guys off the street, and I'm not going to care about the defensive stats. It's just, can they make enough big plays? Because the stats are probably going to get ugly. But can they make enough defensive plays while their offense, we hope, rolls?
Yeah, and the Rams will present a good defensive front to try to block and give Stafford some time. They got a couple of big-time pass rushers.
248-539-9797. Let's talk a little bit more about the Rams game when we continue here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. FanDuel is the number one sports book for same-game parlays, from points to rebounds to threes to assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine your favorite picks into a same-game parlay or track every stat live all in one easy-to-use app. And now's the perfect time to join. But it's not because of same-game parlay stuff. It's because with your first $5 bet, if you win it, your first $5 bet, you can win $150 in bonus bets, which is essentially having $150 to do whatever you want with in terms of making more bets. Then when you win those, you can cash out. You can keep going. It's up to you. Do whatever you want, but make sure you get that first $5 win. And how do you do that? Take a heavy favorite on the money line. That's how you do it. Head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today. FanDuel is the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit is required. Bonus issued is non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. So make sure you get those bonus bets in. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Get to some basketball stuff today at 11:48. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1. Thanks for being with us. Gator is back today. Had some time off, as we often do around the holidays. Well, let's get back to your open line calls. We go to Ted in Ann Arbor. You're on 97.1. Hi, Ted.
Hey, let me just admit that I'm football stupid to start with, so, deflect some of the criticism. But do they keep statistics? Like, I can't remember how many times Brian Branch cost us stops on defense. And I know the guy's a great athlete, and I know he's got energy and all that kind of stuff, but he hurt us a few times with his energy, so-called. Do we have any other statistics that show the detriment of a defensive player?
I don't know if we do, but I would say, what about the other side of it? How many places he made where he helped the defense, which I think would far outweigh the, if you want to call them boneheaded, because I will. I think there's some boneheaded penalties that he has made, but I think they're few. They pale in comparison to the number of positive plays that he makes. And out of those plays that he's hurt the defense, or that has turned a 3rd and 10, which should have been a 4th and punt, into a 1st and 10 because of a personal foul or something like that. How many times has that cost him a game? And I don't think it's often. Has it happened? It probably has. But again, is he more of a positive player or a negative player? I think he's way more of a positive player. Would you agree, Ted?
Yeah, you're right. That's a great way to look at it. You're right.
He's got, Ted, to answer your question, I can tell you this. He's got 9 penalties this year, 8 of which were accepted. And they are of a variety of different penalties. There are only 3 10-yard penalties. Am I right here? That doesn't make sense, because unsportsmanlike conduct's 15. Here we go. There's 3 15-yard penalties, roughing the passer, which cost him 13 yards, and 1 5-yarder. I mean, there's I bet this is on the high end of penalties for a defensive back. But the net of his presence, I think Gator's right. I would like to see them cut back, because the one thing, look, you're going to get beat every once in a while. You're going to have a holding penalty. You're going to have a pass interference penalty. Some of that stuff. It's the unsportsmanlike conduct stuff or unnecessary roughness. I mean, unnecessary roughness, sometimes it's a fine line. It's a split-second decision. It's really, really hard. He seems to err on the side of being unnecessary.
Yes.
but I think his net is really positive.
Okay, thank you, guys.
Appreciate it. Are there too many penalties for a lot of people's liking? I mean, you only got to take away 1 or 2 more a year. It's something you hope that he gets better. Just something you hope he gets better, right?
Yeah. Yeah, well, wiser as you get older as a player. Mm-hmm. But, I mean, when you got a player like him who plays a reckless abandon, throws caution to the wind with his body, and just goes to hit and causes turnovers, and he seems to he's in the right place at the right time. He's so good in support of the rush defense for the team. He's such a good player. You take the bad with the good, because the good is so far outweighing the bad, and yet at the same time, you'd like him to be a little more cognizant of some of the things he does.
Yeah. Trying to figure out where he ranks in the league in terms of number of penalties.
But they will miss him significantly.
Oh, yeah.
For the rest of the season and hopefully into the playoffs. They are going to miss him.
Okay. I guess it's 7 accepted penalties, which ranks him like top 15 in the NFL. But there is the most penalized player in the NFL is Darnell Wright from the Bears offensive line, who has 11 accepted penalties, 5 holdings, 3 false starts. He got tagged with an illegal formation. He's got an ineligible receiver downfield and a chop block. The second most penalized player in the league is another player from the Lions division, and that is Keyshawn Nixon, from defensive back from the Green Bay Packers. So he's got 10 accepted penalties. So for what it's worth. In the meantime, it's the 4th time that the Lions have played against Matthew Stafford. I feel like the story is kind of over in terms of these two teams. The Lions and Stafford playing against one another. What isn't over is Stafford's effectiveness in the league. Man, he's been good. I don't want to dispel that last week people were talking about the Dallas offense like it was on every bit on par with what the Rams are doing. The Rams had 500 yards. Stafford's, I think, tied a record for most 3-touchdown games without an interception in said game. But the Lions defense did just enough against Dallas. Can they do just enough against the Rams is the question. And, there's no home field advantage there in L.A., relatively speaking. So, I don't know, man. I'm cautiously optimistic, but boy, this is a massive perception-changing game. We talked about it yesterday. It feels like the Super Bowl talk has died down. It's just, are they going to get in the dance? They win this game, the Super Bowl talk is going to kick back up.
It should, if they win this game. The Rams are one of the best teams in the NFC. It's interesting what a difference a couple of weeks can make, right? Mm-hmm. I mean, a few weeks ago, we're talking about the Eagles, and now they're plummeting, and now there's talking to media about the quarterback situation there. Do they need to move on from Jalen Hurts, which seems crazy for a team that just won the Super Bowl? A couple weeks ago, we're talking about the Dallas Cowboys and how good they are. We had talked about the Bears. We talked about the Packers. All these. I think there's a lot of really good teams in the NFC, and right now, until you knock them off, the Rams appear to be playing as well as anybody.
Yeah. How do you feel? Are you chesty going into this one? Or are you nervous?
I'm nervous. Yeah. I'm nervous about this because I think Stafford is playing the best football of his life, and he's got two outstanding options to throw to. Nacua just catches everything that's thrown to him. The one-handed catch he made recently was spectacular. Devontae Adams on the other side is one of the all-time greats. And now they're getting the running game going too. It's a really good offense that they have, and Stafford gets rid of the ball quickly. He hasn't been sacked that much this year. I think it's like 17 times on the season, which is like 10 fewer than what Jared Goff has been sacked.
Their pressure rate allowed in LA is better than Dallas. So if the defensive line goes out and has a 5-sack game like they did against Dallas, then you kind of hope that that's something they've turned a bit of a corner and can rely on the rest of the way. Because it'll be a much bigger accomplishment to do it against the Rams.
100%, yeah. So I'm not really expecting that. I think playing this game, another indoor facility, I think that helps the Lions out for sure. Playing it it's not going to be hostile territory because we know there's a ton of Lions fans out in LA and in the surrounding areas. People would want to get to that game. We know what it's like to play in LA. They don't have home field advantage really for many games, and this one I can't imagine this is going to be one where it's significant. So I like that some of those factors. Again, I think at first blush, I'm looking at special teams playing a big role in this one. The Lions didn't go for it on 4th down once against the Cowboys. And I thought, okay, that was probably wise. And being conservative in that regard, they end up winning the game handily against Dallas. That's just part of special teams is punting the ball. We've got a great punter. It's letting the kicker do his work. Unfortunately, he had the one kick that was blocked and was awry. But beyond that, Tom Kennedy has been so good for this team in limited duty as a punt returner and a kick returner, specifically against Dallas. He had a huge punt return against him, and we know what he did in the kick return game. I think the Lions might have an advantage there, and it might be the advantage that gets them to win the game. But right now, at first blush, I would say my 51 goes to the Rams to win this one.
Yeah. I kind of feel like, in talking to Goff yesterday, I kind of feel like they love sort of that they are starting to be counted out.
Yeah.
And that people were getting somewhat dismissive of them, which, I don't think of that as being as important in pro sports as it is college sports. Did you hear what they said about you? I think coaches manipulate that and really get college kids fired up. I'm not as much a believer in it when it comes to the professional level that it really has an impact, except with this Lions team. I just feel like this Lions team really feeds into that.
I think they do, and I think the quarterback definitely does. I think the quarterback likes to cash in on some receipts.
Yep. 248-539-9797. We'll talk some basketball next. Carson Anderson, 97.1.
Hey, quick question. Are you planning to save money this winter by taking ice-cold showers? Of course not. and you need to do what I did. And that's call the team over at Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling and make sure that everything with your furnace is running right so you have a nice, warm home. Don't let the freezing disaster ruin your holidays. These local licensed experts are third-generation family tradesmen who handle the serious stuff so that you can get back to sipping hot chocolate. So whether it's your furnace or your water heater, a boiler, or water filtration, schedule an appointment online at birminghamplumbingco.com. That's birminghamplumbingco.com. Birmingham Plumbing, Heating, and Cooling, your Metro Detroit boiler experts.
Doug Karsch, Gators back. It is the Karsch and Anderson program, 248-539-9797. We've got open lines here on 97.1. Gator?
Doug.
We have somewhat mocked the NBA Cup because we think it's silly and contrived.
Mock the NBA Cup? What are you talking about?
You know,
it's the NBA Cup.
Now that the Pistons are good, My question is, would I like the NBA Cup more? And the answer is no, I like the NBA Cup less. Because the Pistons go 6 days between games so the league can get in at the NBA Cup.
This is true.
Because the Pistons didn't advance in the NBA Cup. So Saturday to Friday. Last game they played was Saturday night. And I keep forgetting. Every night I go through and I'm like, all right, let me go, because the Pistons are 19-5. They play a brand of basketball that's very attractive. And because of the stupid NBA Cup, which I think has moved the needle in the ever so slightest way, now is really starting to point to the negative for me, because I realized I don't really care about the contrived championship. And usually I wouldn't, okay, whatever, I'm not into it, doesn't mean it's not worth it. However, 6 days off. This sucks. They're good. I want to watch them play.
Yeah, I hear you.
I guess if they spin the 6 days into better play, like if the break does them good, like this December bye.
Well, I don't know how
I
they're
want to watch
spending.
them play.
I too would like to see them play. I hope that they get to spend. That it's not all like off time. That they get extra practice in, right, and extra run time with this group of players. Because now it seems like they're almost, knock on wood, almost completely healthy at this point. Like, isn't Sasser back, and obviously Ivy's been back, and everybody's kind of back now. So getting that group time to practice together might be a really good thing while they're not participating in the NBA Cup.
Mm-hmm. In the meantime, the two college teams in this state are standing out. The state of college basketball and the state of Michigan, state of college hockey, for that matter, Michigan State are both exceptionally good. I made a bold-ass prediction earlier in the week, and I may have to make a bit of a revision, Gator, but I predicted that Michigan would be 20-0 when they go up to East Lansing at the end of January.
Oh, my.
And I also had the thought cross my mind that it's not unreasonable that State will be 20-1. Wow. That they will not lose after the Duke game. So well, if you look at the schedule, here are the challenges. And one of the challenges that I listed was at Penn State. They both have to go to Penn State. Penn State got down 40 early in the second half at Indiana last night. Penn State is one of those teams that has a very impressive record, but their biggest win is like over an unranked Temple team or something. Like they haven't played anybody. I think the same is true of Washington, and both Michigan and Michigan State have to go to Washington. Now, maybe that Indiana game that Michigan State's hosting Indiana, maybe that becomes a bit of a roadblock between them and 20-1 at Nebraska. I think Nebraska might be like Penn State. You know, the teams in the Big Ten that have earned in the early going here that I've seen, and I haven't seen them all, but have really earned my respect are Michigan State, Illinois, and Purdue. Those are the ones that I'm pretty sure about. Indiana was awfully impressive last night, but they shot complete and total lights out. And I don't know if they're going to do that every night, but Gator, Michigan State are poised to be exceptionally strong teams and tough outs that come March.
Well, in some ways they're similar. Like both teams play defense, both teams put an emphasis on rebounding, and both teams embrace the team concept of basketball, that it's not reliant on one superstar player to get stuff done, and you have the also rans on the team or a couple of guys that are so much better than everybody else on the team. If one guy's hot and the other one isn't, you can get – no, these are two complete teams. They don't care who scores. They really don't. And it's exciting for both fan bases to sit there and watch it because you can both be chesty about what you have. I mean, there's not can a player go out there and light another team up for 25, 35 points in a night? It can happen. But more than likely, you're going to see games where your high scorer has like 16 points and your second scorer has 14 and your third scorer has 12. And you've got five guys that are in double digits because they don't care who scores. They're buying into the team concept, and it's a selling point for both of the coaches. These are two very well-coached teams. Dusty May is a great coach. Tom Izzo is a legendary coach, and it's going to be fun when they meet up at the end of January, hoping, knocking on wood, that both teams can stay healthy.
Michigan last night did not shoot the basketball particularly well from the perimeter or the free throw line, and still beat Villanova by 28 points. When you talk about complaints, I thought they got sloppy with a 35-point lead. I mean, this is the type of thing. They were early in the second half, and Jason Benetti said Michigan has missed 6 2-point field goal shots the whole game. That was early in the second half. That changed as the half went on. But, it's a remarkable level of efficiency. And on a night where they didn't have their best shooting night, they still annihilated Villanova. Now, Villanova isn't ranked. Villanova isn't, right now being hailed as a Final Four threat.
No, but Villanova is a team that you expect to be in the tournament every year.
Yep.
So you'll take it. And, Michigan State losing to Duke over the weekend, I think it's safe to say Michigan State let that one slip by. They played Duke extraordinarily well in the first half, keeping Boozer in check. And then Boozer became Boozer in the second half. But the one constant was that Fierce just couldn't make a shot, which was unfortunate for Michigan State. It ended up that coupled with some other things cost them. But I always look at Duke's a test. It's always a test because Duke is always the team that everybody is penciling in the Final Four. Everybody, you can send that bracket out right now, and 90% of the bracket's going to have Duke in the Final Four. And that was a well matched up game. So I like where Michigan State's at. Michigan is at a very good place right now. They're playing better than anybody else in the country right now. And, there are 3 stud teams in the Big Ten and a 4th lurking with Illinois.
Yep.
We'll see how it all shakes out.
I haven't seen UCLA. They have a good record. I watched USC last night. They played San Diego and were trailing in the second half before they won relatively comfortably. They have a good record. But, I feel like there's Michigan State, Illinois, Purdue, and maybe Indiana might be good. But anyway, Indiana's a football school. So we asked a Twitter question, what do you think is more likely? Because we have a lot to be chesty about in this state when it comes to basketball. Pistons to the NBA Finals, Michigan State to the Final Four, Michigan to the Final Four. It's weird because in college basketball, it feels like the measurement of success is based upon, a successful season. Getting to the semifinals is always considered a successful season, although everybody wants to cut down nets on Monday nights. Pistons to the NBA Finals, 7.5% of the vote. Michigan State to the Final Four, 17%. Michigan to the Final Four, 75.4% of the vote. Some of the feedback coming in from Dave Miller, I think this is the best Michigan team since the Fab Five. I don't want to sound too hyperbolic, but then I really think about it, and I think it's true. The thing is there's a lot of basketball to be played. Like, nobody gets crowned champion in December. It's good progress report for both Michigan and Michigan State. You mentioned it already about staying healthy. A lot of basketball to be played.
Yeah.
A lot of basketball to be played.
But could be a lot of fun for both fan bases. So the state of Michigan looks pretty good right now.
It could, and the Pistons too, in the mix. This is...
Well, they're the best team in the East by record right now. Second best record in the NBA.
Yeah. The NBA's also a long season. There's a long way to go. But you know what? I feel like Detroit is approaching this different than they did the Tigers. When the Tigers had the best record in the American League, I still think there was a lot of skepticism.
Is it smoke and mirrors?
Yep. I don't get that sense of people. I feel like the Pistons are being more embraced as authentic right now from our audience.
I think it happens that way because of the horrific injuries that have happened to some players for some key teams in the Eastern Conference specifically, that they're having to deal with that, which is what the Pistons had to deal with all last year. And the Pistons were good last year, not great. Well, now that they're healthy, they're playing great. And they are playing like they're one of the best teams in the league, so keep it up.
I got unrealistically hostile after the loss to Milwaukee last week.
Giannis goes out of the game early, and you're thinking this is going to be a cakewalk, and it was not a cakewalk.
Not a cakewalk at all. And, they're starting to move up in things like the power rankings. ESPN has the Pistons as the number 3 team in the NBA. And they list every team's biggest weakness and the Pistons' biggest weakness. Actually, let's leave it out there. 248-539-9797. Corbin, can we get 10 texts up? Can we get 10 texts now? 10 texts. What do you think the Pistons' biggest weakness is listed by ESPN? Well, first 10 texts. Tell us what you think it is and why. Make sure you sign your text. 248-539-9797. We will read the first 10 texts that come in. What do you think the Pistons' biggest weakness is right now? We'll get to your answers coming up straight ahead. Also, next hour, talk a little bit more Lions. Huge game coming up Sunday against the LA Rams. The number 1 seed in the NFC Lions looking to get back into the Super Bowl conversation with a win on the road this Sunday. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
Brought to you by Michigan Hair Restoration. The Red Wings are getting ready to take on the Calgary Flames on the road tonight. The Wings have won 3 of their last 4 games and have taken points in all of them, as their only loss was a shootout defeat at the hands of the Blue Jackets. This season has quickly flown by, as the Wings are already 37% through the year, but Todd McClellan knows the grind is not slowing down anytime soon. Dave Burkett of the Detroit Free Press is reporting that Lions tight ends coach Tyler Roll is expected to be the next offensive coordinator at Iowa State. Roll will at least remain with the team through their game this Sunday against the Rams. The Lions have not only lost their top 2 tight ends in Sam Laporta and Brock Wright this season, but will now also be losing their tight ends coach. The heartwarming news from Allen Park today is from Kirby Joseph. Joseph's alma mater, Jones High School in Orlando, is headed to the 4A state championship in Florida this weekend. The Lions stars covering the expenses for the team on their trip as they hope to grab a state title. Another NFL news, the league announced this morning that it will be heading to Germany in 2026 and 2028 for international games. The Lions are early favorites to get the game in Munich next season. At the Corewell Health Sports Desk, I'm Brendan Shabath. For more, go to 97.1 The Ticket or Odyssey.com.
All right, great to be with you here on a Wednesday in Detroit. Gator is back. It is Carson Anderson here on 97.1.
What'd you make?
What I make?
Yeah.
Oh, you mean what was for lunch?
Yeah.
Leftover spaghetti with a chicken sausage. It's really good.
All right, fair enough.
Yeah. What, does it smell bad?
There's a different. It's not saying it's bad. There's just.
I can get it. I can get it out of the studio.
No, it's fine.
Okay.
It's fine. I thought that like judging by the smell, I'm like, when you said spaghetti, I'm like, really? Okay,
Yeah.
fair enough.
Yep. What do you think it smelled like?
I don't. There is something there. I can see. You said chicken sausage. Maybe that's what I'm smelling is the sausage.
Well, I apologize if it's in any way bothering you.
That's okay.
No, I don't. It's kind of like we have the rule, what you don't do in studio.
Right. No farting in the studio.
Well, we don't want to say it on the air. But yes, that's the rule. And we've adhered to that rule for the better part of, are we coming up on 19 years?
We'll be starting our 19th year.
That was like one of the first rules established.
Yeah.
Are we gonna or not? Okay, good. Yeah, we agree. All right, yeah. So, and I mean, maybe a few times.
Sometimes can't help it. Some sweetness flies.
Yeah.
Or he lets the sweetness go while somebody's out of the studio, and then they come right back walking into a
Well,
wall
that's what
of it.
Kang,
You
we got
apologize.
Kang. You know,
Oh,
Kang
he's
is
crop
yeah,
duster.
Yeah, but anyway, so before the break, we were talking a little basketball. Michigan and Michigan State both could have Final Four teams, and the Pistons, they're in the mix in the East and look awfully good. We asked the 10 text question at 248-539-9797. What do you think the Pistons' biggest weakness is, as listed on ESPN, because they have their power rankings? But with each power ranking, they talk about each team's biggest weakness. What do you think it is for the Detroit Pistons? 248-539-9797. First 10 texts to come over. And don't forget that you need to sign your text. We'll get to those coming up in a minute. In the meantime, there is scuttlebutt regarding Tarek Skubal. And out of LA, there's a reporter for KTLA that I don't want to add to the veracity of this report. I don't know how true it is or isn't. I feel a little guilty even mentioning it because he's the only one that is saying this. That basically there's an agreement in place. It's just, can the Dodgers sign him to a long-term contract, and will Tigers ownership sign off on it? Our topic isn't whether or not you think it's going to happen or whatever, because Evan Petzold said this morning he doesn't think it's going to happen. But with that said, what would your reaction be if you heard that Skubal was traded to the Dodgers? Would you be overwhelmed by curiosity as to what they got back? Would you be overwhelmed by disappointment that Skubal's no longer a Tiger? Would you be thinking it's the best baseball move, even though it hurts to lose the best pitcher in the game? Would you be devastated? Like, what would your reaction be if I came on the air and said, breaking news, Skubal's been dealt to the Dodgers? What would be your first thought?
For me, the first thought is, what did they get in return? Because they would have to have gotten a bevy of players, both minor league prospects, high-end prospects, and then high-end major league talent. They'd have to get somebody that's going to step into the rotation right away and be a starter. Maybe not the ace, but needs to be somebody who could be looked on as perhaps a number 2. But they have to get so much in return for it to make sense. I don't think Scott Harris is in the business of giving away players. I think that the reports are that the Tigers' asking price is very high, and it should be, because you've got this chip, which is the best pitcher in baseball, and albeit the rub on this is that you'd only have him for a year before he becomes a free agent if you're going to trade for him. So are you going to get the most trade value? Probably not. If you had dealt him 2 years ago and a team was going to get 2+ years of him, it's a different story. But it's not. This is the place we're in. This is a very good baseball team, the Tigers, that have been within an eyelash of the ALCS in the last 2 seasons, which has been a lot of fun. But they've got an expiring deal that it seems like they can't possibly match a deal that the Dodgers or some of these other high-end teams, the Mets, would be willing to pay that would bankrupt the Tigers. So it seems that that's the case. At least that's the story that we're left to infer with what's happened here. I don't know if that's the case. I don't know if it's possible that can the Tigers just go ahead and pony up and say, we'll give you an 8-year, $400 million contract. Give them $50 million a year for the next 8 years. It seems outrageous, but in the end, it's $50 million a year on a team payroll that right now stands at, $130 million? So they can't afford it if they wanted to. But I don't know if Tarik Skubal or Scott Boras is keen on getting a deal done without having a bidding war.
I'm always intrigued to know what the Detroit fan is thinking, what the Detroit fan is feeling. This would be an emotional end of a relationship that's been really, really good anytime you lose a good player before their time and what their perceived time of effectiveness is over. If you lose that guy, it's tough to say goodbye. So if you heard that news that the Tigers have moved on, if this guy KTLA is onto something and a trade goes down and we're breaking in and saying, hey, breaking news, Skubal's been traded to the Dodgers, what is your first reaction if indeed that happened? 248-539-9797. Gator, the 10 texts are in. What is the Pistons' biggest weakness? ESPN did their power rankings with each team's biggest weakness. Greg and Coral says 3-point shooting. Mike T says turnovers. Phil in Shelby Township. Phil says, I think the biggest weakness is perimeter shooting. Jim in Ann Arbor says the Pistons' biggest weakness is a lack of a stretch forward to help with a bit more spacing, but we're splitting hairs here. Nick in Westland said the Pistons' biggest issue is a secondary scorer for Cade to take the load off his shoulders. We have a defensive mindset, but we need a good scoring wing to take us to the championship level. We cannot trade Ron Holland or Asur to do that. Jacob in Novi says the biggest weakness is high level of veteran leadership. Chris in Davidson says a white guy named Darko. No, that's an old Piston team. Luke in a truck says, I would say experience, or what other guard is going to step up behind Cade. Jeff with a G says the Pistons don't have a Robin to Cade's Batman. Eric says the Pistons' biggest weakness is their aggressiveness, meaning their tough guy behavior. He thinks they're too. The way I'm interpreting the way this is written, you think they're too much programmed to be tough guys? Gator, do you think it's any of those?
I think it's interesting listening to what people have to say. I'm not certain what it is, but I mean, hearing somebody say that they want the other scorer. Mm-hmm. Okay, I can be down with that, I guess, having somebody else that's going to average 20 points a game, but I don't. If you want that, does it matter what position? Because Jalen Duren's averaging 19 points a game right now. He's averaging 19 points and 11.5 rebounds a game. And the production they're getting from Jaden Ivey right now is minuscule compared to where you would expect it to be after a few weeks. Like, is he going to emerge? Yeah, I mean, he's not playing that much right now, 14 minutes a game, and he's averaging 8 points a game. But his points per minute looks pretty good. So if he ends up playing 30 minutes a game, getting back into that range, can you expect him to hit around 20 points? And maybe that solves all the problems right there. And that would be your guard as your Robin to Batman. And I don't think having him step up in that role, I don't think if Ivy starts scoring more, I don't think it diminishes what Jalen Duren has done. I think Jalen Duren can still be a guy who's scoring 19 points a game.
Thank you for all your responses. According to ESPN, biggest weakness, 3-point shooting. And Vinny Goodwell writes, if there was ever a knock on the Pistons' early season run to the East lead, it's their shooting, 19th in 3-point percentage, 28th in attempts. And it was bound to bite at some point. For a stretch after their franchise record 13-game win streak, the Pistons squandered big leads when teams switched to a zone defense like the Bucks did last week and weren't able to counter. All 5 of Detroit's losses this season have featured 3-point percentage of 33% or worse. The one thing about, I think the last 2 of those when teams switched the zone, I think Duncan Robinson was hurt and out in both games.
That's not small.
And that, whether he's as good as Beasley or not, as good as other shooters is irrelevant. He's a guy that commands some respect.
Yeah, he's shooting 40% from 3 this year.
Strong to quite strong. 248-539-9797. We'll get to your open line calls, your feedback straight ahead here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. Michigan Auto Law, a law firm that puts people over everything. What do you mean by that? Well, first of all, white glove customer service. Secondly, they take on fewer cases than other law firms. They do that on purpose. It means they have more time for your case. That formula leads to faster and larger settlements. Many people call Michigan Auto Law because they can't get a call back from their current law firm. Proactive communication is super important to them. Michigan Auto Law returns all phone calls within minutes. Top of that, largest auto and truck accident settlement of any lawyer or law firm in Michigan. Visit autolaw.com. That's autolaw.com. The whole, do the Pistons have a Robin to Cade's Batman? Cade is one of the leading scorers in the NBA, 27.5 a game, ranks him 11th in the league. Jalen Duren is the next closest from the Pistons. He's at 18.8. He's 41st in the league. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, his Robin is Chet Holmgren, who's further down the list than Jalen Duren, which is interesting. There's not a lot of teams that have a much better 1-2 combination than the Pistons. Denver does in terms just of points per game with the Joker and Jamal Murray. Jalen Brunson and Karl Anthony Towns, a little bit better than in terms of a 1-2 punch. But like Donovan Mitchell, Cleveland, he's 30.5 points a game, fourth in the NBA. Evan Mobley averages a tenth of a point more than Jalen Duren. So some of the teams they're competing against are similar. I also think in some ways that's a strength because it means there are other guys that can step up and help out on a given night. But
it's also exciting.
It's an interesting observation by people, is all I'm saying.
Yeah, it's also exciting that we're a quarter of the way through the season and Cade Cunningham's averaging 27.5 points a game.
I know, right?
Like it's been a while since we've had a guy score consistently like that.
248-539-9797. Back to your open line calls. Randy is on 97.1. Hi, Randy.
How you guys doing?
What's up?
All right.
I just got a question. Do we not still have Reese Olsen and Jackson Jobe on our team?
Yes.
Yeah, they're both rehabbing.
They're rehabbing, but they should be ready for sometime this year, correct? Or next year?
Yeah, I think Reese Olsen absolutely, and Jackson Jobe. I think it's more towards maybe the All-Star break or second half of the season.
But they should be available. If we can, I'm a huge Skubal fan. There's not a better pitcher in baseball. But if we can get a bunch for him, and we still got these guys in the wings, plus what we had, obviously we were a little bit rough there towards the end last year, but we got some talent on this team that we're not even thinking about, in my opinion.
Well, in a way, yeah, I would agree with that, and I guess that's where this question comes. And what's your first thought? And for you, I guess you're thinking opportunities for guys that are coming back, and also, in part, what would they get in return? There's not a whole lot of lose in this situation for the Tigers because if they don't trade them, that means you still have them. If you still have them, you still have the best pitcher in baseball for the next season anyway, which might be his last in Detroit. But it gives you your best chance of going further in the playoffs if you've got Tarik Skubal. Unfortunately, it would all come to a screeching halt after the season, which is why fans want to see more of a sense of urgency in trying to add players of real substance and circumstance to this team.
That's my thought exactly. I say if we're still maybe not quite where we would be with Skubal, but I still think we have a pretty good chance. That's my thought.
In the division, look, if the sole purpose in life is to win next year's World Series, I hope they keep Skubal. But the question is it within reason in terms of the long-term costs? God, this is a tricky situation. They'd love to keep him. But when you look at organizations that can responsibly and financially commit, so much more than the Tigers can, as much as, okay, let's say the Tigers say we'll match any offer. In fact, we'll do it one better. We'll add another year, whatever the offer is. And you start thinking about what Boston or the Mets, I kind of wonder if the Mets are going to get involved. I'll get to that in a minute. But if there is, if they did that, it could pay off. But they also are one arm event away from being screwed forever.
Yeah.
For the entire length of the contract.
That's pitchers.
Which is probably not true of some of those other organizations. So even if we make the same financial commitment, it comes at a bigger risk because the Dodgers have an $8 billion TV deal. Now, I mentioned the Mets yesterday when Diaz signed with the Dodgers. Yeah. I think that really rattled the Mets.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that was because the report was that their deal was for $66 million. They got outbid by $3 million, and it cost them maybe the best closer in the game. So they're not happy. That's money that they had earmarked, $22 million a year that they can now throw in addition to something else.
I think when an organization has egg on its face and feels a little stupid and feels like they lost something, like when they feel embarrassed, they might go to an extreme to make up for it.
Good.
Is this to in the back of my mind, I can't help but wonder if there's a backroom deal going on with the Mets and Tigers right now. That the Mets are like, all right, we're a little embarrassed at what happened. Our organization has lost some momentum. How do we make up for it right now? In an emotional time, do they do something extreme? Like give Harris the Godfather offer he can't refuse. Any chance of that, Scott? Any chance?
I mean, there might be. If the Mets get desperate enough, would they include, along with their prospects, Nolan McLean? Because that would be the one. That anything in conversation with the Mets, to me, would have to start with Nolan McLean, who's this great young pitcher that they have. And, okay, bring his name up, and we can start talking and start working around that framework. But I guess that's why when this question is brought up, what's the first thing that comes to your mind if the Tigers were to trade Skubal? It is, what's the return? And does this set the Tigers back in terms of the trajectory of still competing? Or does this simply keep them on the path and allows them actually, if they don't have Skubal, but they got players in return and a pitcher in return that's a plus starting pitcher, can then go into free agency and sign one of these starting pitchers to add to it? And maybe even make themselves better. And I think that's what I'm excited about. If they were to trade Skubal, I don't want to trade him necessarily, but I know what the alternative is.
Might be wishful thinking, but I'm projecting an emotional hurt Met organization does something extreme to make up for the loss of Diaz. And guess what? Okay, we'll cave to whatever the Tigers' demands are. Because you have to figure, and then why we asked the question to the audience, if the headline was Skubal traded to Dodgers, if that took over our show, if you heard that sentence, what would your first emotion be? Yours is, what do we get?
Yeah.
Others might be just sheer devastation. But, you never know if you're setting yourself up for what has been the benchmark in all of sports, a Herschel Walker trade that seemed to set up the Cowboys for years and years and years. Everybody talks about him. Very few teams pull off a Herschel Walker deal. Red Wings, speaking of trades, what about the rumors that they're trying to work out a deal for Quinn Hughes? What do you make of that?
I love it. And again, that's the question is, what would you have to give up to acquire Quinn Hughes? But you're talking about a young, I think he's 26 years old, puck-carrying defenseman. His overall game is really good. He's such a high-end player with what he provides to an offense. The Red Wings' issues this year, I think, have been having some stability on the blue line. Would this mean that you would have just two stud lines, or two stud pairings defensively? You could, and maybe even a burgeoning third pairing, if you will. Sherratt's not a bad defenseman to have. So would he end up being a third pair defenseman if this plays out? I don't know. But I'm giddy about it because I think this is the Red Wings are one of a couple of teams that would make sense in a trade. The Red Wings have draft capital to fire their way. The Red Wings have some young, talented players that they can fire their way to facilitate this trade. But I think everybody's expecting New Jersey to step up because his two brothers play in New Jersey. Is that where he wants to go?
Brothers fight, man.
Brothers do fight.
You don't want to put too many brothers. Too many Hughes in a locker room can ruin the whole locker room.
Or
it's the old story.
Or to get the Hanson brothers, then they literally fight, not necessarily each other. I think it makes a lot of sense for the Red Wings, and I think the fan base would be really jacked about adding a player of that ilk. But again, it's what would you have to give up to acquire that player? I think draft capital for sure, and then you're looking at, okay, would you have to trade Sandin Pellikka to make that happen, along with Marco Kasper, or is it Marco Kasper or Nate Danielson, or what's the deal going to be? Is somebody who's in the minors right now? Is it one of the two goaltending prospects? There's a lot the Red Wings have to offer to any team in a trade.
248-539-9797. Red Wing fans, you want to continue the conversation. We'll also take your Skubal calls. If he got dealt to the Dodgers, your reaction would be what? We'll hear what a Tiger insider, Evan Petzold, had to say a little bit later on the show. He joined our morning show. Gator, a month ago, this was the biggest story in Detroit. Let's revisit it 1 month later and see how it looks now in retrospect. We'll do that at 12:31 here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. It's Wednesday, and you know what that means. Twin Peaks is about to turn up the heat on Hump Day. And with the freeze going on right now, couldn't think of a better way to cozy up at your favorite lodge than Bourbons and Brews. Drive safely to your favorite man cave and see the always stunning Twin Peaks girls dressed in their finest pink lingerie, serving up samples of high-end bourbons. Sampling starts at 6 p.m., so don't be late. But it's not just about the bourbons. Peroni is the beer of the month, priced just right at 22-ounce frozen draft all month long. And the fun doesn't stop there. Big night of hockey action, Detroit to Calgary. Pair all that with the dynamite dishes from the Scratch Kitchen, like the in-house smoked ribs, brisket, and chicken, hand-cut New York strips, and breaded and fried to order favorites like the boneless wings and tenders. Be sure to keep your weekend open. They got the most beautiful game in sports taking place on Saturday when Army takes on Navy, and then run it back Sunday with a huge matchup for the Cardiac Cats as they head to L.A. to keep their playoff hopes alive. There isn't a better place to catch all the gridiron glory than Twin Peaks. And don't forget to ask the Twin Peaks girls about gift cards. Awesome perks for you when you purchase. Twin Peaks, eats, drinks, scenic views.
You starting to watch the Christmas movies?
No.
Does it come on?
Dude.
I realize I'm asking the wrong guy.
I know, but do you remember I said I made it through all but the final half hour of The Island?
Yeah. Where Scarlett Johansson and Ewan McGregor from 2006 or
so
something.
it's on Netflix, and I started to watch it, and I found the premise intriguing. And then I had some eye roll moments, and then I had to go, and there was a half hour left in the movie, and I'm like, I'm going to finish this one, though. I started watching it again. I turned it off with 17 minutes left, and I'm not sure I'm going to finish it.
on, man.
I know, right? I'm 17 minutes away from finishing this movie. I do not watch movies, and I'm now that we've had some life changes and the kids are all out of the house. I'm like, maybe I'll watch some more movies. And why I picked this one, just sort of random. Heard it was good on Netflix, and I'm like, ooh, this premise is kind of cool. So I went with it, and the eye roll moments are starting to pile up, and I'm like, I just don't even know if I want to see how this finishes. Because you know what I don't think it's going to be, based upon the way this is trending? I don't think it's going to be clever or interesting. I think it's just going to be stupid action, and which I can't believe how popular, like just straight raw action. And did you see this? Did you see that? Yeah, it's all cool and everything. I want some depth or something.
You
that
want
I can
something
make.
there.
I want a thinker. I want a bit of a thinker. And the movie was going that direction, and it's now just turned into random acts of violence. And
Yeah, you really. I really didn't start getting into with my time off, like watching stuff in the queue. But I did the other day. I started season 2 of Landman, and it's only up through 4 episodes. I guess releasing an episode each week now, rather than just the whole season. So I got to take my time here. Although I didn't take my time, I got caught up in no time because I couldn't stop watching it because the show is that good.
Yeah,
it's so good.
Well,
and it's about to get better, and I'm excited for it. So I want you to finish something, but at the same time, I'd like you to start this. But I don't know if you have Paramount Plus, so
I don't. But anyway, we'll just we'll see if I can tough out the because when I turned it off, I'm like, I might be done with this.
So when you're flipping through channels, do you stop and watch Elf for like 10 minutes at a time, or have you never watched the movie?
I've never watched Elf.
Oh my god!
I think the last Christmas movie I saw was either Die Hard or Christmas Vacation. I don't know that there's anything in between. But all right, I said we'd do this. It's funny, Gator. We're a month and like almost a week removed from the NFL's trade deadline.
Mm-hmm.
Let's revisit the biggest moves and what has happened.
Okay.
Let's start with Dallas. Dallas made 2 aggressive moves at the trade deadline. One really aggressive, the other not so much. But they got Quinnen Williams and Logan Wilson. And it was working. They got themselves back into the playoff mix, but they've just suffered a very damaging loss to the Detroit Lions.
Yes, and now they are at 6-1 in their division. It hurts, it stinks right now to be the Cowboys. However,
it's not impossible.
No, it's not. In their division, I mean, the Eagles lead the division 8-5, and teams have seemed to unlock what's going on with the Eagles. The Eagles offensively should be so much better than they are, and they're not. They beat the Lions, but they only beat the Lions by scoring 16 points.
Yep. So when you bring that up, and let's go to the Eagles. The Eagles were really aggressive. They went and got Michael Carter from the Jets. They traded for Jalen Phillips. They acquired Jair Alexander. Jair Alexander quickly became the second Eagle acquisition to retire. Jalen Phillips has 1 sack. It came against Detroit. Now he has 14 pressures in 5 games, which is actually a relatively productive number, but he still only has the 1 quarterback sack, which means at this point he is trending to do less than Zadarius Smith did last year from Detroit. Zadarius Smith came to Detroit and got after the quarterback a little bit. Phillips will be hard-pressed. I mean, he might surpass what Zadarius Smith did, but people poo-pooed the Zadarius Smith impact. That's what Jalen Phillips is starting to look like in Philly.
Yeah, I mean, he's making plays, though. I mean, on average, he's got 4 tackles a game there. But, yeah, he's not hitting the quarterback like you'd like. I think the funnier...
And Philly, by the way, has lost 3 in a row.
Yeah. So you mentioned the other player they got in Michael Carter. You know what Michael Carter's done?
What?
In 5 games with the Eagles, 1 tackle.
No interceptions, no pass deflected, nothing like that?
1 tackle, the rest zeros.
Okay. The Colts, big move. They went and got Sauce Gardner. And then they experienced some of the worst luck possible. They've lost their quarterback to an Achilles injury. They may be parading out a grandfather at quarterback.
Well, they just got their quarterback. They're bringing 17 back.
Yeah.
17 goes out for the year? No, not so fast, my friends. 17 signed, sealed, and delivered. Here's Phillip Rivers, old man Rivers, really is old man Rivers now.
Yep.
Getting the opportunity. Going to wear 17.
The trade that I like the most, and one of the teams at the trade deadline where I thought that's going to have a major impact, and a team that is still playing well, Seattle acquired Rashid Shaheed from New Orleans, and they've continued to mostly win. They're 3-2 since the trade deadline, but he has 8 receptions in 5 games. 8 in 5 games. Cincinnati, the big talk was would they move and should the Lions go get Trey Hendrickson? He hasn't played since the trade deadline, and now it's announced the season's almost over. I'm not saying that Brad Holmes couldn't have made a trade. And I don't know, is there any other big trades or big acquisitions that I'm forgetting about?
No, I think you hit on them.
What it's telling me is the level of freakout has exceeded the level of impact that these traded players have had in the real world. That could change. And it's not Brad Holmes' job to avoid making a bad trade. It's to find the trade that helps your team get better. But I think in the wake of not making a trade, it was look at all these teams and what they've done, and I'm not sure any of them is necessarily really helping their team win. Maybe the most effective trade is one the Lions never would have made. Jacksonville went and got Jacoby Myers from Vegas.
Mm-hmm.
They are 4-1 since that trade. He has 22 receptions and 3 touchdowns. That trade has helped them.
Oh, it's definitely helped them. Jacksonville looks like a good football team right now. Maybe not a great football team, but good enough to lead the AFC South. And they're on top right there, just ahead of Houston right now at 8-5, and Indianapolis at 8-5, but Indianapolis trending downward. So good move for Jacksonville.
So look, I think disappointment at the trade deadline is still something that's a real thing, and you and I admittedly are disappointed. But some of the damning and hypercritical reaction because of what other more serious teams did, many of those more serious teams haven't really cashed in as much as it felt like they did on paper. Like on paper, it felt like Philly's super aggressive trade deadline could put them over the top. Oh, look what Dallas has done since the trade deadline. The Colts made a massive move, and theirs is more bad luck. I mean, that losing Daniel Jones, but that's a team that went all in, and they've lost now their quarterback. The idea that you had to go get Trey Hendrickson, what a massive mistake that would have been now, given his physical condition. I credit Jacksonville for Jacoby Myers.
I think in hindsight, there are probably several teams out there that wish that they had been able to acquire an offensive lineman.
Yeah.
And now you understand why offensive linemen don't get traded. They're hard to come by, but a team like, you think Philadelphia wants an offensive lineman?
Probably.
You think the Lions wanted an offensive lineman?
Yeah. And Trevor Penning, look, who was the only offensive lineman dealt, has gone to the Chargers. He had a bit of a mixed review in terms of the quality of him, but they were kind of desperate because they had both tackles out at the time, and so they kind of were forced to do something if they wanted to stay relevant. The Lions, it'd be amazing if they stood pat, and the biggest addition is Miles Frazier. It's too early to do, way too early to do victory laps over that for the Lions organization.
I need time to stretch out, if that's the case.
Yeah. Well, let's call it what it is here. It would be a stroke of luck.
Yeah.
And it would be important. And as much as we can sit here and we've done a lot of arguing with the audience over the last, 6 weeks, it feels like, as they've gone win-loss. At the end of the day, we all want the same thing. It would be fantastic if the best trade deadline acquisition or late season acquisition for any team is Miles Frazier. Let's hope. It's more curiosity with a sprinkle of a pinch of hope than anything.
Yeah, and a pinch of optimism,
Yep.
and we certainly are hoping for that. But it feels like moving forward, the game on Sunday against the Rams is massive. It's a difference of being 9-5 or 8-6, which is obvious to state it. But when you look at the rest of the landscape in the NFC, the NFC West has 3 teams right now that feel pretty strong about their playoff chances. A 9-4 San Francisco team and 2 10-3 teams with the Rams and Seahawks. There's going to be some cannibalism that goes on and takes place, as there is in every division in football. But even those teams cannibalize each other. They're still really good teams. Same thing's going on in the North, just a game less. So it's so important for the Lions. If they can get a win, it's huge. Because I think it takes some pressure off the final 3 games of the season if you're able to get one of them on Sunday.
So now, the one area where I would really be upset with is if I heard that Brad Holmes turned down a starting caliber interior offensive lineman because he wouldn't part with a 4th-round pick.
Yeah.
That would bother me. But in lieu of that, to sit back and hope that he didn't mortgage any future assets for any of these moves, which right now don't feel like the biggest moves at the trade deadline have really had the impact on the field that it felt like they were going to have on paper. 248-539-9797. Hear the best of what our MLB insider, not our MLB insider, but MLB insider Evan Petzold told our morning show about the Tigers in the winter meetings. That coming up today at 1:02 on Carson Anderson on 97.1. This holiday season, use your UMCU card to make a difference. It's the 10th annual Shop Local, Give Local campaign benefiting the Children's Literacy Network. Now through January 31st, UMCU will match 1% of your purchases at local participating businesses as a donation. Plus, every time you shop local with your UMCU card, you're automatically entered to win $1,000. And don't forget, your UMCU Visa Cash Rewards card gives you over 1% cash back on every purchase. So you earn while you give. Shop, earn, and give back this year. Visit umcu.org for participating businesses and complete details. UMCU is insured by NCUA. So it's not unusual for me to show up at work with lunch. It is somewhat unusual for you to do so.
Well, I was I wanted to make sure that I got to work on time today.
Yeah.
Because of the weather situation. When I saw that what it was, I'm like, oh, I'll just pack something. And just made 2 peanut butter and jelly sandwiches, one for breakfast and one for lunch.
Yeah, well, there you go. I just looked over and Gator's putting away a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. Bravo.
Pretty good.
How is it? I was about to say, how is it?
I mean, I love peanut butter and jelly.
Did you do anything special or is it just standard, straight up peanut butter and jelly?
It's blackberry jam.
Okay.
It's on I think it's a honey white bread. Yeah.
So you mentioned wanting to make
lots of peanut butter, creamy peanut butter.
You're a creamy guy. I like the crunchy. But you
I don't
mentioned
mind a crunch if I put it in a smoothie. That's fine.
All right.
Because it gets blended up.
You in which case you may as well just use creamy.
That's right.
All right, so you mentioned wanting to get here on time. Of course, the commute this morning. I got up. Now, where I live, it was raining this morning. It wasn't snowing. It was raining. I went out to shovel. I'm like, all right, I'm getting 2 tracks in the sidewalk done. Usually that's just a push. The amount of snow we had, just push it down. That snow was heavy, man. I mean, heavy. And what I was hoping would be done in 1 to 2 minutes took me about 10. And because it was, you couldn't just push. You pushed and then you had to pick it up. And now I'm going down the middle of the driveway. So I got to I'm realizing it's too heavy for me to even throw the snow all the way to the side. So it was rough. And then driving in the dark this morning and you couldn't really see the ice and they weren't really treating the roads. At least it hadn't been effective yet. It was a treacherous drive-in.
Yeah, I get it. I totally get it. And for me, when I let the dog out this morning, I'm like, wow, that was a surprise. I didn't realize we were getting that much snow. And she slept in today too. So it was like, wow, that's a lot. And giant flakes coming down. I'm like, and those look heavy.
Dude, when it started to snow, when it changed over to snow midway through my drive, I'm like, well, at least this is pretty. But it was no less treacherous.
No, but seeing that it was giant wet snow, which sucks, but also knowing that that's probably going to change over again. And sure enough, by the time I left to come here, it had switched over to rain and everything is melting. I hope that all proper precautions have been taken place so it doesn't turn to ice for people's commute home.
All right, we got a ton of feedback on a variety of things. We had that report out of L.A. from some reporter that, look, we don't know how much truth there is to it. He seems to be the only one saying that a deal between the Tigers and Dodgers has actually kind of been agreed upon as far as players, but the holdup is whether or not the Dodgers can get a long-term deal done with Scott Boras to keep Tarik Skubal in L.A., and whether or not Tigers ownership would sign off on it. But the question is really, what would your reaction be? Your first gut instinct as a Tiger fan if you heard Skubal's traded to L.A.? Feedback coming in. If you think about it, logically, his best baseball is likely behind him. He's won a Triple Crown and back-to-back Cy Youngs. He can't get any better. It's only downhill from here. It's from an unnamed texter.
I would agree that it can't get better, but can he stay at the same level?
Well, and I could say even if he isn't getting better, what's their best chance to win a World Series?
It's with him.
It's with him, yeah. David Milan says, my first reaction, screw the Dodgers. I thought Harris's plan, whatever it was to win a World Series. Please, not the Dodgers. Well, that's the thing. If you give him to the Dodgers, are you basically setting up a roadblock for yourself and everyone else to win the World Series? Because you're helping create an absolute Death Star of a team?
I feel like the team's going to be a Death Star whether the Tigers give it to him or not.
Yeah, but you're making it worse.
No, I get it. I guess my
it's
point
more
is,
than Alderaan that's getting blown up here.
Right. I guess my point is, if they're not going to give him Tarik Skubal, then the Dodgers will just go out in there and sign the next best free agent on the market, or the best free agent on the market, not the next best, the best, because Skubal's not a free agent.
Any trade for Hughes starts with ASP, Danielson, and Bear or Mazer before they answer the phone. Then you can start negotiating.
Maybe.
And you okay with that?
I don't know. I don't know if I am, but I mean, we haven't seen Carter Bear play, nor have we seen the other Carter Mazer play a whole ton.
No.
But those are two are projected to be abrasive forwards, which is what everybody is looking for. yeah, it would a trade to acquire a player of Hughes' status is going to come with some pain. It's not going to be painless.
So-
The Red Wings have a lot of young talent that other teams would covet, and they have draft capital too.
Whoever sent this text, I give you credit, because I just think about if I'm doing a talk show in Vancouver and we're talking about giving up Hughes, yeah, I kind of agree with this. So probably more realistic than not. Regarding the Lions, and look, I want to make something clear here. And don't be fooled at all. I am a Brad bot. Okay? I think Brad Holmes, he's got to mess up a whole lot before you're going to get me off the Brad Holmes bandwagon. I love the work that he has done. So if I'm going to sit here and talk about all the trade deadline moves rather that others made, and what little impact they have actually had on the football field, it's coming from a position of being a Brad bot. And if you don't like it, that's fine. Roy writes in, at least those other teams tried. That's why we're all mad. Holmes gave off a vibe like they didn't even try. Quote, we're good. First of all, wasn't it Dan Campbell that said we're good?
I think he was he said it. I don't know if Holmes said it as well, but Dan Campbell definitely said it.
I don't know where you got that vibe, other than if you don't make a trade at the deadline, what do you want him to say? You want him to say, we're screwed. We couldn't pull off the trade.
No, but do you want him to say, we made every effort to go out and try to add to this team and improve this team?
I want him to say that here's what we asked for, and here's what we were told it costs. I want to know specifics. So if you're asking what I want him to say, that's what I want him to say, so we can really judge how hard he tried. Because if he wanted Kevin Zeitler and they said first-round pick and nothing less, I'd say no too, right?
Yes, but if you wanted Kevin Zeitler and they said, okay, 4th-round pick. And
that's why, what do I want him to say? That.
Yeah.
Because if he said he wouldn't give up a 4th-round pick for Zeitler, I'd be disappointed.
But you'll never know.
No. Lions need to win this game to show the grit mentality has never died. Hopefully a loss changes the way Brad navigates running the team, since the season will be on the ropes. That's from Sal in Chesterfield. Joel in Novi says, is this one of the biggest games in Lions history? Well, if true, it'll be the 3rd consecutive week we've said that.
No, I don't think it's one of the biggest games in Lions history. I think it's an important game for this season. If they lose, does it eliminate them from the playoffs? Absolutely not. They'd still be in line for an 11-win season. They'd have to win out to do it. I just think if you get the win on Sunday, you get a little bit of breathing room, I think, and probably a big shot of confidence.
What else do we got here? Regarding the Skubal stuff. It's from an unnamed texter. I pray that they trade him, because they're certainly not going to pay him. If they keep him for another year, the Tigers will end up with nothing. If I thought they could make the World Series next year, I might feel differently, but I don't.
Well, this is why I say to that, and I understand the thoughts on that. If they don't trade Skubal and they hang on to him, it's because they are going to go for it next year. So there's a move that can be made at the trade deadline that does not involve Tarik Skubal, because this is your path to get to the World Series, where they improve the team by adding a piece to try to win the World Series. And then at the end of the season, you say goodbye to Tarik Skubal. And it would suck to do that and not get anything of value in return other than a sandwich pick in the draft because of a free agent that was lost. But nonetheless, if you get to the ALCS or hopefully it's a World Series, then it all works out. That's all you care about. But it's tough because they have to have the high standards. You can't just sell off Tarik Skubal for that's an okay run. That's an okay return. You want a phenomenal return because it is the big bargaining chip.
From an unnamed texter, Costco wrapping paper for the win. Quality paper, good quantity, and a good price point.
I'm going to guess you get a good quantity.
Yeah. Regarding Brian Branch, writes Will, very talented and will help you in a ton of ways. However, you guys mentioned he's a repeat offender. Branch is never going to get the benefit of the doubt moving forward, and there's a high likelihood he's called for something in a big game that will cost this team.
It's also highly likely that he'll come up with a monster play in a big game.
I mean, you would
take
hope.
the good with the bad.
Yeah, this is one of
good.
There's not a perfect player.
No.
And that's one of the downsides of Brian Branch. Look, I wish he didn't get hurt, and I don't know anybody that would say, "Oh, it's going to help him not playing." All right, we'll get some Tiger stuff next. 97.1. Take advantage of the vulnerable. That's where I'm at right now. Take advantage of the vulnerable. The vulnerable who lost their closer yesterday have now lost Pete Alonso, signing a deal with the Orioles. Gives him the highest annual average value ever for a first baseman, according to Jeff Passan. He winds up with $185 million, including his $30 million salary last year, and followed the same track as Matt Chapman and Blake Snell did, taking a short-term deal and turning it into a bounty. Pete Alonso leaves the Mets and goes to the Orioles. Take advantage of the vulnerable. The Mets have to be embarrassed. They have to be hurt. The Mets have to be stung. But the Mets also have money that they earmarked for Diaz and Alonso now, burning a hole in their pocket. You want to take advantage of the vulnerable, Scott. Scott Harris should be on the phone with the Mets in 3, 2, 1. Are you sure you don't want to give us your top 2 prospects and 3 major leaguers for Tarik Skubal? Are you sure you don't want to clean out the entire treasure trove of young players you've got for Tarik Skubal?
This, to me, is not a wounded deer situation. This is a jilted bride situation.
Oh, jilted. They are jilted. I love it.
She's walking down the aisle, and as she's walking down the aisle and smiling to her right and to her left, and father's ready to give her away, and then the groom gets up and goes, "Peace out," and leaves.
Mm-hmm.
Jilted.
The Mets standing at the altar, abandoned by themselves, looking around. But you know, somebody can join them at the altar.
Do they step up and say, F it, we want Skubal, whatever it takes, we're going to get him, and yes, we're going to throw money at him. We're going to give him 8 years and $400 million.
Look, this started as a little bit of a workshopping an idea earlier in the show with Diaz going to the Dodgers, them losing their closer. Now they've lost Pete Alonso. And you know what I heard? Let me see if I can find this. Google search Soto may opt out. Did I see that? Did I see?
Juan Soto?
Yeah. That he might be so disenfranchised.
Oh, dear.
You don't want to have him thinking opt out, do you? Take advantage of the vulnerable. Come on, man. If they are going to trade him, we all agree it has to be for a return, a package, a wow. Like all of the players and new boats for all of us in Metro Detroit.
New boats.
Everybody. Right? It's got to be a wow.
I don't think Soto can opt out. I think he can't opt out until...
Then maybe I dreamt it.
No, it's still 2029 when I'm reading on his baseball reference page.
But that doesn't mean he's not gonna. He's leaning that way right now. Per source, after losing Edwin Diaz to free agency, Mets outfitter Juan Soto is seriously considering the opt-out clause in his massive contract. Soto's opt-out clause could be enacted if the Mets do not maintain a 26-man roster that consists of 39% Hispanic players at any given time. Is this true? This is from a New York Mets senior beat writer for the National Enquirer.
Well, losing Diaz would fit that bill. Losing Alonso, not so much, I don't think. But okay.
Is that a real thing? Or did I just fall into some internet wormhole?
Did you just go?
Fake Pierre LeBrun.
Is that what happened?
Maybe. I want to know if that's a real thing. Anyway, dude.
Well, yeah, I mean, Juan Soto. I like Juan Soto a lot.
Well, but it's not go get Juan Soto.
Well,
they try to save Juan Soto.
I understand that. Yeah.
I'm
just looking at it from the player standpoint, saying, "Well, that was a guy I really liked, but things got out of hand real quickly when he signs a $50 million deal."
I'm seeing this as likely a joke, so maybe it's not. Maybe it's all BS. Please strike that from the record.
Big Pierre LeBrun.
Yeah. Anyway, long story short, still doesn't mean they're not vulnerable, right?
Oh no, they're vulnerable. I think they are.
Mm-hmm.
This is two players of real consequence, a closer and your power guy.
You don't think people in New York would complain, do you?
No.
About their team?
No. Oh.
I mean, I can't see that. They're usually pretty level-headed,
right.
measured, a lot of critical thinking, zooming out, seeing the big picture. Based upon my interaction with New Yorkers, they very rarely overreact in emotional ways.
Right. Plus, Mets fans. It's not like they're in the shadow of the other team that still plays in the city, right?
They wouldn't feel an inferiority complex that this would only feed into, would they?
No, not at all. Not at all.
No.
Don't be crazy. Don't be crazy.
Mm-hmm.
That's right.
Our old friend Ryan Field.
RF?
Yep. Who's now in New York, doing TV in New York, just tweeted out, "What a 24 hours for the Mets. A fan base that is used to the hurt has never had hurt like this. My goodness. How could you make up for it? What would be an emotional reaction move, but a bold statement by the Mets organization? Empty the treasure trove."
Oh, I'm sorry to hear about your troubles. Please, tell me more. Can I get you something to drink?
Can I get you more of whatever you've been drinking?
This is just horrible. This is just horrible.
Perhaps
I'm here for you. I'm
perhaps
here
we
to
can
listen.
help.
Yeah.
Dude, this feels like some loan sharking deal. Like, somebody's in real trouble. And so you get them to sign over the deed to both cars in the house for this loan. Like, this is how you know what? The Tigers need to be predators here and show some business predatory behavior. I'm not even like that stoked to trade him, but if you're ever going to trade him.
I mean, look, there are a couple teams that have been talked about that could give the Tigers what they would want.
By the way, Mets, did you hear the Dodgers might want Skubal? Did you hear that, Mets?
I hate to interrupt, but there is a text that just came in that kind of is interesting. They didn't tag it, unfortunately, but thank you for it. They said, did the Mets just let Alonso and their huge closer walk to make room to pay Skubal?
Yes.
Oh, there it is.
Yes.
There it is.
Thank you, Corbin. Yes. Yes. Is that what's going on?
It might be what's going on. I don't know. You never know.
I really don't want this to be any kind of huge letdown if they do trade him. Like, wait, they only got that?
We follow Tigers Torquemoil on Twitter, and he had tweeted out the story that we had mentioned earlier in the day from David Pingalore, saying that the Dodgers have real interest in Skubal. He follows it up with this tweet saying, Robert Murray on Baseball Insiders says that Skubal to the Dodgers rumors are all smoke. Quote, it's not real. Okay. But what about the Mets? Huh? Get that giant baseball head mascot going there. Hey, welcome. Come on over here.
Think of with that giant head, think of the size of the tears today.
Oh.
Those are massive tear ducts. Huge tears coming down that big, giant, bulbous, creepy baseball head.
I know it's hurting. Your top three prospects, and how about little Nolan McLean? And it's going to help to make things feel better.
Mm-hmm.
I'm here to help you feel better.
Yep,
that's all.
This can be a win-win.
Can be.
You can save some face. You can add an elite arm. Sign him, schmine him. Worry about that later. You're the Mets. You just cleared a bunch of money.
You got money.
Well, a bunch of money was cleared for you.
Right. That too. Look, I'm a little uncomfortable because I'm not actively trying to trade Tarek Skubal.
I know
what
exactly
I'm trying
what you
to do
mean.
is find a team that actually has resources that would appease the Tigers and their fan base if something were to go down. The Mets make all the sense in the world because of the prospects that they have and a couple players they have in their active roster that would certainly help out the Tigers if they had to move Skubal. And the only reason they would have to move Skubal is knowing that he's not going to sign here long term, which I think they have a pretty good feeling with, Robert Frost as his agent waxing poetic out there. And I don't know. It just doesn't seem like it's likely. It never has seemed like it's likely because of his agent, Scott Boras. So you have to entertain every offer that comes through. And maybe, just maybe, the Mets are willing to make an offer at this point.
It's Carson Anderson, Open Lines. We had breaking news there. We will get to what Evan Petzold told our morning show coming up this hour here on Carson Anderson on 97.1. FanDuel is the #1 sportsbook for same-game parlays, from points to rebounds to threes to assists. FanDuel is the best place to combine all your favorite picks into same-game parlays or track every stat live, all in one easy-to-use app. And if that's your thing, go for it. But if you're a new customer and you haven't signed up for FanDuel yet, let me tell you why now is a good time. First, head to FanDuel.com/Doug to sign up today, and you must make a $5 deposit to take advantage of this. But if you make that $5 deposit and you go find a heavy favorite on the money line and you bet on them to win outright, don't have to cover a spread, and you win that bet, you get $150 in bonus bets to play with for a week. So that's pretty useful, all based on a $5 deposit. So bet the way you want with FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. Must be 21 years of age or older and present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets, which expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Doug Harsh, Scott Anderson, 97.1. Look, we'll get to what Evan Petzel told our morning show, and I will tell you straight up, he didn't sound particularly optimistic about a Skubal trade. However, things are changing and changing rapidly. In the last 24 hours, the Mets have lost their closer and now Pete Alonso. He's going to the Orioles. you have to wonder if that jilted, standing at the altar, vulnerable deer that is the New York Mets are perhaps have now money burning a hole in their pocket and willing to cave to whatever the Tigers' astronomical demands are to trade Tarik Skubal. Not something that you and I are comfortable with talking about because we really don't want to see him go. But if you're not going to re-sign him and you can get an absolute treasure trove back, you got to strongly consider it. And things change. And they've just changed rapidly at this hour with Pete Alonso going to the Orioles. 248-539-9797. Matt is next on 97.1. Hello, Matt.
Hey, what's up, guys? Good afternoon. So I agree with you. Go take Mets for everything they got. Because right now they're drinking in the shower, listening to Lionel Richie's All By Myself. So go take them for all they're worth. And then, lastly, while we're taking things, why don't we go over to Seattle and get your nephew, Logan Gilbert, and bring him here. Make him a Tiger.
Well, that'd be cool. Different guy. Logan Evans is my nephew.
Yeah.
Not Logan Gilbert, but I would love... I'm torn on that one because I think the Mariners are perfect for him. It'd be cool to have him in town. I would much rather him be acquired in a trade that wasn't for Skubal, because I think people would have unrealistic expectations.
No. Oh, boy.
But he's very happy with the Mariners, and they really brought out the best in him, so I like him there. But thank you for the thought. With that said, take advantage of the Mets. Let's go to G and Hal. You're next on 97.1 A Ticket. What's up, G?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, just making sure. I called in yesterday and it disconnected, so I didn't want that to happen again.
All good.
Okay, I just wanted to talk a little bit about the trade. I'm not a big baseball guy, but I love watching sports, especially my Detroit teams, and it makes me happy to see everyone doing good. But if we are going to trade, we have to trade for something that is very valuable. You have to set up your assets, your salary, your players, everything that you got going on in order to make a chip running contention. And if we don't do that, why are we even talking about trades? Because what we got right now in the system is working pretty good, so why trade it away?
So what exactly do you mean? I mean, you spoke there in some generalities. What do you mean you got to make sure everything in the organization is aligned?
I'm going to talk about it in Lions talk so we understand each other. Dan Campbell, as the head coach, has to make the right calls to get, the ball to the first down, and then has to make a better call to get it into the touchdown. So if, Dan Campbell's having an off night, are we going to just trade Dan Campbell?
I'm not sure that helped me a whole lot, G.
It didn't help me either.
Yeah, just do it in Tiger terms. What do you mean they have to all be...
I'm not a huge baseball fan. I don't know a lot. I just started watching baseball because the Tigers started to do good. So excuse me if I don't know all the terminology.
It's okay.
But I guess the way I want to explain it, if we're the Tigers, I think the Tigers are in contention. They're moving towards the right spot. They're making the right moves to get into what do they call it in baseball? I'm gonna call it a natty because I don't know the World Series. I think they call it
Just talk contention.
Contention, yeah, they're in contention, so they're moving towards the right place. And I think, especially for the state of Michigan, when Detroit is winning, the whole state is winning.
Well, I would agree with that. I would just say that perhaps what you don't understand is what the situation is. And being new to baseball, it's there. Tarik Skubal will be a free agent at the end of next season, at the end of 2026. And it's pretty obvious based on what his agent is said and done in the past that he wants his client to get to free agency. And if he gets to free agency, the Tigers likely will not be able to bid as much as the other teams in the league, like the Mets, the Dodgers, or the Yankees would be willing to bid, so they would lose him. So that's why the talk of trading him now is making sense for the Tigers, because they have to at least explore that option, because they know it's a real possibility that they would lose him for nothing at the end of the season. Now, yes, the best foot forward to win a World Series in 2026 is having Tarik Skubal on the team. But you would have to add more to the team. He's still here. He's signed, right? He's in last year of his
one more season.
Yeah, his last year of arbitration will pay him north of $20 million. They still have him. But they need to add more to this team to compete for a World Series. And to this point, the additions haven't really come. They've got a bullpen arm that they've added. I think maybe one other arm that they've added to this team, but they still haven't added pieces to the everyday lineup that you didn't have this past season. So there's still work to do for them to contend for a World Series.
All right, so Evan Petzel from the Free Press beat writer covers the Tigers was on the morning show, asked the question who they have been linked to, who have the Tigers been linked to in this offseason. Here's what he had to say. As far as what they're trying to do, I wish the Harris thing is I think he's smart. I'm a little bit concerned, and I hope he's not scared. It's easy to draw a conclusion that he is scared to make a large commitment or a bold move. And if that's not part of his plan, well, keeping all the prospects better work. But then again, every GM's plan better work. And if it doesn't work, you're out. This plan seems perhaps a bit passive. But at the end of the day, he's the one that's got his employment riding on it.
Yeah, I don't think Tiger fans are going to be pleased if these are the moves they make in the offseason. You hang on to Skubal and you're running it back. Mm-hmm. I agree with Evan Petzold. If that's what they've done, all that they've done is just the recent additions. It doesn't feel like that's enough to overtake what Seattle did. To overtake what the Blue Jays are doing, and knowing that the Yankees are a team that can crush anybody at any moment in time when they rise up and feel like doing something about it. It just, right now, I think the Tigers are the best team in their division, and that's about it. They need more. They do need more. Now, does the more come because you trade away Tarik Skubal? Maybe some of it comes that way, but you have to add. Really, the additions are going to come, if you'd like to, through free agency, or it's going to come in the form of prospects whom we haven't seen yet. That Kevin McGonigal makes the team either out of spring training or shortly after spring training. If they've got other places, other prospects like Hao Yu that he gets his opportunity. They've got the other catcher in Toledo that had such a great year this past season. Guys like that, but if you're banking on that to make yourselves better for the immediate year, I just don't have high hopes that's the case. I have very high hopes for Kevin McGonigal and some of the other prospects, but I wouldn't expect him to hit the ground running,
right,
and being outstanding
all-stars
players
in
right
year
away.
One, yeah. What's interesting about this is I think it was Ken Rosenthal did a story in The Athletic about how the Tigers were essentially trying to become the next Orioles. And that the Orioles have always kind of operated the last few years under this philosophy that next year we're going to be better than this year, and the year after that we're going to be better than next year. And that they're always sort of protecting a year or two down the road, and the Tigers appear to be doing that. The Orioles are the team that just signed Pete Alonso to this blockbuster contract, which I guess kind of means that the Tigers would be the only team doing this, if indeed that's the plan. 248-539-9797. Ron in Southgate, you're next. Hi, Ron.
Hey, guys, thanks for taking my call.
Sure.
Hey, so here's the thing. And you kind of said this a little earlier. If you're going to sign Skubal, you definitely got to sign a Bichette or Bregman or something like that.
If you're going to sign him, wait, hold on. If you're going to sign him,
yes.
Meaning if you're going to somehow convince him to agree to a long-term contract, you got to give him even more. You got to give, you got to pay even more.
Right. Exactly. Now, yesterday I was flipping through some articles because trying to keep up, and I seen an article where Washington was talking about they were listening to some offers for C.J. Abrams, that shortstop. Now, look, we know the Tigers ain't going to sign Skubal. We know that. So you make your trade, you get your prospects for him, and then you turn around and make a deal for Abrams. That's something that this team needs. They need a shortstop with something that can lead off. He's a good ball player. What do you think?
Well, I'm a little confused, and you say you got to sign him and then go get Bo Bichette, and then you come back and say they're not going to sign him.
Well, no. That's what I'm saying. Look, what are the Tigers going to do? The first thing that they have to do in this winter meetings or whatever is you got to make a decision what you're going to do with Tarek Skubal.
All right, so let's make the decision for him. Are you trading him or are you keeping him for the following season?
I'm trading him.
Okay, so then it's a whole. Who knows? You don't know what you're getting in return, what those players are, who's going to plug in where on this current team.
But
for the 2026 season,
suffice to say, you're getting probably some major league ready stuff and more, and then go trade for Abrams. I mean, I would love to have Abrams.
Yeah, exactly. Look, the Mets are the team. Like you said, you got that owner's not going to sit back and take this.
Here's the thing too. What Ron brings up. Okay, if you trade him even if you trade him for a treasure trove of prospects and then turn around and send a prospect or two that you just acquired to Washington for Abrams, well, it's not the worst thing in the world. If you get who's the young pitcher the Mets have? McLean.
Yeah.
Get McLean. You get a couple of more high level prospects. You turn around and send those prospects or one of your own prospects or two of them for a 25-year-old shortstop who's shown a lot of promise in C.J. Abrams, been really good. And so you get McLean and Abrams and maybe another prospect out of the Mets deal, but you're shipping some of what you got to Washington. I think I'm cool with that.
I may not be as warm on C.J. Abrams as the rest of you. So
fair enough. 248-539-9797. Very, very interesting report about a player that's coming back. We'll get to that today at 1:35 on 97.1.
Hey, ever thought about cold weather and really, really cold weather and how it might affect your garage door? I mean, if it's making noises in the summertime, imagine how crazy it's going to get when it gets cold outside. That's what cold weather can do. It can wreak havoc on all the moving parts that are in the garage door. Sometimes they break because they can be fragile. Do the right thing. Call the great folks over at Precision Garage Door Service today. Get it checked out. Make sure that your garage door is ready for the rigors of winter, because if you don't, you're going to end up with a broken garage door and it can cost you a lot. Give them a call today, 1-800-DOOR-REPAIR, or visit their website and schedule an appointment online at a time that works at your convenience at PrecisionDoorMI.com. That's PrecisionDoorMI.com.
Apparently, Dan Campbell just said that Christian Mahogany is expected to practice today. Oh,
wow! Well, I hope he can play by the end of the season. And we got 4 weeks left.
Be really intriguing to see if he comes back healthy, and if he gets healthy and gets back up to speed. And you have the developing Miles Frazier, and you got Tate Ratledge and Graham Glasgow. What their best combination in there might be.
Tristan Colon.
It was, yeah, and Dan made sure he mentioned Tristan Colon. He doesn't feel like he's probably in the mix long term and doesn't feel like he's got his highest ceiling, but that doesn't mean he can't be the best option in the short term. I heard, I think it was John Morton at his news conference last week said something about how Glasgow, when he's in there, the blocking assignments are really well communicated, and you don't see two guys doubling up on the same player. So Glasgow, because of his communication, his familiarity with defenses, his veteran leadership, it might be hard to take out of a game. And people go, oh, yeah, well, none of that matters. Well, it matters when two guys go to block the same guy because the wrong call was made from the center spot and blows up an entire play, TFL, maybe on a fourth down, or maybe on a set you behind the chains and you don't make up for it. And you start measuring those things and turning over the football. You can see how that's considered very valuable. But Mahogany reportedly back at practice. So
good news.
Yep. All right, more from Evan Petzold. We mentioned that the Tiger Insider from the Free Press on the morning show. Here's what he had to say about Alex Bregman, and there seems to be more and more reporting that the Tigers' interest in him is not as heavy as it once was. Okay, he says it could change if the Tigers redefine their interests. What if Bregman doesn't get the nibbles that he wants from other teams? Isn't that a possibility?
Yeah, I think it's a strong possibility. Here's what goes against Alex Bregman is how he finished the season. He wasn't very good finishing the season. In September and October, he hit 216 with a 640 OPS. I saw another stat that showed, like, in his last 35 games, the numbers were worse than that. The OPS was like in the 5. It was below 600. So you don't want to see somebody finishing off a season like that who opts out of a contract that was paying him $40 million. I'm not sure this is going to work out well for Bregman. If teams are going to look at those numbers and say, we like Bregman, we don't love how he finished off. The contract they're going to give him is not, I don't think it's going to approach the $30 million a year like he was hoping to get. He tried getting it last year and didn't get it. He ended up getting a short-term deal that paid him more. But if you want the 6 or 7 or 8 year deal and expecting 30, I don't think you're going to expect that. I'm curious to see where this ends up. I think in the end, it might look like a mistake for him to opt out of that contract. And other teams are looking at a similar player and going, was Bichette better? Younger? Was he better hitter than Bregman was last year? I mean, I like Alex Bregman a lot. And I've waffled back and forth which one I would rather have, Bichette or Bregman. I think Bichette might make more sense. The numbers in the second half of the season, that kind of alarms me a little bit.
Can I throw something else out there?
Yeah.
Maybe the smarmy Limerick King is starting to alienate people in the game.
Scott Boras?
I mean, if you're a GM or an owner of another team and he's out there basically playing Dr. Seuss with how he holds all the cards, without Scoobs, their future's a mystery machine. If you sign Ranger Suarez, you'll be Rangerous. Like all this stuff. Is it possible that Boras is alienating teams and owners and GMs?
Well, I mean, you did just get the Orioles to bite on Pete Alonso for $30 million.
That's true. That's true. But are there going to be fewer suitors because of the attitude?
I think in the end, it's all business, and you could dislike the agent all you want, but you're not hiring the agent; you're hiring the player to do his job.
I
So
understand
I think teams suck it up. And now, does that mean that they don't offer as much because they can't stand him?
Look,
I don't know.
I'm just throwing this out there. I have no idea. I'm not in contact with Scott Harris or any GMs or owners. Just kind of in the back of my mind, I'm wondering if that might hurt. Because I know, I generally just say none of that stuff matters. What people say doesn't matter all that much. It's just all about what happens on the field. I typically subscribe to that theory. I think Boris is being ultra irritating with this thing.
I won't disagree with that.
I just wonder if maybe, just maybe, it starts to work against his clients.
When he first started spitting rhymes about a month ago, it was awful. I mean, every player he had something for, and I don't need to hear this anymore.
Doing it again, though.
No, that's him. I mean, I have to imagine that the GMs around the league have a good idea of what they would be willing to offer Alex Bregman, and it might be an easy walk away from if the Limerick King comes up and says, yeah, that's not going to work. That maybe they can just walk away from it because there are other options. But as the offseason goes on and it become fewer options, we'll see who blinks first.
All right, final thing from Petzold. His prediction for what goes down with Skubal. We have a new variable here that may or may not matter, but here's what he had to say this morning, his prediction of what happens with Skubal. I think there's some truth to that, although he seems particularly down.
Yeah, I mean, look, I think there's a lot of truth to that. I think the one part that I would push back on is because I think you're reading into something that may or may not be there. If you're going to say definitively he's afraid of risk,
Yeah.
I don't know if I buy that.
He might be.
I think he may be conservative, but I don't know. I don't know enough yet from Scott Harris that he's absolutely afraid of risk. I think this is so early in his tenure as being the leader of a team that maybe he just wants to do things his way and see the fruits of his labor, which comes from the draft, wants to see what those guys can do, and the fruits of his labor from trades that he's made to acquire other prospects to see what those guys can do. And then risk assessment will come down the road. But I just think it's a little early to say he's afraid of it.
Yeah.
It looks like he doesn't take risks, and I'll agree with that 100%. But I don't know if I'd use the word afraid. I think that's where I push back.
This happens a lot where he hasn't yet.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that he won't.
Right. This is why I say I agree with a lot of what he had to say there. Just I'm not sure about afraid.
Carson Anderson, 97.1. Scott, it's funny. We've Evan Petzold this morning didn't sound particularly optimistic that there'd be any sort of bold move made with Skubal one way or another, be it either a trade of him or a contract. But if they were to trade him, and there's a new variable in that the Mets have now lost 2 critical pieces in the last 24 hours, and their closer Edwin Diaz and Pete Alonso today leaves the Mets and signs with the Orioles. And maybe, just maybe, the Mets are that vulnerable organization now that is desperate to make a big move to save some face and make up for the embarrassment in a town where deficiencies will get yelled and screamed about at the highest of decibels around the clock. Could they perhaps be taken advantage of? And if the Tigers were able to make a blockbuster, holy cow, they got all that kind of move with the Mets, our job will become very interesting. Because we're going to have to explain to some people why they traded Skubal, I get that if you're a hardcore sports fan, you completely understand why. But I would argue that most of the people in Metro Detroit aren't following it as deeply as the hardcore baseball fan.
I understand that too. And at the same time, I think it's a fair question to ask whether you're a diehard baseball guy and you know all the intricacies involved with it, or if you're a casual fan, the question can still be the same. Why would you trade him? Mm-hmm. The answer is because you don't think you can sign him. Well, can I sign him? You might be able to. Well, okay, go sign him. Because when you see a player this good, they don't come around that often. And he's your guy. You drafted him. He's homegrown, developed, back-to-back Cy Youngs.
It's like the peak of his powers.
Yeah. I mean, I can totally understand why somebody would just ask a simple question. Be like, oh, okay, so but why? Why trade him? Then you get the big explanation why, and the hand goes back up in the air. Yes, you in the corner. Yeah, again, so why? I mean, I get it. He's that good of a player that you like, I wouldn't trade him at any cost. But if the cost is not having him after next season and you lose him for nothing, you don't want to go that route. You really would like to avoid it. And the best way to accept it, if it comes that way, is if you win a World Series next year with him. But it's not easy to win a World Series, as we've seen.
So, Gator, we haven't had a chance to talk about this, and maybe we'll get into it a little bit more tomorrow. But I know you have a strong feeling. The latest in the Notre Dame saga, did you hear what happened today?
No, now what?
Ivan Maisel wrote a book called American Coach. It was a biography of the legendary Notre Dame coach Frank Leahy. Yep. He was scheduled to do a book signing at the Notre Dame bookstore Friday. He is a member of the College Football Playoff Committee, Ivan Maisel, who wrote the book about Frank Leahy. The bookstore canceled the appearance. It is now back on.
Oh.
So, Ivan Maisel, as a member of the College Football Playoff Committee that left Notre Dame out of the College Football Playoff, will be on campus signing a copy of his book, which may not sell one copy. I do not think that College Football Playoff Committee members get paid.
I would hope not.
This might not be good for book sales because while the book may sell outside of the Notre Dame fan base, probably not nearly as much as it will sell inside the Notre Dame fan base. And if they canceled this, the question is, they cancel it because of pushback from people who said, I'm not going to go there, or get that guy the hell out of here, or whatever. It just might be poor timing for Ivan Maisel and a poor set of circumstances for trying to sell a book to Notre Dame fans.
Well, it's just, my heart goes out to everybody, first of all, with the
No, it
tragedy.
doesn't. No, it doesn't.
Struck Notre Dame.
I got to tell you,
fan base.
Nothing could be further from the truth than Gator's heart goes out to everybody.
What? Oh, this is horrible. This is just a miscarriage of justice, what happened on Sunday to keep them out. to see the athletic director the last couple of days speak and talk about, we had one of the most historic runs in the history of college football, winning 10 in a row. Yeah. Did you? Beating up who? What was the winning percentage of those teams that you beat in the 10-game win streak?
It wasn't particularly good.
No, I mean, hey, you beat USC, nice, and you beat an 8-win Pitt team, that was working on their second or third quarterback or whatever. Nice, good job there-ish. And what else you got your hat? What can you hang your hat on? That you lost 2 games to start the season by a combined 4 points? It sucks. That really sucks. And then you went on the heater. Yeah. I'd have more sympathy if you were actually competing for a conference championship. Oh, you weren't. Oh, because you're not in a conference. Oh. Does anybody ask you to join? Oh. And you're not there. Oh, that's just too bad.
The most hysterical thing is that Notre Dame's, the Bavacqua dude, their AD,
Pete Bavacqua,
criticized the ACC because the ACC built a case for Miami. A full-time ACC member.
Yep.
They built a case for the full-time ACC member over building a case for Notre Dame, the part-time ACC member. This is like the side piece getting upset that the cheating husband spent his Christmas with his family and not her.
Right. When I was watching things unfold on Saturday night, and Duke was playing Virginia in the ACC championship game. Now, keep in mind, that does not include Miami playing for a championship, nor does it include Notre Dame. And these are the 2 teams that are complaining about what may or may not was going to happen. And then it's Duke upsetting Virginia in overtime. I just had the biggest smile on my face. This was so delicious to see what was going to happen. They had it's a 99% chance that James Madison gets in if Duke wins this game. Like, really? Is it that high? Okay, it's that high. Here we go. And Tulane's in because their conference champion is a higher rated conference champion than Duke. The fact that you had like 4 teams that had a better record than Duke, but Duke is that conference's champion is hysterical. And this is what's happened with college football when you have too many teams
in the conference,
each conference.
100%.
And this is your tiebreakers come through, and you spit out Duke.
Well, what else is funny is that too many teams in conferences, and yet one team has to absolutely be in a conference, and it's Notre Dame. Yeah. As a typical rule, I actually have a ton of respect for Notre Dame. I think it's a program that does things just about as close to the right way as can be done. But what they need to basically do is admit that not being in a conference, it hurt them.
Yeah.
It absolutely hurt them. And that's a sacrifice that they're willing to make to keep up their football independent status, understanding it comes with a downside. Now, they get this whole provision that apparently if they're ranked in the top 12, which is absurd, but whatever, that's a whole other story that we'll get into. I just think this is the first real tangible way that you can say not being in a conference has burned them. And I think they should just call it what it is. As much as I have respected Notre Dame over the years, the official voice of what the athletic director has had to say to me is laughable. Absolutely laughable. If you're going to choose to not be in a conference, you have to accept part of the consequences that come with.
There's plenty that was laughable about the college football playoff selection. Plenty of it. The team that might have the biggest beef is BYU. When you talk about teams that play in conference championship games and lose the conference championship game, it's not supposed to hurt them, right? Didn't hurt Alabama, but it hurt BYU. And it's unfortunate the way some of this works out, but it's always going to be a work in progress because you're always going to be offending some fan base. It's just that this time it's Notre Dame.
Well, reporter Ivan Maisel, who wrote a book about a legendary Notre Dame coach, but was on the college football playoff committee, he will be trying to sell books at Notre Dame's bookstore on Friday. Some very, very unfortunate timing. What do the guys have coming up next, Scott?
Bird calls. All 4 hours. Can you determine what's a warbler?
Stay safe. Treat each other with respect. 97.1.
All right. Who's excited?
All right.
Well, snowy Wednesday. We're okay. That's easy for me to say because my kids aren't home from school and yours are. I feel for you guys out there who've lost your daycare.
Well, unless they're old enough to shovel snow.
Yeah, that work program is really one of the only redeeming things. Yeah, David's clapping. We know what you do.
Oh, bro, snow day? Okay, when I get home.
David's got his kids like Chappelle had the MTV Cribs episode, people making his shoes.
Yep.
I'll burn your feet.
Hey, David.
I forgot about that episode. I prefer to take out the middleman. All right.
Yeah, David, you are producing fine young men. Because that was me and my brother. Get all of this knocked out before I get home.
Amen.
Don't want to see.
Man, we had a
I don't want to
task
see a
list.
flake of snow on the sidewalk.
We almost didn't want a snow day because all it meant was a day of manual labor.
Yes. But then, you know what? You got creative. And after that, it's like, all right, let's go to house, $5. We'll shovel your snow.
Ah, yes.
So the young
Entrepreneur.
Yeah.
You know what? We might have to do that for the Tigers to spend money. Pass the plate, David. Let's get shoveling.
See, right there, that's marquee.
Oh,
right there.
boy.
That's marquee.
So, here's what I want to do.
But I don't want to block the kids who want to shovel the snow in a few years.
Right. We got to make sure Max Anderson can take care of business $5 at a time. So look, here's the key. It's and this is meant to be a compliment to the person I'm talking about. It is one thing for Rico and I, or any of our cohorts, to speak our mind. We are opinionists. I am not a reporter. I've never sold myself as that. I'm not interested in that.
I tell people that all the time.
Okay. But when reporters, when beat writers say some of the things we say, I think you need to take notice of that because the last people on the planet who will hammer an organization in 2025 are beat writers. But Evan Petzold, he showed up with a baseball bat on the morning show today, and I'll be damned, he had a lot to say. I respect it. You don't have to like what Evan had to say. There's a difference. I respect it, though. By saying what he said, he's not making his job any easier. But he's speaking the truth. So here's what I wanted to do. We did a big show yesterday all about Scott Harris's comments. Well, today it's going to be about Evan Petzold's because I told you yesterday, guys, you can attack Chris Ilitch all you want, but Scott Harris believes what he's selling you. Now, you don't have to like that, but I don't think it's fair to say, well, Scott's running cover for the own. No. Scott Harris believes what he's saying. You could think that it's garbage, but he believes it. So Petzold joined the morning show, and John and Jim, I called Jim personally. I think he did a hell of a nice job with it. John as well. Why don't we start with this one, David, where Petzold gives you a preview of what the Tigers are not going to do with Tarek Skubal. And this, to me, we've landed in the worst case scenario. David, go ahead. Okay, that's the equivalent of our chair drop. If Scott Harris is too scared to take a risk, a beat writer talking that way, oof. They're not going to trade him, they're not going to sign him, and they're not going to do the Rico plan of building around him. Then what the F are we doing?
And coming from a beat writer, these are people who are around the team every day.
Correct.
So they hear every little thing, and they can't report on everything that they hear. But he took all of that and said, yeah, don't expect anything.
Well, I'm glad you said that. Okay, well, we've focused on what they're not going to do at Skubal, but surely they're going to do a bunch of other things. Question mark? David, clip number 2, please. Okay. I mean, there's a lot to unpack there. The 2026 Tigers are going to look a lot like the 2025 Tigers. Then what is the point? Like, if you're just going to bring the kids up, I'd rather, I'll take the slings and arrows on this, Rico. I'd rather Scott Harris get up to the podium and say, guys, as much as we would love to keep Tarek Skubal, we are not in the business of spending $400 million on a pitcher. We traded him. Here's why. This is what's needed for us to win consistently and to give us the best opportunity to win a World Series moving forward. Stand on business. Own it. Take what comes with that.
Dude, I'd rather he do with the wing. Yeah, you know what? Here's the kids. They're here. Okay? We're just going to start all over. Pick your new favorite Tiger of who's your Tiger. But, yeah, this is going to be who we are.
And also, the Ha-Seong Kim thing. Look, I understand he had a shoulder injury last year and it was a wasted year. But this is a guy who basically tops out at like a 102 OPS plus. Yes, the OBP can be solid. Yes, he can move around the diamond a little bit. He can play short, so therefore Javi would get more time in center. Bottom line is this. Understand this. This isn't about juxtaposing Bregman versus Kim. I'm not doing that. I'm not on this Bregman bus. What I'm not going to do is act like adding Kim is some kind of master stroke. It's just more Moneyball stuff. It doesn't move the needle. Because here's where Ha-Seong Kim is not going to hit. He's not going to bat leadoff. He's not going to hit in the 2-hole. He's not going to hit third. He's not going to hit fourth. He's not going to hit fifth. He's going to hit 6, 7, 8, or 9. Okay? Which is fine if you want to talk about elongating a lineup. My problem is you don't have 6 good hitters. So again, where do you stand now where it's not the meanie pants is 2-6? Evan Petzold is a beat writer. You would expect him to come on and be drab. He wasn't. Shout out to Evan because he just said it. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do this. They're not going to do this. So here are your outcomes. They're keeping Skubal, according to Evan, they're keeping Skubal and not going to build around him. Nightmare.
So last year, and let's just hope that you don't collapse in the final stretches of the season.
And your acquisitions are Drew Anderson from the KBO, Finnegan and friends in the bullpen, and maybe Ha-Seong Kim. That's your offseason. Meanwhile, Pete Alonso went to the Orioles.
Well, you know.
No, I don't want to hear you know. Don't do that.
At least let's hope the players play and they're not Cobb.
The point I'm making is you don't get seduced by one player.
No.
It's the idea, if you think you're close. If Scott Harris is going to have the audacity to say we had a credible chance to win the World Series, if you think you're that close, then it is your duty to go out and get it over the finish line.
Yes. And you got the money to spend. You just have to go out there and get it done. And I was telling David, what really struck me in all of this winter meeting stuff, the Pirates. The Pirates realize, you know what, we may have a generational pitcher. Maybe we need to stop acting like a poverty baseball organization and go out there. Now, they went after Schwarber. They didn't get him. But they're trying to be active because I think the light clicked on. Yeah. You don't get one of these guys all the time. We have Skeens. Let's build around him. If the Pirates can see the light, why aren't the Tigers seeing the light with Skubal?
Well, and what it makes me, look, listening to Evan Petzold, here's what it challenges. It challenges the belief that they were ever really serious about Bregman. I mean, the offer that I've given them credit for, Petzold put it a different way in the interview. They turned down Bregman twice. 7 at 200 gets the deal done, and you're at 6 at whatever. I didn't like either deal. But to Evan's credit, you're right. It's a different way of looking at it is there were ways they could have gotten that done without really going outside the financial picture. They didn't do it. Now, according to Petzold, they're not even interested in Bregman.
Yeah, which was weird.
Like, so
12 months later, and it's like, now we good.
No, it's not weird. They're going to trot out Colt Keith against righties and Max Anderson against lefties. That's what they're going to do. That's your third baseman. It's going to be more of the same. And in a year where it's the last year you have Skubal, let me say this. After listening to Petzold, I've wanted Skubal to be dealt since they're not going to sign him. I acquiesced to Rico and you guys who said keep him and build around him. Knowing keeping him and building around him is off the table, you have no choice but to trade him. Because any outcome other than the World Series, and he walks out the door for a comp pick, is a complete disaster.
Yeah. And here's the thing. If you're talking about, well, you could trade him at the trade deadline, you're in a bad division. So chances are you're still going to be relevant for the AL Central.
And if 2 years ago taught you anything, you can erase a 9.5 game deficit.
Right.
And if last year taught you anything, you can blow a 15.5 game lead.
Right.
So to Rico's point, guys, what are you going to be? 38 games out of first?
Right. You have to be the A's. And then you can say, okay, you know what? Maybe we're not going to be good this year. We'll trade him.
What is your takeaway from Evan Petzold? We can bump back with more of the audio, but he's telling you they're not signing him, they're not trading him, and they're not building around him. They're not going all in. Also, this year's team's going to look primarily like last year's team. Here's the other problem I have in all this. Even if you wanted to keep Skubal and you don't think about it as building behind him or around him, how do you not go and get a real number 2 pitcher? If not just for this year, but for the future of your franchise.
Just in case, yeah.
Drew Anderson? Guy hasn't pitched in the MLB since 2021. No offense, I don't care if you go to Korea and succeed. Congrats. You may as well tell me you dominated the Little League.
Well, to some, maybe it's what the Dodgers are doing. No, I'm saying going out and getting players from overseas.
They got Yamamoto.
Mike, I am being facetious.
I don't like it.
We're on the same side. Okay?
248. By the way, Rico once had dinner with Stan Lee. 248-539-9797. Let's talk about it.
Not the dinner with Stan Lee. All right, let's talk about Matrix Basements. I was just hanging out with Nate from Matrix Basements this morning. Guys, we were doing the final look over. Mine is fantastic, and they could do the exact same thing for you. You've heard me talk about Matrix Basements. They're offering the Build Now, Pay Later program. What does that mean? It means you can get your basement done right now, and there is no interest and no payments until 2028. You can enjoy your dream space right now with nothing down, and you just have to wait. 2 years later, you can start making payments. There's no reason to wait. Stop dreaming. Start enjoying with Matrix Basements. Build now, pay much later. Matrix Basements will deliver your dream space in a timely manner. Heck, you can be watching the Final Four in your new basement if you start right now. That's Matrix Basements. Build now, pay later, 0 interest, 0 payments, and enjoy your beautiful new basement a whole lot sooner.
Yikes. So look, you guys tell us where you're at with it. And yes, just let's get this out of the way. We are aware of the report by one singular human being at KTLA, the TV station, that a Scooble deal is done with the Dodgers pending owner approval and a contract extension. I'm not being disrespectful of this gentleman. I don't know who he is, but I'm not running with that.
Yeah, I need to see somebody else, a few other people.
Yeah, again, he might be the lone wolf. Congrats. It's the scoop of the year. You'll never buy a beer in LA ever again. I'm not going to offer that to our audience. There are so many, look, in the old days, local reporters broke news. Now, 99% of the time, it's the national guys. Why? They're fed the story. They're plugged in with the agents. They're plugged in with the team. The local guy, they're busy writing game stories or a bunch of human interest things no one cares about. So the point is, I'm not bleeping all over this person.
No, it could be true because there's been a big story that started off with somebody small.
If that happens, I want to warn you about something. There won't be baseball in 2027. If the Dodgers' two moves to start the offseason are signing Edwin Diaz to the biggest closer deal in history and then trading and signing Tarik Skubal to $400 million plus, you won't have baseball in 27. It will corrupt the sport, which is, I'm just telling, and again, we don't have to care, but I'm offering that. 248-539-9797. So, what do you make of Evan Petzold's interview with Jim and John? I think he did a great job. Because a beat reporter speaking in those terms, that carries weight to me. Because beat reporters never do that. Ever. The fact is, according to Evan, they're not signing him, they're not trading him, and they're not going all in around him. Then you've arrived at choice D, and it's the worst one.
Which I don't think anybody thought was possible. But here we
You know what it is? Here, I'll just go a step further. Here's what it feels like, seems like, sounds like. It feels like a grift. If you keep him and you don't add anything around him to go and really chase it, it just feels like a cheap ploy to sell tickets. That's
Yes.
all that feels like.
No, you may be onto something because here's the thing. You have made the playoffs the last 2 years. You haven't made any monumental moves, and you're hoping because you play in a bad division, you'll make the playoffs again.
The worst division.
And fans will be happy, and they'll flood down there, and they'll hang out.
Because ultimately, winning the World Series is not the ultimate goal. That just doesn't feel like it's a part of what's going on here. Can they? Sure. Baseball's a weird sport. I will always refer back to this. It's not a cop-out. It's an actual way of looking at things. You either feel that your team is giving themselves, and thereby you, the best chance at a World Series, or they're not. I don't know a human being currently alive who would say the Tigers are giving themselves the best chance to win it all. And none of that features a $200 million payroll. None of that features burning the farm system down to the sticks. None of it. So don't bring straw man arguments to this deal. Don't do that. There are tactical ways they could have gone about it. But think about this. Man, we've really got to upgrade the bullpen. They bring back Brandon Finnegan. Really? Well, we need a number 2 starter. Some guy who hasn't pitched in baseball since 2021, and he's been in the KBO for $7. All of this is, you want to call it smartest guy in the room? You can. But it's never the guy. Even Ha-Sung Kim, who has won a Gold Glove, he's not, to me, a difference maker in that he does not have 20 home run power. I don't think he'll ever duplicate what he did 3 years ago with a 398 OBP. And ultimately, it's more of this optionality stuff. Well, we could play him here one day and put him in left field the next and diddly-do. And it's like, no, how about just get the guy? See, we're not talking about Bo Bichette. No. We're not talking about Alex Bregman. We're not talking about the players that in October you never pinch hit for, that the other team has to react to.
Exactly. Where the manager holds up 4 fingers and like, nope, we're not even going to throw him the ball. Just move it along. I'm with you. It just seems like they want their type of guy and
They're
their
not
type
going to
of
sign
guy.
him, and they're not going to build around him. You're left with one move. You got to trade him. But this is where, when Petzold says Scott Harris is afraid of taking a risk, that's the equivalent when I say I don't think this dude's got the spine to trade Skubal. He doesn't want the smoke. He doesn't want to deal with what comes with that.
What happens if he goes out and wins a Cy Young with the Dodgers? He goes out and wins a Cy Young with somebody else.
So the safest plan, which to me is the most dishonest to the customer, keep him, sort of. You didn't keep him and add a bunch of good stuff. And you didn't sign him.
No, you kept him and said, well, look how good we were the last 2 years. Expect that again this year.
The problem is the Tigers operate in a vacuum. The AL Central is a poverty-stricken wasteland.
No.
And by the way, as good as you've done, you haven't won this division the last 2 years. Those are facts. I'm sorry if they hurt your feelings. So if you want to pimp the playoff thing, that's fine. But all it's going to take for you to be at home is for one of the other 4 teams to decide they're tired of sleeping on a urine-stained mattress and act like adults. David, ticket text. We'll get to the callers.
It's crazy when a Detroit Tigers beat writer says that the man in charge of making the decisions is too scared to make a decision. Yikes.
I think that's flying over a lot of people's heads. That's damning commentary because it's not from a radio host. And hell, a lot of radio hosts won't say anything. But that's from a beat writer. You never see that, ever.
This offseason is going to be a huge bust if this is what happens. Trade him, get the best young prospects since that's what they value, and retool for the future.
I've been on the trade him train. I was willing to barter with you guys who said build around him. I was fine with that too. But in the absence of that, you have to trade him. I think it's a complete folly because here's the deal. Scott Harris will box himself in. Any other outcome than the Tigers winning the World Series or even going to the World Series, okay? Any other outcome. It's Chernobyl. You lost him for nothing. You will lose your 3rd Cy Young winner for essentially nothing. You lost Max for nothing. You lost Verlander for nothing. And you're losing him for nothing. That's unacceptable. So show me how smart you are, funny man.
Right.
Go make the trade and go get a couple of Major League Ready arms that you like, hand them to Chris Fetter, and we'll keep it moving.
They'll pimp that whoever that pick is. Trust me, he's going to be a Hall of Famer.
Right, in 2033.
Yeah.
You see how easy it is to play the game when it's always about win later? Don't worry about winning now. We're going to win so much later. David, go ahead.
This organization is a joke. Count me out of caring about this season or any other after or until they decide to put in on their big boy pants. That is Logan in Southfield. If basically nothing happens in this offseason, then fans should not show up to the games. That is Mike in Colorado.
I mean, listen, this is not a serious baseball town. People treat them as a summer activity. You're not going to get that response. If this were happening in a major baseball market, it'd be a whole different conversation. It would be a firestorm. The idea of not paying this guy, this isn't Cincinnati. This isn't Pittsburgh. That's my retort when people say it's not New York or Philly. Well, it also isn't Tampa Bay. And while the payroll is getting better and it sits middle of the table, if you're not going to sign the greatest pitcher in the game, which I'm fine with, you have to make a trade and you got to stand on business and you have to take the slings and arrows and you have to have the confidence of your convictions that you're going to get it right. Hey, people right now, would you call up screaming and yelling if they traded Skubal? I don't think so, because you know you can't pay him $400 million. It just doesn't make sense. It doesn't. I've been on that train for a couple of years. You can't do it. But keeping him and losing him for a comp pick, that's nothing more than a grift. That's nothing more than a hoodwink you into buying tickets. Because what you did around it, no offense, if I said to you, are you a Ha-Sung Kim, who hasn't signed yet, by the way, are you a Ha-Sung Kim, a Drew Anderson, who, and retaining Finnegan away from winning the World Series? Absolutely not.
No, but I guess maybe you're looking at the bigger picture. If there is a work stoppage and he walks away, and by the time baseball comes back, you can hit the reset button and be like, here's all the guys I've been promising you. They're up now. Let's go.
Win later. Why win now when you can win later? 248-539-9797. Your phone calls are next. All right, Hungry Howie's. Flavors galore. And look, on a day like today, I said it yesterday, who the hell wants to go to the grocery store? You've had a long day. Lord knows you had to dig out of your house. order a pizza. Just keep it simple. All right? You go to hungryhowies.com and get the mix and match deal. So if you got a household full of fussy people, wasn't an option when I was a kid. It was eat what is served or go to bed hungry. The point is, you can cater to everybody now. That's what parents do. Whether it's the salads, the baked subs, or the pizzas. Or pizzas with multiple toppings because your pain-in-the-ass daughter's a vegetarian. Whatever it is, mix and match, $7.49 each. Keep the brats happy. Get dinner on the table. And thank Hungry Howie's for preserving
all right,
your
buddy?
sanity. It's hungryhowies.com. That's hungryhowies.com.
All right, so we're talking Evan Petzel. He was on with the morning show talking about the Tigers and what they're going to do next. And it looks like nothing. Looks like it's going to be the same as last year. And if that's the case, how are you feeling about that? 248-539-9797. Because to me, you're not taking advantage of having a once-in-a-lifetime pitcher here. I thought you were going to build around him and then let him walk. I get it. You push your chips all in. It doesn't work. You try for a World Series, but you're not going to pay him $400 million. But now you're just not going to pay him $400 million, nor are you going to pay anybody else anything else except for peanuts and ham sandwiches.
So it's really about your response to it. And Danny in Utica's batting lead off today. D, what's going on, buddy?
Fellas, how we doing?
Good, Danny. Good to talk to you again. What's going on?
Man, why is it that every single GM in the city is just purely scared of their own shadow? That's the way I look at it. And especially at the bottom of the totem pole, in my opinion, is Scott Harris. He reminds me of the GM character of the Jaguars in draft day. Can't even fumble around to make a decision on who he wants to draft, and he's just scared and in shambles and needs another GM to push him in the right direction. I mean, last year or whatever it was, 2 years, the trade deadline, he fumbled that. He doesn't know. He seems indecisive, doesn't know what he wants, and just comes from the franchises that just want to see, hey, let's watch the kids grow, and that's what's going to be the promised land, and sells the fans on false hopes and dreams. When at the end of the day, you don't have a pennant, you didn't win the division, we make the playoffs, and then we go out in dramatic fashion. At the end of the day, what are we left with? Absolutely nothing. And now someone who's best pitcher on the planet, back-to-back Cy Young Award winners, and you don't know how to handle the situation, then why are you employed? And it's because, in my opinion, and I don't know why, you got outside of Yzerman, you got three guys in this city that are basically so risk averse, first time at being a general manager, and they want to be safe and they want to keep their jobs and they want to do the conservative thinking and the conservative deals to be done so that they look like they're trying. But at the end of the day, when's the last time we had a title in the city?
Right.
You know what I mean? It's been
but see,
over
Danny,
20 years.
Danny, let me say this, though, too. When you start to talk about it in those terms, you're right with everything you're saying. You also have to blame ownership. Ownership has to be willing to die for a championship. Because at some point, the owner has to go to the GM and go, put the gas pedal down. Let's go.
1,000%. And I'll give Trajan Langdon the longest runway because he's still the newest, and this will be his biggest year. And I was asking Kenny, on a scale of 1 to 10, 1 being the less riskiest GM of them all, or of risk averse, and 10 being, just being as risky as possible, I'd put all of them at 0, 1, 2, or 3. I mean, who's the riskiest GM we have? Yzerman?
No, I'd say Brad Holmes, because to date he's made the boldest move. Now, again, whether the player wants to be traded or not, he had to execute the Stafford deal, get a return, bank on a gamble that Jared Goff would work out, and land and hammer those draft picks, and he did it. So I would say him.
I agree with you on that, but I mean, let's be honest. Stafford he basically demanded a trade in the back door.
Right, but you still have to get it right.
Yes, I will give him the credit of, who he drafted with those picks. I'll give him all the credit in the world. But he didn't execute the trade. He was forced. He was forced to pull the trigger. He didn't cock it back and put his finger and pull. Fair. He just had to just simply push the button. So I'll give him credit for, I guess, executing it and getting the draft load that he did. But nonetheless, in retrospect to all of the GMs that we have, it's infuriating because, it comes to ownership. Our GMs should be acting like owners when it comes to passion. Obviously, they're not because they don't own the team, but that's the way they should, and that's the problem is all these guys are just playing for their jobs, and the Ford family and the Illiches are just perfectly happy, hum-hulling along and collecting the Ford checks and the casino checks and everything, and the Little Caesars checks. Those are keeping them happy, but they're not dying for a championship. The days of Bill Davidson and Mike Ilitch, those guys are long gone, and that's what we need, unfortunately.
I agree. No, Danny, I'm with you. I mean, it's just 2 to 6 has never been any day part that's going to defend owners. You can look elsewhere. To me, when you buy a team, you can take care of yourself and your family and have this huge real estate play and all the tax advantages, but you have a civic duty. And I don't care if it's not a part of that contract, it's unspoken. You have a civic duty to the city you're in to deliver for those fans. Those are your paying customers. Mm-hmm. And you ask their time, money, and emotion, the give back is bring me a championship, period. And if you don't do that, that's one thing. But if you don't even try to do that, well, then you've broken that contract. Now, who am I? I'm a doorknob. But that's my rules. Just like Rico has his rules, and you could be Bob the mailman now.
It's why, Mike, all of a sudden everybody, remember how we used to get the phone calls from the Fords have to sell the team. The Fords have to sell the team. And then all of a sudden Sheila's in control and you saw things done differently, and we don't hear that anymore. Why? Because it looks like they're trying to win a Super Bowl. They may not be doing it the way that I want them to do it,
right?
But they appear to be trying. This, I don't know what this is. This is...
You know what it is. You just don't want to say it.
A con?
Yeah, they're comfortable winning games in a horrible division, and they're comfortable selling tickets, and as long as they have Scooble, people will be interested. No, and then when he leaves, they'll just say, well, we tried. But you didn't because you didn't maximize the window.
No, I think you put it best. The Tigers appear, in my opinion, they seem to be letting great become the enemy of good. They just want to be good, but great.
Scott Harris he's told you that. Scott Harris told you that in an interview last year where he said, look, the best way to win the World Series is you just have to have as many attempts at getting in the playoffs as possible. He didn't say build the best team. He said just show up to the tournament.
Yeah.
I mean, he's telling you.
Get as many swings as you can. Yeah, and it's because if you ever said the two words World Series, now the pressure is on. Now fans will hold you accountable. And now every move is going to be, well, how did that help us get to the World Series?
Well, whether he realizes it or not, or whether he cares or not, those are two completely different things. If the last 2 days are any indication, you're running at about a 90 to 10% split of people being unhappy versus happy. Now, look, that's your customer base. You want to sell somebody a $13 beer, a $7 hot dog? Like, that's your customer base.
Or put out a season ticket package in the middle of all this?
Uh-oh. Sean, 97.1. What's up, Sean?
Hey, Mike. Hey, Rico. How are you guys today?
Hey.
Good, buddy.
So my biggest fear this whole offseason was that we were going to end up like the Angels and Ohtani, and we got the best player, and we're just going to let him walk for nothing at the end of the year. And I feel like that dream's becoming a reality right now.
Yes.
I mean, after everything that happened today with Alonso going over to Baltimore, you don't think that we can't call the Mets and try and work out a trade and fleece them for as many prospects as what we can, since Scott Harris, all he cares about is prospects? Or Boston, we can't call them?
You have to be willing to take a risk. And what he is not willing to do, and hell, Evan Petzold said it, he is not willing. He's scared. He's not willing to take a risk. Beat reporters' words, not mine. Look, it's the same garbage they pulled. I love how now they put this qualifying offer to Gleyber Torres that nobody wanted him to sign. Then the player signs it, and now they're working at Dutch Girl Donuts, glazing this, telling us what a marvelous day it was. Who the hell wanted Gleyber Torres back?
Well, no one wanted him back. No team wanted him.
Go ahead.
No. I mean, the fact that they were like, but if you didn't know who he was and you just saw the signing, you would be so excited about this. But, you're not excited because you already seen him on the team. It's like, no, you're not excited because it was like, okay, really? This is
no exciting. Exciting would be if you went out and got Ketel Marte. All right, a guy that could challenge 30 home runs, a guy that can run a little bit, a guy that has ability. Look, like a guy like Marte, now you're adding a superstar. Oh, but I know what would have to happen. You'd have to give up prospects, and we sure don't want to do that.
You don't want to be haunted.
Yeah, and that's my problem. So look, that's the issue. They're not serious. And if you're going to keep Skubal and not do anything around it of substance, then to me, that's a slap in the face to you, the fan, because they think you're dumb. They think you will just drink the gruel. Well, Scoobs is back, and they're wearing their Motor City Spirit jerseys.
Yeah, every Friday. Yeah.
Look, they'll win games. They're in a terrible division.
Right.
But how are they tangibly better? By the way, the fact that Torres signed that, I'll go to my grave believing they did not want him to sign that deal. They wanted to get cute, get one of these picks they obsess over. Because when he says, I don't want to block the young guys, why would you bring back a landlocked second baseman? Why?
To get extra picks? No. It makes no sense because he said, you know what? It's the best deal on paper. Agent was like, sign the paper.
Gleyber knew. Gleyber was never going to get more than $15 million for next year anywhere. So he took that. Mm-hmm. I mean, during the year, his agent wanted 4 years. They're never getting that. Oh, these idiots offered us $23 million?
Gleyber called the bluff.
And again, I say that as the approach from the agent. I mean, the Tigers are smart people. I just think they did something pretty stupid here. I will never understand the qualifying.
Right. Nobody takes it. So you're figuring.
But you have to know the client. You have to know the player. You have to know he won't play a different position. He refuses. Nobody wants
He's out
him.
of options.
I can't offer this to you.
Right. He's out of options. If we offer this, he's going to say yes.
It's like if you offer Kenny free lunch, you better be prepared for him to say yes. FanDuel, #1 sportsbook for SGPs. Points, rebounds, threes, assists. Guys, you bet on any market, any game, anything you want. It's FanDuel, $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. So bet the players you love the way you want to. It's FanDuel.com/ticket. FanDuel, the official sports betting partner of the NBA. 21 and up, present Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 first deposit required. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. We'll get right back to business, but we always like to sprinkle in a little football. Music, let's handle it.
So I have a few players, coaches, things that are guys that things are at the most stake in the playoff push. So let's go through this here. Let's start with Joe Brady, who was the offensive coordinator for the Buffalo Bills. They seem to be struggling down the stretch here. Yes, they came back and beat the Bengals, but the Bengals have no defense. But if he wants a head coaching job, down the stretch is important for Joe Brady.
Yeah, but the problem is too much success takes you out of the pool because you are not stuck. You're in a deep, meaningful playoff run, and people have slots they have to fill.
Well, I think you get like a week, like if you're in a bye week, you get that bye week to actually set up some interviews to show that you're
The Bills aren't going to have a bye week.
Okay, David wins.
Yeah, I mean, I understand what David's saying, and there does need to be some reputational repair. It would help him, yes.
And along with the fact that you have a guy who could possibly be an MVP in Josh Allen, that your offense shouldn't be, Josh, we need you to run and score 5 touchdowns every game.
Next on the list would be Bradley Chubb for the Miami Dolphins. He is healthy and could be healthy for the first time all year since 2017 here. Coming off an ACL injury, he does have 6.5 sacks. He is owed $20 million next year.
I don't see a way they pick that up. I just don't.
So down the stretch, they say it's important for maybe another team. Maybe they decide to take over.
First of all, the fact that the Dolphins were in the graphic this past weekend, like,
pretty crazy, isn't it?
Wait, what?
And they're doing it. They have no GM. You don't even know if the coach has a shot to be back. It's wild. Really is.
Next on the list would be, and Lions fans remember this name, Matt Eberflus. He is the defensive coordinator for the Dallas Cowboys, and yes, the defense was struggling. They made some trades. We know what they did, had some additions, and now the defense looks much better. So down the stretch could be important for Matt Eberflus.
I'm going to disagree here. I don't think anything gets him a head coaching job next year. He would need a full season next year in a top 10 unit. And I will never unsee his brain freezing at Ford Field and not understanding how much time was on the clock, allowing the Lions to win that game.
To your point, they do mention on here that Jerry Jones has been quick on getting rid of defensive coordinators, and maybe this keeps his job for another year.
Oh, okay.
Now, it
all
can
right.
keep his job, but what he just said, David, he's going to need another year at being turn it around now, and then you're good next year.
Nick Saban rehab camp.
And then maybe people will forget how you flamed out at Ford Field. I mean, he hit a straight vapor lock, like timeout. Time. I think Dan Campbell was like doing the motioning on the side of call timeout.
Next player here on the list would be Shedeur Sanders, quarterback for the Cleveland Browns. He's been named the starter for the rest of the year. They say he's improved every week since he's been starting, and it's important for him to maybe secure a job for next year.
Here's the problem I have. Irrespective of what he does or does not do, I don't know if there is coaching support, organizational support. I mean, Stefanski, it's almost like spite. And he took him out of the game on the 2-point conversion. I mean, David, yes, I can go along with this. The problem is the one performance that everybody wants to talk about is against the worst team. Do you realize the Tennessee Titans are on pace to be the worst team, possibly point differential-wise, in the last 30 years of football? So I can't take that performance seriously. I'm sorry.
Well, that and the fact is he just a placeholder because Deshaun Watson's still on the payroll there. So they held on to him for a reason. They're going to pay him a ton of money, and he's going to be back next season. I don't think Shedeur is going to beat him out. I think it's a good story. And maybe, kind of like how we talked about Eberflus, Shedeur is just solidifying his place in the league as a solid backup QB.
Next player on the list here, and we've talked about him all year. They had a mysterious ankle injury and sat him out. Then he was in the concussion protocol. Then they sat him out. He looked okay, but again, he didn't play anybody this past weekend. But that's J.J. McCarthy. important there because they say his pass catchers will not want to go into another year like this.
Yeah, this is number one with a bullet on this entire list to me. This is an organization that with a rookie scale contract at quarterback loaded the wagon. That's a really good roster. If JJ were even average this year, they're in the playoffs. He's been woeful, then hurt, soft-benched, woeful, and last week, strikingly competent. This is a massive last 4 weeks.
I look at this last 4 weeks as if you're the Vikings, you have to ask yourself, okay, the Bears, better. Packers, better. Lions, better. Do we make the move to get back in there? Because just last year we won 14 games, and now we're at the bottom of the division. And what's missing? Oh, we swapped out quarterbacks. Maybe you got to go out and bring in somebody else. I don't think that whatever he does will be enough.
Quickly, last one, 30 seconds or less.
Quentin Johnson, wide receiver drafted for the Chargers, has been a disappointment. He has to look better the last few weeks
He was
of
awesome
the
the first month of the year, and then he turned back into Quentin Johnson. I'm just going to say it's over.
He's a wide receiver, dime a dozen. He'll be out of the league.
You don't like wide receivers.
I like him coming out of TCU, but he's got to go someplace else and maybe find another team and catch fire.
Yeah, and the other thing is their passing offense has major issues. Ladd McConkey has struggled at times. They've gotten next to nothing. And they can't protect Herbert. Now Herbert's wearing a space glove on the surgical hand. Problems, man. How about that? How about two teams with a bunch of studs and the game goes to overtime and it's as boring a game as you've ever seen? That was Monday Night Football.
You would think it would be offense.
Amen.
It was horrible. That is in football today.
That's Evan Petzold swinging the hammer. That's a beat writer saying the GM's too scared to do anything. That's a beat writer telling you that out of an ABC multi-choice test, you chose choice D. They're not signing him, they're not trading him, and they're not going to build around him and go for it. So they're just going to reach in your pocket for ticket money and hope for the best.
No.
And then he leaves at season's end. Really?
They hit the fork in the road, Mike, and you either go left or go right, and they chose to, I'm just going to stand here and look at the left and the right and just hope that we can have the same amount of success as last year, and we'll be in the playoffs, and maybe if we get lucky, we can win a World Series. Or you could really improve your team, maximize this final year of school ball.
You know the best thing? Just save your time. I'll tell you what they deserve. They deserve to miss the playoffs. They deserve to sit there and have to answer the questions of why you did or did not do the things you did. That's what they deserve.
No.
Because this is a wholly ridiculous approach. And the fact that they know they get away with murder being in this trash can division, that's the part that upsets me the most. God, I would love to see this team sit in the AL East for a year. Sit in the NL West for a year. Go ahead.
Oh, boy.
Go sit there and have this approach and see what it looks like.
Well, at least we know at the trade deadline they would be trading Skubal because they would be out of it. Here, you could be down 9 or up 15, and you still can make the playoffs.
I'm going to go right to the phones. I want to play the one other piece of audio. Here's what Evan Petzold thinks your Tigers will look like. David. Yikes. Look, Kim's got Gold Glove ability at short, but OBP, fine, but no power. Not going to run. He hasn't run the last 2 years. I mean, you have to go back, to 2022 or 23. I think he had like a 35 steal season. But my point is, fine. Ha-Seong Kim's fine. You can add him. But that can't be the only thing you added. No. That's my point. Like, if you had added a couple of big bats and you get Ha-Seong Kim, you go, okay, hot diggity.
Well, now it looks like they're trying to go in for a World Series. You almost have an auto bid being in the division that you are, that you'll make the playoffs, but you got to get past the second round. We've seen that. The first year it was great. Like, all right, you lose out to Cleveland, okay. And then this past season, you thought you had a chance against Seattle. You didn't. And, and Skubal had a chance to go out there and really solidify it, but he took himself out the game because AJ said he was gassed and emotionally drained, whatever. But now no one wants to see you go back to do the same thing again.
To the people, 248-539-9797. Jim is up next, 97.1. Jimmy, what's good, buddy?
Oh, man, you guys are depressing me.
No.
It doesn't work with it. No, see, and this is so infuriating because he's been saying this, just nobody's listening and to what he's been saying. He just thinks he's smarter than everybody. Him and Hinch sit in their offices writing on their dry erase boards, showing how many different numbers and arrows and different ways that they can do things without trying to go in there and really and truly and improve this team. They just think that they're going to keep rolling and eventually they're going to hit it. And it's like they're playing the lottery, and eventually our numbers got to keep. They're like the guy that continuously goes in there and thinks he's going to continuously hit big after he's lost all these things. They're not trying to go in there and win. And people sit there and they think they're going to string people along because they think the fans, well, you don't have anywhere else to go, so we don't have to do anything because no one's going to hold us accountable to go out there and prove. You have to look at what happened in the past And if it worked, well, you used those things, you took it to present, and now you had to build for the future. Why does he believe and have such a myopic view of everything that everything has to be for the future, and we can't look at, hey, what we're doing now, that we can both win now and also continue to build our team stronger for the future? At this point, I think the only thing to do, and I've been kind of advocate of this anyway, is trade Skubal to the Mets and go here. And now, especially with the past couple of days, now that they say Peterson is available, not for prospects, but for people. Well, now he's not the greatest guy, but hey, if you get him, you get a couple of their top prospects and come in there. Now you can build there, but you get more people. You could go in there and you have money. Flaherty is gone, and hopefully Torres is gone after next year. There's $50 more million that you have to spend on.
And Javi's gone.
Right. Well, he's got there. So you got
their payroll commitments for 2027 are like $27 million. They have no one signed. It's like Colt Keith and a lemonade stand.
Yeah, and they won't go out there because all you got to do is maybe you got to suck it up this year and say, okay, we won't be as financially responsible this year. We might take it on the chin a little bit and not make as much money. But after this year and the year after, we're going to have the money to sustain going to get Bichette or get another.
Or you could have signed ball players that will be a part of your franchise the next 3, 4, 5 years while you have Skubal and give yourself the best chance to win. That is an option. That's not a break glass in case of emergency thing. That's an option. There are no launch codes needed. You could do that. But instead, let's go and find a guy who hasn't pitched in the MLB since 2021. Here, let's go out. We're not going to get in the Ketel Marte sweepstakes. We're not going to go sign Pete Alonso. We're not getting Bo Bichette. We're not going to get Bregman. We're going to do any of that. We're going to get a Ha-Sung Kim. And I got to go back to his age 23 season to find something I'd be remotely interested in. And he was off a brutal shoulder injury. Fine enough. Optionality. Fine. But then the bullpen is the final straw for me. We know we need to upgrade the pen. They're not. It's going to be Finnegan and friends. That's what it's going to be. So that's my problem. At that point, just trade him. Just trade Skubal. I'm with Jim on this. Trade him, get what you can. And again, if Scott Harris is half as smart as he thinks he is, I'd like to think you'd be okay in that trade. But do you know why they won't do it? This is the whole point, Jim. Because selling hope and selling the future is undefeated. Undefeated. Two things in life are undefeated. I can only say one of them on the air. Hope in the future is the other, and it's undefeated. Never lost, as LeVar Ball would say.
No, but you would also think
also, Rico not having his mic on.
You would also think that maybe Skubal would just walk in there and say, guys, you got to give me something. Like, we can't walk into next season with just this.
What does he care?
He's going to go out there every fifth game and out there throwing for 6 innings.
No, the whole point is, listen, this is the problem I have in all of this. It's even if the Tigers wanted to make a real competitive offer. Let's say the Tigers said, look, we're not going to be in the business of 8, 9, 10-year deals. We will go 6 at $300. $50 million a year. Boris would still say no to it because what Boris wants, needs is a bidding war. Because if the Mets go 4, the Yankees go 450, the Mets go 5. We just saw it play out with Juan Soto. So my point is, you knew this. You knew it all along. You had to trade him or the Rico plan. You keep him and we go all in responsibly, meaning we're not going to burn the farm system to the ground, and we're not going to sign 17 god-awful contracts.
No, but you go out there, you get a number 2 starter in case if he walks, okay, you now get promoted to number 1. You go out and you improve your bullpen, you add another bat.
There you go.
Boom.
But they haven't done any of that. So in that sense, it makes no sense to just not trade him. And yes,
but have you seen Gleyber Torres?
Yeah, I plenty. He was a Yankee, and I was fine with him leaving. If Gleyber would play multiple positions,
but the bat-to-ball ratio.
Oh, bat to your balls. I've had enough. 248-539-9797. The point I'm making is, yes, I know the report out of L.A. I'm not being disrespectful, but I'm not going to run with that. It's one singular TV reporter. Could he be right on this? Yes. But when one human in the media cycle we have, one human stands alone reporting that, I got a hard time that if there was a deal done with the Dodgers and it was just awaiting ownership signatures, that the rest of the baseball power players wouldn't have that story. No disrespect, I just can't run with that. Yeah. Do I hope he gets traded while we're on the air? Abso-effing-lutely. I'm in the interesting business. That's interesting. And I'd rather trade him than keep him under these circumstances. Yes.
No. Because, maybe you can go out there. Hey, you know what? You'll get more kids and you'll get more people for 2030.
Great. All right. We'll get to the phones in a moment. I want to be timely. We'll rock and roll with phone calls next 2 segments. Sit tight. I will get to you as fast as possible. Mentioned Northville Lumber for a long time, largest Trex decking outlet in the country. And Northville is Michigan's Trex Superstore. They stock all colors of Trex decking, railing, lighting. They have it all the time. Absolute lowest prices. So whether you're a builder or a do-it-yourselfer, Northville is your one stop. You call them today or just stop by. Go to the showroom, take home some samples, call Northville Lumber, Michigan's Trex Superstore today, or go to northvillelumber.com. That's northvillelumber.com. All right, David, on the ticket text, then straight to the phones. Evan Petzold brought the hammer to the morning show, says Scott Harris is scared to make a move. He's scared of taking risks, and they're not going to trade Skubal. They ain't going to sign him, and they're not going to spend a bunch of money. They're just going to keep him and run it back. Your response to that? Uh-oh.
Man, I thought Tiger fans were living in the movie Groundhog Day this offseason, and now Evan Petzold proved it. I'm really starting to laugh at this Temu version of the Tigers offseason. I'm out on this sport. If I ever see Skubal go to the Dodgers, be fine with never watching again.
Yeah, let me take a second on that. I think that person is more right than wrong. I know people are probably rolling their eyes in their car or cubicle, but look, Dave Roberts said this best, is basically, if the Dodgers go back-to-back, it's going to upset a lot of people. But it's deeper than that. The CBA is expiring. There's going to be labor strife. But the Dodgers represent something that we've really never seen before. The deferred money, the way they've kind of worked around certain contract norms, and then the fact that they do own their own media rights, and they have this limitless pit of money. Now they've gone out. They've paid Edwin Diaz more than any other closer's been paid ever, almost $70 million over 3 years, it's an absurdity. If they acquire Tarik Skubal, remember, they'd be acquiring him and signing him. Is it $400 million? Is it $450 million? Like, what is it? What is it to get Skubal to not go to the open market? If they do that on the heels of back-to-back World Series and their payroll continues to escalate, no, it's wholly. I mean, the Dodger payroll will be more than double the Tigers. And the Tigers might be sitting at 14, 15, 16 in baseball. Double? More than double. So he's right. Skubal to the Dodgers would have a ripple effect where, I mean it, no hyperbole, you might not have baseball in 2027. You might just have a strike like 94. It might be absolute war.
Because they're doing things other teams don't want to do?
Owners will want a cap. Players refuse a cap. Labor war incites. No one blinks. Rico, it's not that they're doing the problem in all of this. For instance, so the guy who owns the Reds, what is it, like Pete Castellanos or whatever? He's like a produce family. They have $400 million. $400 million. Ohtani signed for $700 million as a player. The wealth spread in the sport. Now, again, we don't have that problem here. Ilitch Holdings, the Ilitch family, is one of the 6-7 richest owners in baseball. Not that I expect them to spend and have a 5th or 6th highest payroll. The market won't support that. But Rico, the Dodgers have everything. They have Dodger Vision. They have the ballpark. They own the parking. They own They own it all. Right. They print. And they're in. Is LA the biggest market or New York? It always flip-flops. Okay, they're in the second biggest market. And here's the thing. Once you start getting creative with like what the Niners and Cowboys did in the late 80s, early 90s in the NFL. They got
signing bonus.
Very creative with contracts. And what happened? It caused reform in the NFL. It's the same thing here. That Ohtani thing, it's genius as it is evil. So, yeah, they're going to want something because how many teams in the league really can compete? Truthfully, Toronto can. Toronto will carry a $250+ payroll. The Yankees can. The Mets can. Red Sox used to. They don't anymore. Now, if they make a couple of these moves they're rumored to be making, it's possible they would cross the threshold. But sure, there's just not many teams. Right. So what's the point?
So roughly about 10 teams.
Less. I'd say less. I mean, I'm not going to sit here and get into a brawl.
Right, no, right, but okay.
So I just wanted to take a second because I know what happens. If somebody writes that in, people are going to make fun of that person, and I don't think they should. I think they're right. There would be ramifications. Probably another reason why you won't trade him to L.A. Scott Harris doesn't want to deal with the criticism. You did this.
Unless he got back that Herschel Walker type deal where he just got a
only way people will be excited is if he got Ohtani back. And that ain't happening.
Brother, I'd be plenty excited if they got a couple of really nice prospects that threw baseballs. David, you don't understand. As much as I like Skubal, he's gone after this year. If you get some young arms and I turn them over to Chris Fetter, It gives me the I don't have to pay these people, which means I can spend money elsewhere. Not that they will. I'm just saying hypothetically.
Okay, now.
Right, now, and you don't necessarily need a Scooble, but if you can get a great 1-2 punch at the top of your order, your top of your rotation.
Man, we got Drew Anderson.
That we do.
David?
It's been 40 years since our last World Series, and we're still talking about winning in the future as if we haven't waited long enough.
Yeah, it's called not reading the room. Let's go to Travis, 97.1. Trav, how you doing, buddy?
Gentlemen, it's a good afternoon, and I have to say that for me at least, because this Scooble debacle is just reaffirming me washing my hands of this unserious franchise when they told us 2 years ago they were bringing Javi back. And Scott Harris is not risk-averse. If he was risk-averse, he would be trading Tarek Scooble yesterday. He would maximize return rather than chance him walking out and getting nothing. Scott Harris is a coward. He does not want to get up in front of a bank of cameras behind a microphone and try to explain why Tarek Scooble just won 21 games and a Cy Young and probably a ring playing at Yankee Stadium or Chavez Ravine because a Lou Whitaker bobblehead has more media savvy and charisma and presence than Scott Harris. And of all the leagues in all the sports where you want to be aggressive, it's MLB. It punishes you the least for your mistakes because no hard cap. And I understand not everybody can spend like the Yankees and Dodgers, but you have to be aggressive and you have to spend on some level to be taken seriously. So Tigers fans, if you're upset by this, you saw it coming. This is it. This is your franchise. This is your team. Get used to it.
Yeah. And Travis, I don't think people can really attack what you're saying. And none of us are going to sit here and say they can't, that it's impossible to win a World Series. But what I laughed at, Travis, was for Scott Harris to say with a straight face, "No, we had a credible chance to win it last year." The hell you did. The only reason you were even in the ALDS is you got to run it back against another Oscar to Grouch poverty team from your division.
And if by credible you mean you made the playoffs, well, that's the only credibility I see. Because you didn't really.
Put them in any other division in the AL, they don't make it. I stand by that.
Do you think you were going to beat the Dodgers in a 7-game series? So, no.
They weren't going to beat the Blue Jays in a 7-game series.
I know, but to say credible chance.
It's like the year before. What credible chance did you have? The Yankees would have steamrolled that team from 2 years ago. I was begging. Remember when we were on the air and I'm going, guys, I never do this to you guys. I want
your Yankees, Mike.
Yeah, I'm like, yeah, I bet you do. And then here's what's going to happen. You're going to show up at Nona's house, and she's going to beat you to death with a rolling pin. You don't want that. And remember, that was the Yankees with Garrett Cole. They were a way better team 2 years ago. Like, that's the laughable part. How dare you sell that? There's no world he believes they had a credible shot to win a World Series. But he said it. And the problem is, I think enough people will believe it.
Because enough people have seen non-playoff Tigers, bad baseball, that this is living good, but you can actually live
Rico
better.
has just described about 3/4 of American marriages. Well, it beats the psychopath I was with. Am I picking up the kids after school? Lord, take me now. I'm ready to meet you. You've just described the misery of so many marriages.
I'm sorry.
Bro, you can't do that.
Sorry.
No, it's like we all identify with friends who are in a bad spot. And it's like, dude, you've just described that, but applied it to baseball fandom.
But, Mike,
that's horrible.
I think here in the city of Detroit, you've experienced such bad sports that now.
Well, it beats the dating pool. Hey, Kenny, as a married man. Well, that's all right. Hey, here's Kenny. Oh, hey, guys, it beats shaking your ass for cold cuts.
I no longer have to rely on cold cuts anymore, Mike. This is great.
Yes, people, Kenny once had a boar's head relationship. Not with the actual ham, with a person who provided the ham. Although that just created quite a visual, didn't it?
Yeah, people are like, what did he do?
Uh-oh.
Boar's head.
I was going to comment on it, and then I was like, no, only bad things
Kenny
can
went
happen from
Jason
this.
Biggs in American Pie, but it was with a pimento loaf.
Oh, boy.
That's good. Man, why is there a ring in that ham?
Okay. This turkey's got a dent in it. All right, let's go.
Gotta stop.
I did. I didn't
We'll
play
just-
drops.
we'll
It's
just
personal.
Tell your
bro.
mother we ate it all.
Oh, man. Okay. More of your phone calls coming up next. David, any other ticket texts before we go?
No, we're
okay.
good.
I think you're right. It's probably best. Rico, right into
all right.
Great transition.
You know what?
From dented ham to basements.
If you overindulge in ham, holiday season is coming up. Planet Fitness can help you out. They offer high-value memberships that will support any fitness journey. It's a judgment-free environment where you can feel free to get strong your way on your time. Get him out of here. Feel your strongest
Put the
best
Cajun
self.
turkey down.
Feel your strongest best self with the best-in-class equipment from full workouts to strength training to cardio to stretching. Convenient hours that will fit your schedule and your routine. And you also can have free fitness training from knowledgeable trainers who will focus on you. Look, there are over 50 Planet Fitnesses throughout the Metro Detroit area. And now through December 19th, it's the 12 days of fitness at Planet Fitness. You can join now for this special event, $1 down, $15 a month. You can join at any club, or you can go online, or you can use the free Planet Fitness app. Look, we're all strong on this planet, Planet Fitness.
Okay, to the people. Nat King Cole Christmas inarguably the number one Christmas album. Tremendous. It's really good.
It is.
You got something better?
I mean, I grew up on the Jackson Christmas album.
Oh, I'm not going to slander that.
No, but no.
The only song I didn't like.
I know. I saw Mommy Kissing Santa.
That one's terrible. And I'll tell you the other one. The Temptations' Silent Night should come with a warning label. Inappropriate.
Oh, come on, man.
No.
That's
pregnancy music.
That
That's
song
not Christmas.
should only be played on Christmas Eve. That's it right there.
Sponsored by EPT. Let's go to Justin, 97.1. Justin, how you doing?
Hey, thanks for taking the call.
Yes, sir. Thanks for your patience. I'm sorry it took so long, man. We're trying.
Oh, no worries. I got a snow today. I'm a teacher.
Good man.
My question is about AJ Hinch, because I don't think anyone's brought him up, and I feel like he has the power to, like, maybe change Scott Harris's ways. I don't know, but I'm just wondering, what do you think? Do you think he's, like, sitting there stewing, or do you think he's sitting there, like, supporting what they're doing? Because he seems too smart to let – he's got to be stewing, I would think. I don't know. It just – have you thought about that?
I mean, I've thought about it a lot. I go back and forth on it. I mean, look, he's brought in some of his people. He's got a major say here. Maybe he just enjoys being the smartest guy in the room and all this roster optimization stuff. I mean, look, the other thing we've all convinced ourselves is that other teams would run to hire him. Would they? He cheated. He was a part of the worst cheating scandal in the history of the sport. If you didn't hire him, who was? And at any point, other teams can come after your manager. It can happen. Well, how come it doesn't happen? So you have to ask yourself that question.
Well, now that you brought that up, do you think maybe like AJ Hinch and Scott Harris are just on like an agreement that like, hey, we're not going to push. Scott Harris is like, hey, I'm going to try to run this out as long as I can. And AJ Hinch is like, hey, I'm going to run this out as long as I can. Like type thing, like, hey, we're just going to not rock the boat.
Yeah, I mean, listen, ultimately, you're winning games. You have a huge say here because you don't have an overbearing owner. And they get to do it in a way that they clearly like. And if AJ hated it enough, he could walk. He's already
that's maybe what, to me, this is maybe the biggest, straw that broke the camel's back. I assumed that AJ was like us. Like, he just wanted to win. But, like, if it's going every offseason, every trade deadline, if it keeps going this way, maybe he just wants to, like you said, he was fired. Maybe people don't want to hire him.
And that's my point is, look, you were the team that gave him his chance at redemption, okay? I don't know if there's if you asked me tomorrow, I can put the cheating thing behind me and go, look, the guy is a very good manager. I've said that repeatedly. Justin, if the Yankees fired Aaron Boone tomorrow and hired AJ Hinch, I'd have no problem. Why? Because it's been, we haven't won a World Series since 2009. I want to win. But the thing I'm telling you is you're not getting those calls. Name one story you've seen of AJ Hinch being poached away from the Tigers. You can't find it. No. So I think that's a part of it.
That's what makes me think is he's almost, him and Scott Harris, it scares me that they're almost like doing this thing where like we're just going to be above average, for the next.
Yeah, but I think, Justin, I think at the end of this, Scott Harris believes in this. He believes in what they're doing, that they can somehow outsmart the teams that outspend. And if you give us enough time and you're patient enough, it'll happen. That we will make the playoffs 7 times in a decade, and 1 year it'll be our year.
That's what makes me so mad. It's the arrogant thing. It's like I'm better than you. Not only am I going to be smarter than the fans, but I'm going to be smarter than every other GM. Like, oh, okay. Like Scott Harris, all of a sudden, tell us your magic. All of a sudden, you've cracked the code. You now know how to not spend money.
I think the other thing that happened, Justin, the other thing that happened too, they got successful way faster, and it was in an accidental manner. Sorry, 2 years ago was a Pixar movie. He never expected that. That's why it's hilarious for him to pimp it at the winter meetings. You sold at the deadline. Sick plan. So cool. So you want to tell me the owner for Major League was brilliant for stripping the team of everything? And here, maybe next year we'll have a team ride a bus. They'll never lose. Like, no, you can't do that. Sometimes bleep happens, and it happened. Yeah. But the whole point is, I think he had a 5-year plan. And it's happened so fast because this division is so bad, and you've gotten lucky with a couple of things, including Tarek Skubal turning into, on the fly, the best pitcher in the sport. Mm-hmm. But my problem is he's not altering his plan. I know somewhere on our YouTube there's a video where it says the Wings and the Tigers have the same plan.
No, they do.
Wait for the kids. It's never changed. He's still talking about the prospects.
No, because I think that the 2 playoffs this year were just gravy. They were house money. You gambled and you won, but that never was where we wanted to be. You don't plan on being good until 2028 when you can bring all these kids up, and then that's when your clock will start. This was gravy. This
train.
happened, and you know what? We gave the fans some fun. We gave them some hopes. We gave them a nice little roller coaster ride. We got some playoff games in downtown Detroit, and people were happy.
Go to Brian, 97.1. Brian, what's going on?
What's up, Mike, Enrico, and David? Couple things. First, just a quick football thing. Kenny, I sincerely hope that your Bulldogs beat the life out of Ohio State for personal reasons. Because for my team to the 15-yard line and miss field goals both times, Jesus.
I couldn't believe Fielding did that again. He did it last year against Michigan and against Indiana. I took a triple take. I went, wait, he just, what? How?
Yeah. So I hope the Bulldogs just put them in a coma. Second, you guys were talking about Tigers going to the playoffs. It doesn't matter to me, the playoffs, because last year when they made the playoffs, people weren't even going to the games, and the tickets were like, what, $10?
Well, that's a great point. But, Brian, as Rico likes to say, I'll give you all the time you need, but I know what you're referencing. That game against Seattle, and they're down 3-1. They were getting booed off the field. There were empty seats everywhere. Now, they rallied and won the game, but you're right. Detroit spoke with their wallets. Oh, but it's a daytime game. It's the playoffs. Nobody wants to hear that.
And if
mess.
I remember, it was a nice day that day.
It was beautiful. Sorry,
and then, I'll tell you what. I'm pretty sure I know what they're going to do with Skubal. They will trade him, but they're going to trade him for more seats for their little 1901 secret society behind base.
Oh boy,
behind home plate. And that's what we're going to get for Skubal.
Brian, it's such a weird angle they've taken. Is that generally when you spend on your stadium and create premium seating, and you invariably you've made the playoffs a couple times, you will invest in the team so that you can ensure you get your money back in tickets and in licensing and then the things that kind of drive the bus. Yes, television revenue is the most important thing. And look, Tigers don't have a great TV deal. Let's be clear. Like they don't have Dodger Vision. But like Brian, you're right, is that for people who have to make decisions about what they want to do with their free time and their money, this team's got a weird way of going about it because they have one player you really pay to watch, and it's Tarek Skubal once every 5 days. That's it.
And then my very last thing, and then I'll go. My message to Scott Harris: grow some balls and make some moves. Okay, stop being. I can't say the word that you guys say on the radio, but stop being a blank willow. Okay, and make some moves. Right?
A cat enthusiast.
Oh my.
Yeah. Stop being a cat enthusiast.
That's a great reference to the film Private Parts. Good job on you. No, Brian, look, it's just one of those things. We're all sitting here and we're going, okay. So you're going to have the best pitcher in the league walk away for free. And you're not going to go all in with him, and you're not going to trade him. That's the plan. And the offseason, if I told you, you are a Drew Anderson, and I'll even hand you Ha-Sung Kim. I'll hand him to you. He hasn't even signed, but I'll hand him to you. Let's say he signs. You think that puts you on par with the best in the sport? Well, let me tell you what the marketplace thinks of you. You have the 8th best World Series odds. Not in baseball, in the American League. And that's before Pete Alonso signed in Baltimore.
Well, at least if you make a signing this year, the pitcher will probably play.
Oh, no, let's sign Alex Cobb again. Why don't we keep signing him until he pitches? 248-539-9797. Fair?
You just keep signing him until he gives you 30 games.
Alex, listen, I know last year didn't work out. $1 million a start. Can you get to 10? You want to upgrade your home for the holidays, the TV, the sound, the smart home? There's one stop. You know what I'm going to tell you. It's Paulson's. Best in class, man. Paulson's top-end stuff. The showroom, incredible. Get a demo. Go in. Learn about what you're buying. You might be thinking about getting the wrong thing. When you buy from Paulson's, you've got experts there. These aren't college kids trying to make a buck home for the holidays. The audio videos, their life. They're pros.
And they got great stuff.
See? Better products in Rico's basement. Better products, better prices, and better people. Bottom line, it's Paulson's Audio Video. Your technology partner, 248-553-4100. Or you go to paulsonsav.com. That's paulsonsav.com. Let's go to these remixes are tremendous.
Oh, holy night. Wow.
My God.
It is the night and you hear breasts.
Oh, my.
What a oh holy night it was.
All right, let's go to the phone, shall we? People have been very patient. We'll go to Dan, 97.1. Danny, what's the good word, buddy?
Hey, hello, boys.
Dan,
hey,
what's up, pal?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yep.
Hey, so as I was waiting, my dented turkey just came in from Boar's Head, but I want to say that how much pressure do we have to put on these GMs anymore? I mean, these owners are ultimately the money makers of the team, the guys that are telling these guys they can spend the money. Listen, Son Illich has not done anything with anybody via the Red Wings or the Tigers since Dad has passed. And, I mean, you can go back, and I'm going ADD here because that's just who I am, but, I mean, you can go back when Dad was spending all this money. Yeah, you can talk about the prospects and the farm teams. I mean, look at the frickin' Griffins out here in West Michigan, man. They got the #1 record in all of AHL, and I think it's top-notch, but that's only going to get you so far.
Yeah.
You know, you got to spend money.
Well, Dan,
and if he doesn't want to
here's what it comes down to, though. And again, I'm not endorsing this or I'm just speaking clearly. As long as fans go to the ballpark or the rink or arena, the message won't get sent. Now, again, you juxtapose it with the team factually made the playoffs. We don't have to think it's the most it's the biggest honor to make the playoffs back-to-back years. And I think we all know if they weren't in this division, they don't make it. But they did. So it's really hard to sit here and go, all right, well, that's it. Nobody's showing up. When you've made the playoffs twice, in the previous decade, you made it 0 times. Dan, I think it comes down to the DNA of people. You are either in this to win a World Series or you're not.
Right. So in reality, we're being scammed by the owner, if you will.
I mean, that's most of professional sports, Dan. I hate to break it to you.
You know what? But see, I don't even think you're getting scammed by the owner because he's telling you what he is doing. He's not lying, saying, I'm trying to do this. He's telling you, I'm waiting for the kids.
But how do you explain keeping Skubal and not going all in around him?
Right, exactly. You can't explain that. And I think it's time for the fans to stand up and actually call out Chris Illich and be like, what in the H are you doing right now? Like, who are you and what are you doing and what is your position and where are you going?
The problem for Chris Illich is he speaks once in a blue moon, and he's repeated this trope a couple of times. You know, I'll spend when the time is right. You know, the owner will spend when the time is right. Well, if not now, when?
Right, when? Yep, exactly. Gentlemen, thank you for taking my phone call. I appreciate it, man.
Thank you for the call, Dan. Enjoy the dented turkey. All right. What? Kenny, he got the delivery while he was on the phone with us.
I just saw a text come in that all it said was damn dented turkey.
Let's go to Tony, 97.1. Tone, what's the word, buddy?
Hey, fellas, how's it going? You stole my line. I was going to say, I now know why I have a dent in my turkey on Thanksgiving. Hey, pretty simple. If Illich is listening and Scott Harris, they aren't because they don't care about this team. But if they're listening, clear message. Stick to pizzas, boys. Stick to pizzas. Get out of the industry. I will pay a first ticket flight to the farthest place from Detroit, Michigan. Get out of town. The time is now. Get out. We don't want you anymore. This team is dead. This team is dead. I can't stand it that we have a generational superstar and we're doing nothing but let him walk for zilch, for zero. It's an absolute absurdity.
Like, Tony, if it came out today that he was traded to the Dodgers and you got, let's say, 3 of the Dodgers' top 5 prospects and 2 of them are arms, would you understand that, or would you become more livid?
You're getting something for the haul. If what is being said, reported by Evan, saying that we're not getting anything for him, that's you'll see me out front of Comerica Park eating a Domino's pizza.
Oh, boy.
I ain't eating Little Caesars anymore. I'm eating Domino's from here on out.
Well, for our sponsors, we prefer Hungry Howie's, but I appreciate it. No, Tony, listen.
Hungry Howie's it is, then.
Yes.
Hungry
You know
Howie's
what, Tony? Go with what was it, the garbage pizza where they just put everything on there?
Yeah, I call it a garbage can pizza. Just like a deluxe or whatever you call it. Listen,
Yep.
Tony, here's the thing, and I am with you. The problem their choices create is it is now you're fully backed into a corner. Win the World Series, or this was a disaster. That's a terrible place to be because it didn't have to be that way.
No, you're correct. But it's where they are, Mike, because once again, if they say the World Series and that's what
all right, let me ask you a question. Can I ask you a hypothetical?
Opens and now we gotta go for it.
I'm going to ask a hypothetical of the three of you.
Okay.
Keep me out of this because you know my answer. Hypothetical. Harris gets an offer he likes from the Dodgers, and he's got to waltz it up to the corner office at the world headquarters, and he's got to knock on Chris Ilitch's door. Is the owner going to sign off on trading Tarik Skubal? In a hypothetical world, because none of us know the real answer.
I would say yes, because I think the owner knows. If not, we're going to have to pay north of $300 million to a guy.
No, he's not. We ain't paying him.
No, that's what I'm saying. So, yes.
But you know what you lose out on?
What?
You feast the wrath of this marketplace, and you don't sell tickets, and you become a bit of a pariah for a little bit of time. Now, if the team's good without him, fans will come back. But you're going to face immense scrutiny.
And I guess it depends on who you're getting back in return. Do you have somebody that you could plug into your everyday lineup? Do you have a name that all of a sudden it's like, okay, you know what? We can sell them this name and it'll ease the pain a little bit.
Well, I think also Chris Ilitch brought in Scott Harris because he's a baseball savvy guy. He's like, I'm going to trust this baseball analytics dude to make these decisions. So if he comes to him and says, hey, I have this trade proposal, it's going to be really good for us. I don't think Chris is going to be like, well, no.
I think he would take it and like, okay, we're getting how many players back and we're saving ourselves how much money? Okay, because it's not like they're trying to win the World Series right now. So you're not taking a step back. And as the caller said, I forgot. Yeah, it was a perfect day out, and the fans were like, yeah, we've seen this before. We're not showing up to this game.
All right.
A playoff game.
Tremendous. 248-539-9797. More of the people. We got football talk as well. And I got something for Kenny as he's back from vacation. I also have a little something for Michigan fans. We got a lot to do in the 4 o'clock hour. 97.1. All right, let's get some music. Let's touch the table. I believe we have some football, correct? This is the best.
It is the best.
NFL primetime, Chris Berman, Tom Jackson. Back when highlights mattered.
Boom, boomer, boom, 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 boom.
Okay. So we're going to be all over. I have some NFL and some college, but I wanted to use his music bed because I love it so much.
Amen.
Let's start in college here because Troy Aikman is speaking out regarding NIL. Quote, I gave money to a kid. I won't mention who. I've done it one time at UCLA. Never met the young man. He was there a year. He left after the year, wrote a sizable check, and he went to another school. Didn't even get to so much as a thank you note. It's one of those deals to where I'm done with NIL. I mean, I want to see UCLA be successful, but I'm done with it. Is this just a little butthurt here, or does he have a point?
No, I can just tell you 9 out of 10 people who have the means to make meaningful NIL contributions echo that sentiment. And whether it's people I've talked to or whether you just canvass, it's very simple. This is a complete waste of our time. This is ridiculous. And the idea, look, the idea that you're going to have, now listen, make sure you call your sugar daddy and say thank you, that's also a little bit corny too.
No, but if you're giving somebody that amount of money, it couldn't hurt to say, hey, man, appreciate it. A text message.
I know.
It's just decency. Like, I cut you a check for $1 million. Yeah, you can say thanks.
I think I have a guess who the player is, but it's inappropriate to say the name.
But I do think that, yeah, you're going to get most people who will do a one-time only thing.
And they get burned by it, and they don't do it again.
And then you go back, hey, we got another player. Yeah, what happened to that first one?
Yeah, don't care.
It's like the people who set you up on that blind date, and you're like, no, I remember the one girl. No, we're good.
Is this football today, or is this Who Am I, Mike? Do you have a guess?
I have a guess. I'll tell you off the air. I don't think it's appropriate to throw that out there and then people think the kid's a bad kid.
Mike reporting that this kid.
Right. Breaking news.
So let's talk about the ultimate petty, guys. Notre Dame, we all know they are not in the college football playoff. Well, there's a bookstore on campus that was set to do a book signing for Ivan Mazel's new book, and they canceled that appearance. Because guess what? He's a member of the College Football Playoff Selection Committee.
Ivan Mazel?
Yes.
The writer who no one's heard of in a decade?
Correct. He is
they
a
couldn't
member
find
of the
Stephen
committee.
King?
And they canceled his appearance.
All right.
Okay. First of all, probably most people don't even know who he is, so you could have had it. But
he kind of sounds like Rieger. He used to do stand-ups for ESPN.
In the event that the fans knew who he was, yeah, it was probably best that you canceled it because they were just going to go in there and just give this man a hard time.
What the hell's the book? Is it about Notre Dame?
Yeah, the American coach, the triumph and tragedy of Notre Dame legend Frank Lehigh.
Oh, my God. I mean, people write these books. Who the hell's buying that book?
I don't know.
I thought it was going to be titled How to Act Like a Bitch in 3 Easy Steps, the Notre Dame football story. Oh, things get hard, quit like a champion by Ivan Mazel.
Let's get
man, they were hoodwinked all season long. Wow. You're in.
Hey,
until they got to the end. Did we say you were in?
They got put in the friend zone. Happens to the best of us.
No.
Well, while we're on Notre Dame.
Hey, I'm not done yet. Wait a second. Have you guys taken just 10 seconds to look at their schedule next year?
Yeah.
It's the easiest schedule in the history of the sport. Go look at it.
No, well.
Yeah.
I need to look at what Indiana's schedule is because
nothing compares to what Notre Dame is doing next year.
Let's take a look.
Carry on, David.
Yeah, well, while we're still on Notre Dame, I do want to mention that the AD has gone around like he's on a tour here for his new album. And he says to the ACC, we're looking for an apology, to be quite frank. I don't think an apology does anything or unwinds what has happened. But at the right time, we'll sit down with the ACC leadership. And I think, hopefully, very frank, honest, productive conversation.
You know what the ACC should do? They should have the dog of every athletic director in the ACC take a dump in a box and send it to Bobby Bavacqua's house. Grow up, dude. Why, my God. How soft can you be? You're lucky the ACC even took your ass.
Correct.
The fact that they even said you don't have to join us in football because we're so poverty and pathetic. Here, we'll give you what you want. What
Mike,
a joke.
by the way, yes, you win. Notre Dame. Indiana actually has a real schedule next year. Even though their non-conference is nothing, they got to play Michigan. They got to play Ohio State, USC, and Washington. Notre Dame plays their biggest game will be, I guess, USC at the end of the year. Because Penn State's restarting. Yeah. Oh, the Badgers.
Anything but undefeated, they're out of next year's playoffs.
You know
I'm
what?
calling it now.
Here it is. The game you want to circle, Notre Dame, Miami, November 7th in Notre Dame Stadium.
Good. Lose that game. You're out of the playoff. Next.
Mike, you played something there. Something is wrong here.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that is Charles Ramsey out of Cleveland, and
No.
he has some thoughts on his team.
You know what? Right here, right now, I would like to hire Charles Ramsey here at 97 on the ticket.
But he's not done.
Oh.
He has some advice for Stefanski. Here's a way that he can get better at coaching.
Yes. Oh, no. Oh, dear. I'd like to retract the contract. I'm just happy he's alive.
No, I want to bring him here. He's got an opinion. Let's go.
Yes.
Let's go.
This is from a couple days ago. He was on a Cleveland TV station. They asked him his thoughts on the Cleveland
This is
Browns.
fantastic.
Okay, first of all, why? Why did they find
Why not, Rico? Why not?
They had a few cancellations.
Okay, once again.
Rico, that's a great question.
Like, how did you
Why?
get to Charles Ramsey on the Rolodex? Who
Right.
else turned you down?
It's like with CNN, and here's Ja Rule to talk about world politics. How many people told you no? Kenny, in the perfect world.
Here's Ja Rule to talk about fiscal responsibility and how to throw a festival.
Right. In the perfect world, Charles Ramsey here and Jameis Winston's the backup quarterback. That's we're living the
I really do want to know who else they called and got turned down by before you got to Charles Ramsey on the Rolodex.
I want to know which producer sat in the room and said, "Oh wait, guys, I got it. What about Charles Ramsey? Who's
Who?
Charles? You remember the guy that the girl went running into his arms and all that? Let's go get him and get his insight on the Cleveland Browns.
I want his opinion on every major sports topic in the country. That's what I want.
Get it. Why don't we call Charles Ramsey and ask him his take about Connor Hughes?
I want him.
Well, you see, you can create a premier blue line pairing.
Like, seriously, I just have him talk about everything. Get him his own podcast.
Right.
I would listen to that.
Well, maybe Charles Ramsey.
Charles Ramsey and Ryan, Knights, 97 won the ticket.
Oh, you just oversimplify. Something's wrong here, podcast.
Well, maybe he can give some advice to Brian Cox. Brian Cox was the defensive line coach for the New York Giants. And was fired after the Patriots game, and people wondered, wow, what happened there? We know he had a relationship with Dable. He wasn't there anymore. Well, now we know why. Brian Cox was upset with his seating arrangement on the plane ride home. Sources say the seating arrangement used to be the coaches sat in the front. Well, they moved it to the back, and he was upset about it. Not too many more details of that, but why in the world would you be up? Just sit on the plane and go home.
Why are you looking at me?
What's wrong with your organization?
Everything.
Okay, can't we just get Giants win? Like, everything other than football is coming to the light. Okay. I'll leave this to you because
There's nothing to
I'm
say.
still blown away from Abdul Carter and why he got benched.
Look, the bottom line is this. You got your asses kicked by New England. They should have made you walk home to New York. There's nothing I can say. We're a clown show.
Wait. And it's not like the flight is all of like 5 minutes long?
Right. There's not even a beverage service.
Like, you're not flying from L.A. back to New York.
You would have thought they asked Brian to sit on the wing. I mean, there's nothing I can say. Why do you think I have begged for a just complete organizational reset?
Wait a minute. Think about this.
Oh,
By
great.
the time he finished his argument, they were landing.
With the way our run defense works, Brian is lucky he was getting a paycheck as a defensive coach. I'd hire Charles Ramsey. Let him go up and down the sidelines and tell guys you need to play more Madden. You'll stop the run better.
I'm just saying. He literally could get into an argument on the plane, and the plane would be landing. Like, sir,
honestly,
buckle your seatbelt.
That take is on par with a couple of Mark's takes. It could work. This could be a developmental show.
Well, on that note.
Oh, my God. Okay.
On that note.
You know what?
Ramsey and Ryan, can I get an amen nights?
That is.
Live from Okemos
in football today.
Let's talk about the Chevy dealer in the area that's leading the way. Hamilton Chevrolet in Warren, now through December 17th. This is serious. Mike Hamilton is participating in the Season of Giving, a bottomless toy chest toy drive, delivering new toys and crafts to hospitalized children with cancer and blood disorders right here in the Metro Detroit area. Stop into Hamilton Chevrolet to drop off a new toy to help lift the spirits of a child fighting cancer. You can find a toy wish list at HamiltonChevy.com. Then, after you go to Hamilton Chevrolet with a toy or two in hand, you can talk to Andrew and the sales staff about getting into a new Chevy, including the December Rico deal, a new 2026 Chevy Silverado Crew Cab 4x4 as low as $199 a month for 24 months. It includes 10,000 miles a year. Just bring $995 down and you'll drive off in the Rico deal. Guys, you know what I say. The best deals are found at 14 Mile and Mound. Stop in and see my guys at Hamilton Chevrolet for details. More importantly, stop into Hamilton Chevrolet with a toy for the kids. Visit HamiltonChevy.com. Chevrolet together, let's drive.
Okay, that's enough.
No.
You want more?
Yes.
David, blast it.
Low key, this kind of slaps, guys.
Rico's never heard it. He looked at me. I told you we had a song for years. So I asked David during the break, I go, dude, check the system. Is that thing still in there?
I never heard this.
Ah, it's magical.
Here's how I know this song was good, Kenny. No drops. No nothing from this man. He just sat here.
The whole song is a drop.
It could be he hits drops. Anybody, he hits a drop.
Drops? What do you need drops for? That is you.
That
we're
is.
there.
That is. It's like a musical drop.
We eat ribs with this man.
I'm glad you finally got to enjoy that. All right. I want to ask a question.
That's not. I'm just going home. I don't want to.
Okay.
I don't want to ruin the rest of this show.
No, it's tremendous. We can bounce back with that in the 5. I don't care.
Bounce back with this. No more Christmas music. Just this.
Okay.
Till December.
Every break dead giveaway.
Now, I have a question with Kenny back from vacation. I want to play a piece of audio. and I understand this is not anything that is absolutely going to happen. I'm just telling you it's something that if there's a 1% shot of it, that I would go all in on this type of move. I want to play Elliot Friedman. Just a quick piece of audio from the 32 Thoughts podcast, hockey. He brings up a name that if there were a player that the heavens designed, that the Red Wings needed, that you could form arguably the best defensive pairing in hockey over the next, conservatively, 6 to 8 years. That happens to be left-handed. Mm-hmm. That happens to be more offensive-minded, while Mo Seider's more defensive-minded. And together they would form Voltron.
Okay.
Whose parents like the state of Michigan and vacation here in the summers. And might be getting dealt because the team he's on is garbage juice. Not the garbage, it's the liquid that resides below the garbage in the bag. I want to play this for you about what Elliot Friedman had to say here, and then I sincerely want Kenny's take on whether I should even bother remotely having hopes here. Play the audio. And he's speaking of, Kenny,
Quinn Hughes.
You know who. Jack Hughes' brother.
That's correct. Defenseman.
Quinn Hughes is 26. Quinn Hughes is an elite defenseman. Now, he is due a contract this summer. He cannot extend until this summer. It makes it tricky. But it's tricky for Vancouver, too, because I don't think he's signing up for much more of this. Now, the issue is he is referred to Jersey's general manager by his nickname, Fitzy. His brother plays there. But I am not going to sit here and say, well, that's it. I guess we can't make a run at it. Quinn Hughes paired with Mo Seider, you would have the best defensive pairing in hockey under the age of 30. And you would have, excuse me, what? Kenny, what were you saying?
I think you could have just stopped there. You didn't have to say the under 30.
I like to offer the opportunity for people to attack the opinion, but fine.
Sure.
Look, it's just, what is the Red Wings' biggest weakness? The blue line. I can't fix the goaltending tomorrow. We're stuck with John Gibson until or unless Kosa's ready to save us. But we can improve what's in front of him. We can improve the quality of chances or lack thereof that said goaltender faces. Hughes would allow Seider to be more of what he's good at. You would get a puck mover. You would get someone who absolutely seamlessly moves the puck all over the ice, out of the zone, into the offensive zone. Look, Kenny, I understand this isn't, hey, it's happening. But if there were ever a move you'd be willing to damn near clean out your minor league system for, wouldn't it be Quinn Hughes?
Yeah, and so there's kind of a good news, bad news element of this
Let's
here.
get the bad first. Rip the Band-Aid off.
The bad news is we've been begging Steve Yzerman, even when there has been rumors or not been rumors about this type of move being made, we've been begging him to do that. He has yet to show us he's willing to.
Okay, what's the good news?
The good news is that if you want to sell hope for this trade possibly happening, and yes, I love this trade. This would be glorious. Also, the bad news, part of the bad news is you're probably losing a Nate Danielson type of player, which is fine.
Who effing cares?
I'm giving because
you've
a lot
got
of people,
about a 5% shot that Danielson ever becomes the caliber of player that Quinn Hughes is today.
It's the mystery box theory, but like most people in this town are fine with pushing it back a couple of more years for the young guys. I know. I don't agree with it either, but that's fine with me. If that's in the bad news camp, we can get rid of that. The good news is Elliot Friedman is, to those non-hockey people out there that don't know who he is, he's one of the most authoritative reporters of hockey. He knows exactly what he's talking about. He's not going to come out and say that the Wings have been in contact with Vancouver for this trade. So there's been rumblings of this for a very long time now, it seems like. So this is in the realm of possibility, in that what have we always said about these teams during trade deadline eras is put me in the report, show me that somebody made an offer, right? So this is Friedman confirming that this has happened or is in the process.
He's a left-handed, fluid puck-moving, offensive-minded defenseman. That would be him, and Seider would be poetry.
He would allow Seider to stay more at home and not have to assume all of the responsibilities, both offensively and defensively.
Look at what it does for your second pairing. You never need to ask Sandin Pellikka to be a first-pairing guy. Him and Evanson can just develop together, right? Like, look, when I heard this, I go, okay, why can't it? Isn't this why we hired Yzerman? It can't just be, well, his Jack primarily plays for the Devils and he likes the GM. Make a better offer. Vancouver's got a business to run. Mm-hmm. Now, if Quinn Hughes is giving indications I refuse to play for the Detroit Red Wings, well, that would be a different thing. But again, according to things you read and hear and see, Jim and Ellen, a.k.a. Mr. and Mrs. Hughes, spend summers in Michigan, vacation in Michigan. They like the mitten.
Wouldn't mind seeing their kid play in Michigan.
So listen, I can't force this to happen. I'll just tell you, if it develops, I don't want to take a single phone call about I don't want to give them prospect X. At some point, that has to stop. Now, the Wings were terrible when Kenny left. Now they're going for their fifth win in a row, tonight in Calgary.
So they're back.
You're right. I should go on vacation again. You're right.
Leave again. They win more. The point is, wouldn't this be the all-in? Also, why do Canadians mispronounce the name of our city so much? Why do they like pull it back? They always do this. Detroit. Like they enunciate the I. What is that?
It's a French word.
Detroit?
Detroit
doesn't rhyme with toilet, Elliot.
It's a French word. Canadian.
No, that would be Detroit. It is Detroit.
That reminds me of old 90s hockey footage, and it's the Detroit Red Wings versus the Colorado
Right, like
Avalanche.
you're watching some French Quebecois news report. Detroit? It's not Detroit, it's Detroit. There aren't two T's into an E. No.
It's the organization's problem. That's another one of those.
It kills
the
me.
Canadianisms.
It's the same crap the British do. Vitamins. They're vitamins, you bleep holes. Aluminium. It's aluminum. Cut it out.
I kind of like aluminum.
It makes it sound higher class. It's not. It's aluminum foil.
It's upgraded.
We'll get to the... We'll get... Detroit?
Maybe we should get him to talk to Charles Ramsey.
Quinn Hughes? We're all in?
Yes, all in. Absolutely. And I don't want to hear about sacrificing the future anymore.
And what will it cost, Kenny?
Everything.
It'll probably cost you a Nate Danielson type, maybe some draft capital.
But why is hockey so stupid?
Prospects.
He's not eligible for the extension until summer, and then I can't give him the extension now if he gets traded. See, how does that work? What do? Put on friendship rings?
It's not a real league, Mike. I've been trying to tell you this whole time.
But think about it. What are they supposed to do? Pinky swear? Like I'm going to trade for you and you promise to re-sign? Check yes. Like it's a folly. You're killing Vancouver's ability to get the best for the guy, and you're killing Detroit to be able to get the security to make the deal.
Say it right, Mike.
Detroit.
That's better.
God, I hate it. Canadians always do that. What's wrong with you people? 248-539-9797. All right. FanDuel, #1 sportsbook for SGPs, including if you'd like to bet on the Detroit game tonight. They've got you covered. More betting markets than anyone else. It's FanDuel. $150 in bonus bets if your first $5 bet wins. That's FanDuel.com/tickets. Sign up today. The official sports betting partner of Detroit. 21 and up. Present in Michigan. First online real money wager only. $5 deposit required. Bonus issued. Non-withdrawable bonus bets that expire 7 days after receipt. Restrictions apply. See terms. Sportsbook.fanduel.com. You got a gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. That's 1-800-GAMBLER. Elliot Friedman talking dirty. Detroit. But again, what's the initial take on Ticket Text? Are we getting yelled at as non-puck knowers, or are people on board with this? Because it makes all the sense in the world.
Well, plenty of people are, yes, they are on board with this, saying Detroit should make this deal. It all depends on where you're getting the deal from. It's Carl and Ypsilanti, meaning who you're giving up. Yzerman, make it happen. Get him here. This is the kind of move I've been dreaming of doing the last 5 years.
Well, think about what it creates. That even if whether Kosa ends up being the answer or not, or you need to go get another goalie, think about what you're going to put them in a position to succeed versus a position to fail. Your defense needs help. And while Hughes skews more offensive, he helps Mo Seider. Also, the ability to have somebody who can get the puck out of the damn zone, somebody who can flip the ice, somebody who enhances everyone around him in his 20s.
Not just flip the ice, though, too, is he's allowed to quarterback in the offensive zone, meaning that you're spending less time in your own zone, creating a much easier job for John Gibson or Cam Talbot.
I'll give you a perfect example, right? As a doorknob like me, right? How much different the Islanders look with Schaefer than last year.
It's a perfect example.
At 18, I know, it sounds nuts. Anytime if you watch the Islanders, this Schaefer kid is electric, but it's about puck movement. The quarterbacking of not only the power play, but the offensive zone, getting out of the zone. The Islanders look like a completely different team on the blue line. And it's this 18-year-old kid with his unicorn skill set. You don't have access to him, but this is what you do have access to. This is what you spend $10 million on. That.
Give up one of the kids.
I don't see this is done. You know where I'm at? I don't care. Give up however many picks it takes. And I don't care about a Nate Danielson. Because the odds Danielson ever becomes Hughes, 5%. Oh, what if we have to give up, Wallander? I don't care. At a certain point, you have to stop caring. You have to look at it as, what can these prospects get me now? Mm-hmm. And the Wings are showing signs of life.
Okay, you need to pay off your fans who've been so patient. Let them see a team that has a chance to compete for a cup.
And you're making an investment in your future. That's the difference. Now, the problem, as Kenny put it, is not a real league. Because I can't extend him. Now, I don't know what kind of backroom Joe Smith, Kevin McHale deals you got to do here to make sure he signs.
Joe Smith. Yeah.
The secret contract. Let's go to Kevin, 97.1. Kev, how you doing, buddy?
Not too bad. This, honestly, with the Tigers, what we're talking about, and with the just obviously the Lions' trajectory right now, it's been pretty depressing, and I feel like some antidepressant pills could be probably, sponsored a couple of these segments. But with this news right here, with the Quinn Hughes, this would be really, it would just energize the fan base, I feel. And I think, TSN released the top 50 under 24 ranking recently. And not to mention Schaefer, I think, was number 3 or number 4 on that. Sandin Pellico, I think, was 46. And in my opinion, I'd be willing to give up Danielson and Pellico to get Hughes, because you think about it for a second. Seider is established. But Seider's always been the guy on defense. What if we get another guy to pair with him? That could make even Seider probably a little better, possibly even. I just think it makes all the sense in the world right now for a team that is just desperate for some leadership and some.
Well, you need high-level players.
Power.
That's the other thing, Kev.
Especially on defense.
Yes.
On defense, that is the hardest thing to find in the NHL is a star defenseman. It's like finding a quarterback in the NFL. Maybe it's probably a little bit easier to find a star defenseman in hockey, but you get what I'm saying. It's not easy to find that.
Yeah, and ultimately, I think we've just asked the bar. The bar needs to be raised.
Exactly.
Yzerman's done a good job of the floor getting raised, but now we've got to raise the ceiling of what this team can be. And you're only going to do that with superstar caliber players. So
exactly. You made a go ahead, Mike.
No, please, you first, Kev. That's on me.
No, I was just going to say I'm so jealous of you guys getting that Schaefer guy and with the Islanders. I mean,
he's incredible.
Kind of just revitalizing for that entire franchise. They got a lot of. They got a lot of life right now.
They do. I only used it as an example as just, Kev, one player, specifically a defenseman with skating ability and puck handling. It changes how you even watch a game.
Exactly. I mean, think of like the pinnacle of success would have been like a And Eric Carlson, man, when he played with the Senators, and I mean, they had no one on those teams.
No.
But he was a superstar, and he still got them to the Stanley Cup Finals.
Yep. Well, look, the fact that Friedman says they've talked, I'll give Yzerman and company credit. They've at least made the call. I can't force Vancouver to do it. I can't force Quinn Hughes to say yes. But what?
I apologize. I am so sorry, but we do have breaking news, and it's pretty big. This is according to Adam Schefter, Pete Thamel, and Dan Wetzel. Michigan has fired head coach Sharon Moore.
That's why I was looking like, whoa, as David spoke that in my ear, like, oh.
Well, does that?
No, don't go there.
Okay.
Don't.
All we know is that he is fired.
I didn't even get a syllable out.
I know exactly where you were going with that.
Does that? Nope. Okay. That was the whole conversation.
He treated me like a telemarketer.
You know what,
Nope.
Kenny?
Hi, click.
Kenny, you know when you know somebody so long, you can have a conversation by just looking at them. I knew exactly where he was going.
Back in the game. Okay, then.
Same reason. Yeah. Wow.
You just got noped.
Do we have any literature with this?
We have nothing yet. Just the news from everyone that he's been fired.
Yeah.
Well, Schefter's become the Kremlin mouthpiece for you.
Oh, no. Dan Wetzel looks like
It's a Pete Thamel and Dan Wetzel story. Yeah. Well,
hold on then.
Bit. Yeah.
How do I know I got noped appropriately then?
You may not have, but we don't know.
Let me say it this way. Okay. Hit the dump button if I step out of line. There's just been some smoke. Perhaps I can't. I'm not going to tell you what the smoke is. You either know or you don't. Maybe that smoke was fire. Maybe, possibly, could be.
Dead giveaway.
Maybe, sort of. But when you fired a coach a couple days after signing day, first of all, that's a scumbag move. Yeah. That's typical for U of M. But our initial response would be.
I mean,
you didn't fire him for results.
Wait, we just got done making fun of Penn State. Where are you going for a coach?
I mean, look, I will say this. You got Larry Ellison bankrolling some of the players. I mean, you got a great donor base.
Right.
Michigan with Bryce Underwood. I mean, why? How about this? The minute Kalen DeBoer loses at Alabama, you hire him. The hell difference does it make? You're Michigan.
Okay, but remember, Mike,
they just fired Sharon Moore and we launched a hockey topic. You sons of bitches!
I'm so sorry.
You know how hard I worked on this? You selfish bastards! We sold a hockey topic. No other show could sell a hockey topic on this station.
It was like when you.
No. How do you think I feel? We were talking hockey for once.
I got full lines on Quinn Hughes. How dare you?
I saw it. This was after you had this great, I forgot what, this great golf topic, and then we're watching people storm the Capitol. Like, we may want to
We did have that.
We
You're
had
right.
this great golf topic.
University of Michigan has never done a damn thing for me. They knew I had a hockey topic rolling, and they damn fired Sharon Moore. And now we got to figure out why. Again,
but what you found out is like some coaches are like, look, man, I got enough money. I'm good here. I don't need to deal with you guys.
But the fact they waited till after signing day, that is pure filth.
That's leaders at best.
No, that's filth. That's so they could get their star running back in the class or get whoever they needed in the class. Give me a break. That's dirty.
Yeah, but I mean, the guy could then turn around and just hit the portal, in 2 days?
I don't know.
I mean,
Sharon Moore's out.
Boats and hoes.
No reporting on why. I got noped when I said, does that?
Okay, go ahead.
It just, I'm not.
There were things floated out there, rumors.
That we chose not to take on the air because that's irresponsible. But if you're going to fire the guy a day after signing day, 2 days after signing day, it makes you wonder. As Freedom Williams once said, things that make you go, I don't know. We'll get more reporting. Thanks to Michigan, you killed my hockey topic, you bastards. God. When it comes to an IRS, I'm so frustrated. I worked so hard on that. Damn it.
You can still have it.
Yeah, because people are going to call on Quinn Hughes when they just axe Sharon Moore. All right, IRS collection or audit. Abraham Rose successfully
Got this
specialized
mess available.
resolving all types of tax problems for over 30 years. Their experience means when you're facing a collection or audit, you rely on them. They get to work, and they will mitigate these issues. Call AbrahamandRose.com today, 248-539-5040, and you will never have to deal with the IRS again. It's Abraham and Rose. All right, so Sharon Moore has been fired with cause. So Rico noped me, but the nope was inappropriate. Read the statement.
I just wanted to make sure
I
we
know
didn't get in trouble.
I
You're
know.
my friend.
Thank you.
Statement from University of Michigan Athletic Director Ward Manuel. U of M head coach, football coach Sharon Moore has been terminated with cause effective immediately following the university investigation. Credible evidence was found that Coach Moore engaged in an inappropriate relationship with a staff member. This conduct constitutes a clear violation of university policy, and U of M maintains a zero tolerance for such behavior. Biff Poggi has been appointed head football coach in the interim, effective immediately.
Okay, so there's a lot to unpack here. First of all, I don't think the fan base really cares. I'd say at least half of them wanted Sharon gone. So let's just start there. 2, you can't be serious with Biff Poggi as your head coach. So let's just view that as a table setter. To the question of, well, who could they get? Everyone's done all the hiring. I want to remind you of something. This is important.
Okay.
99% of jobs have no impact on a job like Michigan, meaning you weren't looking at John Sumrall.
Okay.
Right? You weren't looking at Eric Morris. You weren't looking at a lot of these they're not in your sphere.
Yeah, they're not in your price range.
So, here's the other thing.
But
okay, go ahead.
You had 2 schools out there, in my opinion, that are on Michigan's level in their tax bracket. When you had Penn State and you had Florida, 3, and LSU all out there, they're considered blue bloods like Michigan.
But you were never hiring Lane Kiffin.
No.
And you don't want Lane, especially if you clipped your last coach for this?
No, but I'm looking at just the struggles that a Penn State had. And are you walking into that same trap that Penn State was like?
Maybe. I don't have that. Listen, this is the blessing and the curse of live radio. We're working through this together. I don't want to say things I can't take back. The last piece of this is, obviously, if they were 13-0 and in the playoff right now, there's absolutely no way they fire him. If they managed to cover it up or wait to fire him until after signing day, well, then they would have waited till after the playoff or longer.
Correct.
And I know we're going to get a million calls, too, about Bryce Underwood. I have no idea. Look, I've been clear about this from the beginning. Sporty. No, it ain't got nothing to do with me. My school doesn't even qualify. If I'm Bryce Underwood, I never would have gone to Michigan. It made no sense. They don't run an offense that fits him. They don't run an offense that develops him. It's dumb. It was dumb then. It's dumb now. After a season, he didn't even throw 10 touchdowns. I have no idea. He got life-changing money. God bless. I don't begrudge him that. But would I stick around to be coached by Biff Poggi? No. But again, I don't, let me be up front. I don't care. He could stay, he could go, whatever. He might be good. He might be awful. Wasn't any good this year.
Maybe you bring in an offensive-minded coach and you unleash all
Oh, and
the
I know what we're
specialness.
going to hear, too, so let's get this out of the way. Well, the game that Biff coached, Bryce was great. It was Central Michigan. You may as well have played the Plumbers Union.
Did you say that for the people in the
It
back?
was Central Michigan. Results are void.
But he had 300-something yards.
It was Central Michigan. So look, what is your view on this? And look, I'm in no position and Rico's in no position. I'm not going to rub your nose in it. You've already had your fill of scandals. So is our school.
Right. It was...
What am I going to do? Make fun of your coach and what he does with his dipstick? Newsflash. Let's go live to the Holiday Inn Express with Mel Tucker. Like, what am I going to say?
Correct. Now, it's just one of those, when I heard the rumors, I'm like, and I asked around, they're like, man, these rumors have been around for a long time. They're not true. So I just dismissed them as, okay. But then Michigan hit us with a 2-piece combo today and said, no, we did an investigation. They are true. Zero tolerance. He's
Fired with cause.
And
after we got our class signed.
And I mean, not poor him, but he can't even get a job someplace because he's got show cause for the other stuff as well.
Yeah, but you and I, okay, this is the problem I have in all of this. Look, Sharon, how do I put this politely? I don't need to be polite. Look, Sharon never should have had this job. He was the only guy capable of taking the job because all the rats had left the boat.
And no credible coach was going to take the job.
Thank you.
Fear
So Michigan used him as their Lee Harvey, their patsy.
And you're
That's
right.
all this was.
If Michigan were in the college football playoffs, he wouldn't be fired until the day afterwards. Because if you're going to fire him, you're going to fire him before signing day. But I don't even think signing day, the letter of intent is that binding anymore, because all of these guys could go jump in the portal that opens up in a few days. So,
well, that's the key, is if you're going to have a head coach hiring, it has to happen before January 4th. Is that the portal, or January 2nd?
Second.
Look, you could make a case you have Biff as the interim, but see, now this is what I hate. So now we're going to be in the business of what? You're going to talk to Bryce's parents? Hey, is this okay with you? See, that's the problem in all of this. The kid, he wasn't any good. And he has to take a major leap forward to play even remotely championship caliber football, because you won't have a schedule as easy as this was this year. The Sharon Moore thing on surface, I don't care. I don't think he's a good coach. Now, he's a recruiter, but then you could make an argument. You know, my dog could recruit to Michigan. They've always recruited well. They always will.
It is Michigan.
So,
I mean, I just look at what happened with Penn State and how we thought, okay, they fired their coach early in James Franklin. They're going to have enough time to go and get the best person available. And in the end,
you got to have Mel Tucker and Sharon do a podcast together.
Hosted by Charles Ramsey.
Perfect. The Something is Wrong Here pod.
Now, wait a minute. You both lost all of these millions over what?
248-539-9797. Guys, you tell us. I need Michigan fans on a snowy commute home. You tell me where you're at. I know your hearts aren't bleeding that Sharon is gone, but who are they hiring?
Because remember, a lot of coaches got raises and bumped up through this whole coaching cycle, so they're locked in for a little bit longer, and they're going to cost you more money if you're going to poach them.
Unless
Brian Kelly?
No, he's washed. He's done. He quit at LSU. He didn't want to recruit. He's like Hugh Freeze. He played more golf than practices. You don't want Brian Kelly. Michigan can do better than that.
Are you going to bring Harbaugh back?
No,
They
what?
can't. I'm kidding.
All right, we'll get to the calls. 248-539-9797. Sharon Moore's been fired with cause. He's Mel Tucker 2.0.
Coach Spy Goggles?
Okay, we're done here. 97.1. Okay, so yeah, Sharon's gone with cause, inappropriate conduct. I think you know what that means. It means the rumors were true. I mean, it is what it is. Now, do I think this is some terrible thing? No. You didn't make a real hire when Harbaugh left you in cheating ruin. You simply kept the only guy who'd be willing to take the gig. Everybody else had show causes, was fired, or left to the NFL. So we've always had, and remember, we were in Vegas doing that show, and Sharon still hadn't signed his contract. That's unheard of. So now I think it gives Michigan an opportunity to make a real hire. And look, there's not going to be anything like slanderous here. What am I going to say? Yeah, I have Mel Tucker and you have Sharon Moore. This isn't a competition for who's more irresponsible with their dipstick.
Good choice of words.
You know what I'm saying? It's just my point is I don't have the answers to the other stuff. Now, again, waiting until after signing day. If you ever think Michigan's classy, you're a fool. I mean, hello, Dr. Anderson and that whole cover-up for 30 years.
Or the kicker that they had that all of a sudden when the season was over.
I know. Please, all of it. And then that's, again, Connor Stallion, just please. You're a babe in the woods. You're just as bad as everybody else, maybe worse. The point is, from a football standpoint, I don't think this really hurts you. A doorknob could recruit to Michigan. What in-game coaching has Sharon really showed to make you go, oh, dear God, we're in trouble? Did Bryce Underwood develop one iota this season? No. So what I would offer is this. You have an opportunity to make a real hire, but let me give you the one name I wouldn't hire in this lifetime or the next. 10 years ago, yes.
Okay.
15 years ago, yes. Today, I wouldn't take him for free. Brian Kelly. He's washed. He quit at LSU. He didn't want to recruit. He didn't want to coach. He was more interested in golfing. You do not, that would be a mistake. That would be very bad for you.
You know what, David? I think I have somebody that would be good for Michigan.
Kalen DeBoer, the minute Bama loses to Oklahoma.
No. And he would develop a quarterback, and he's coached at Michigan before. He's at Washington right now. Jedd Fisch.
Great hire. Great hire. I thought Florida should have hired him.
Jedd Fisch to Michigan.
I'd hire Jedd Fisch, yes.
And you know what? Your problems are solved, and everybody would say Sharon who?
And
and he would develop Bryce.
Yes. You know what? Rico wins. That's the move.
Yeah, that's come across the ticket text a lot, and I agree with it.
That's really good. Yes. Because I thought, and he's a Florida alum, I thought he would have taken the Florida job. It just didn't materialize.
He probably knew you can't win there.
Well, it's a messy situation down there, especially in the athletic department, the president of the university, all of it.
I mean, he has a great wide receiver quarterback combo at Washington.
And no expectations.
And he probably could get them to transfer here. He has Bryce if he wants Bryce.
Jedd Fisch.
If not, he could bring his own quarterback with him from Washington.
Whoa. Now you're cooking with gasoline. He's got a roster to raid.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, Jedd Fisch. Rico's got it. Not that my endorsement means anything. That's what I would do. And if I were a Michigan fan, I'd be thrilled. And I know he's a weird guy, but that fits at that school.
I was about to say, and?
Does that mean anything? Because we just came out for Harbaugh. So being different is what we're used to.
David, he's got a Washington roster who I thought was going to make a push for the playoffs, but they showed they weren't ready for primetime when they played Ohio State.
It checks the boxes. Offensive-minded, QB whisperer.
He's been here before.
Yeah, no, it's good. Like that's where I'd be if I were a Michigan fan. I don't think Washington's a program that'll fend you off money-wise. You could raid the roster for if you so choose, and you keep Bryce, keep it moving. And what did you lose? Nothing. Now, I'm sure there's something that if the coach gets fired, 3 days after signing day or whatever, maybe these players can get out of their letters of intent and go wherever they want. But the reality is it's all boats and hoes.
I was about to say they can hit the portal anyway.
No, I'm saying is they took the money. They don't give a damn about playing for Michigan or otherwise. Right. They took the money.
Right.
They're there for the money.
Right. No, I'm with you.
David, want to go to the phones and we'll do ticket text in a minute? Does that work? All right. Well, Rock and roll. Let's go to T, 97.1. T, what's going on, buddy?
Happy holidays. Greetings. Greetings.
I can tell you're not broken up by this.
Oh, come on, man. Listen, between John L. Smith Biles and Tricky Freaky Mel Tucker and Niall Cerrone, I can't get enough more. I mean, what else can you say, man? I think it's a great day just to say, how goofy can you be, man? I think we need a therapist to figure out why these guys just can't seem to get their mind focused on the main thing, keeping your money and your wife. I don't understand.
T.
I just don't get it.
It doesn't take a therapist. It's undefeated, man. Come on. Going all the way back to Adam.
T, what do you make of our suggestion here? Rico's name, Jedd Fisch.
I think he's a quarterback whisperer. He's a good offensive guy. He fits the weird mode up there. I really believe that they really need to make sure they get a complimentary staff that can really, they've got some good players up there, and he's got a little bit of charisma. So I think it'd be a great deal.
I mean, it fits. He's coached there. I'd have a hard time believing, Bryce. It would cause an issue with Bryce Underwood if you care, and you move it forward. That seems like a perfectly fine hire. T, you know what I'm saying though about Brian Kelly. He's done. You do not want that.
Yeah, but Brian Kelly's like an old hanger. When you get from the cleaners that got the paper around it, and then you still try to use it. He's a wireframe hanger now.
Never heard that analogy, but okay.
All right, T just called Brian Kelly a used condom. Tremendous.
Okay.
Jesus. T. I'm just trying to say he's done. You can do better.
Yeah, and I don't think people are like, what about John Gruden? I think you can do better.
Guys, we don't have to reinvent the wheel here. Jedd Fisch is a successful college coach, offensive-minded, quarterback track record, coached at Michigan, and you had the best passing game when he was there with Harbaugh. We do not need to reinvent the wheel. 2 + 2 is 4.
Let's see.
John Gruden, what? You go to Washington, you steal their best 5 players, you keep your quarterback happy, and pray to God Jedd Fisch can fix them. And you move forward. You had a really nice recruiting class. You bring back a young team. And Jedd Fisch doesn't give an F about defense. He's not going to be crawling up Wink's ass. He'll call the game he wants. And that's all Wink cares about. Don't bother me. It's my defense. Stay out of here.
$10 million buyout.
For who?
Fish.
What's that? It's less than you're paying your quarterback. To me, it's easy.
And looks like it drops to 6 if you hire him in January.
Buddy, those are rounding errors.
No. I understand. Like, this is one where
if you don't get Jedd Fisch, my suggestion to Kalen DeBoer is the one.
No. Mike, maybe Wojo's been telling us the answer all this time.
Wojo's been lying to our face.
No. Jason Candle.
You're right. He's a good little coach.
Stop
Michigan should call him.
Michigan should call Jason Candle.
No. What about Jason Candle?
He's been waiting there at Toledo.
And UConn they can buy out UConn.
He's a good coach. Well, you should go get Jason Candle.
I want Wojo to write that piece.
Yeah.
What about Tony Annese?
Yes.
Oddly enough, okay, let's go to Rob, 97.1. Robbie, what's going on, buddy?
Hey, so I'm with you on the Jedd Fisch hire. It'd be fantastic. If he doesn't want to leave Washington, what do you think about Brian Daboll and the work that he did turning Josh Allen into what Josh Allen is?
I'm biased, Rob, so I'm going to let Rico speak on this. I have very strong thoughts about Brian Daboll, so I'll stay out of this one.
Rob, it's one of those things that maybe he can use this as kind of the I got to step away from the pros and maybe I can be a really good college coach. So I'm with you on that, but I got to think that he wants another shot at the brass ring, and it's hard to take a step back to go to college once you've been an NFL head coach. Unless you're at the end and you're just trying to find a retirement check like Belichick.
Fair enough.
Yep, but look, here's the bottom line, and Rob, you know this, and it's been partially this way for the longest time, but it's totally this way right now. If you've got money in college football, you can pretty much maneuver around any problem, right? Short of your starting quarterback like dying or something, and you got to replace him before the playoff, you can fix just about anything. You call Jedd Fisch, you make the right offer, you steal the coach. Washington can't match. End. You don't want him? Go get DeBoer. Yeah. Why? Money. That's all this is now.
Because it is. Washington looks like they bumped up his salary to now he's like at 5 years for a little under $8 million a year. So yeah, if you're Michigan, you got rich donors, you got rich boosters, you can pay out the buyout, and you can get that contract, and you can bring him in here, and I think he could poach the Washington roster, and I think you keep things moving. And you know what? I hate to say this, I think you'd actually be a better team with a better coach with Jedd Fisch.
You want another name? I give you a name, and I'll give it to you next.
What about Jason Kendall?
He's a good little coach. 248-539-9797. I'll give you a real name next. Because I think Jedd Fisch is a great suggestion. He's a damn good coach, and it fits the profile. But I'll just offer one other. All right, stop ignoring the cold. Mastercraft Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, Electrical. They do a complete furnace checkup. Make sure it's running properly. Right now, only $79. That's $30 off the regular price. Call today. Spots fill up quick. And don't forget Mastercraft, Plumbing, Electrical, Generators, all at discounted prices. So do it now. It's mastercraftheating.com. That's mastercraftheating.com. All right. I promised you I'd give you one other name. If you're just tuning in, Sherrone Moore's been fired with cause. So, yeah, I mean, the things that were swirling around, they're true. He had inappropriate relations with a staffer. I don't know if he was, like, somehow inspired by Mel Tucker, but here you are. The difference is I don't think Michigan's losing anything. Like, Rieger was like, oh, how happy are you? I'm like, I'm not. Sherrone Moore has not shown me anything other than recruiting ability, but Mickey Mouse could recruit at Michigan.
You actually have a possibility of improving your team.
You hire Jed Fish or Kalen DeBoer, but here's the other name I would throw out there. And I understand, while he just signed a deal, money is no object. You're paying a quarterback who never played before $3.5 a season, okay? What about Eli Drinkwitz? Mizzou.
Weird guy. He'd fit in the culture.
But really good usage of NIL at Mizzou.
Yeah.
They've done a really good job.
And that's Mizzou.
They run an offense focused on a power running game. They have a fierce defense. You could take their best players. That's another guy. Now, I understand. Drinkwitz didn't want to go to Penn State, signed a deal to stay at Mizzou. I just believe these deals aren't worth the paper they're written on.
See, but that's just it, though, Mike. Back in the day, coaches would run to get jobs like this. But now if you're making enough money and you kind of like where you are, there's no need to go across the street anymore.
Jed Fish doesn't need to be at UW.
No, I always thought that UW was just a space until he can get a better job.
I think you need a West Coast guy.
And I think, for me, that's the first call. If I'm Ward Manuel, I'm on the phone right now trying to see how we can get this thing done.
Yep. The three names for me would be, and you've got the best call. Jed Fish was the best call by you. Jed Fish, Kalen DeBoer the minute Bama's eliminated, and I'd call Drinkwitz. Those would be my three. Offer enough money, you're getting one of them. I don't see how you don't get Jed Fish.
And, it depends on how Bama's season ends. Like, sometimes they love DeBoer, sometimes they hate DeBoer. Season ends well, they're going to do whatever they can to keep him.
But if you're DeBoer, you don't fit down there. You coached at Eastern. You know the landscape a little bit up here.
Yeah.
Right? You coached at Indiana.
But you know what, Mike? It's kind of like in baseball. You're a Yankee, and you want to prove that you could hang out with other Yankee legends and get this thing done.
I'd rather come up here and play in this soft-ass conference than deal with the SEC every year, plus a bunch of hillbillies up on meth throwing bricks through my window.
You Notre Dame? You're tougher than that.
I'm just trying to tell you, I don't want to see Kalen DeBoer get run out of town. I think he's a damn good coach. All right, David Ticketek's coming in. Sherrone's gone, and, well, there you go.
Go get Marcus Freeman from Notre Dame.
He's currently the betting favorite to be the Giants coach.
Correct. I don't think
he really?
Yeah, he is.
I don't think that's real, but I'm just telling you.
Don't ruin that, man. I'm sorry.
Go ahead, David.
Michigan should make two calls, Kalen DeBoer or Jesse Minter.
I think Minter's closer to being an NFL head coach than going back to college, guys.
Wait, did Minter get caught up in this scandal, though?
Yes.
Yeah, that's why he's in L.A.
Right, so he
can't come home,
Well, that's why I was going to say that, because some people keep saying his name. But, yes, the show call starts when you go back to college.
Correct.
Just because he's been gone for a year doesn't mean.
And it only
just
worked
starts.
for Sherrone Moore because he was there, and they just felt sorry for Michigan. You know what? You can stay here. But the second you leave, yeah, you're screwed.
Ward Manuel needs to go now. Cheating scandal, and now this with the head coach going on under his watch.
Keep going. How about Mel Pearson in the hockey program? How about the mystery volleyball coach? How about the whole Robert Anderson thing? I mean, come on, man. Hey, how about the rental car service with Jeff Jackson? You want me to keep going?
But yet, Petiti named him AD of the Year a few years ago.
Tony Petiti's a ding-dong. Go ahead, David.
What about Kenny Dillingham to Michigan?
Guys, I think you're getting too cute here. I do.
See, you know what happens with these people? I'm sorry, not these people. With fans.
Whoa!
I'll say it like that. With fans. Is that they only name names that they know.
Right. We're giving you names that fit a geographic and generally skew a little bit more offensive because you want to preserve Bryce for the money you've given him. They're just picking names like Bob Barker.
No, I don't think the average fan is going to remember Jed Fish and his ties here and how good of a coach he is. They don't remember it.
But see, that's just it. Even if Bryce wants to leave, if Jed brings his quarterback and his wide receiver with him, you're not going to miss Bryce. Yeah, I said it. You won't miss Bryce.
No, DeMond Williams is currently in a development cycle way ahead of Bryce.
Right. Dual threat quarterback. Can get the job done.
I don't know that I would do that, but I hear you. You're not wrong. I just, you know what's going to happen. The hyenas are going to be all upset at you. We'll go to Nick, 97.1. Nick, what's going on, buddy?
What's going on, guys? Excited to be on. I heard about the Sherrone firing, and I think a good option for the next head coach of Michigan should be Brian Daboll, honestly. I mean, the guy developed Josh Allen.
Did he?
He won 5 Super Bowls, and he already has a relationship with Wink Martindale.
Yeah, they hate each other.
Yeah, I still think you come in and you're like, okay, we got 2 guys who have won titles, and they can really develop this quarterback that we're paying a lot of money for.
Nick, I'm not messing with you. Wink and Daboll hate each other. Like it's hate. It's how it's split up in New York. No, I don't think you can do that and have Wink as your DC. I'm not being a smartass in any way.
And you got the coach, and he's ready to win. I mean, he did win a title at Bama too when he was there. So I mean, money talks, and as long as you're winning, nobody really cares.
Right, but okay, but here's the problem. I mean, look, I promise you, Nick, I'm not being a smartass in any way. I'm not dissing you at all. The Giants were coming off of Daboll winning Coach of the Year. The Giants had won a playoff game. There's a personality conflict. Brian Daboll does not have the emotional stability, to me, to be a college head coach. He's a man baby. Brian Daboll's temper tantrums and breaks of protocol and lack of quality control and what's coming out in New York, you cannot possibly want to bring that to Michigan.
And see, I don't think that he would want to come back to college anyway, because he would have to deal with recruiting and NIL and basically going to all your players and making sure they're not angry and going into the portal after every game. It's a different animal now, and it's actually easier to be a pro coach, I believe. I just don't see him wanting to go backwards. I think if anything, he'll take a coordinator job and try to work his way back into being a head coach again in the NFL.
I was being nice. I wasn't being rude. No, you know my thoughts on Daboll, but I'm saying the Wink and Daboll thing, you can't put those two in a room.
No.
And I mean, Nick's just going, yeah, well, if the money's flowing, it's not that simple.
No.
You mean you want to recreate a toxic situation and outspend it? Come on. We're better than that, aren't we? Let's go to Joe, 97.1. Joe, what's going on, buddy? How you doing?
Mike, Rico, what's happening, man? Merry Christmas.
Same
love
to you,
the show. I just wanted to call, and you already touched on it, and you kind of hated on it, but John Gruden, fire Stink Martindale, get them all out of there, get Gruden in there for a box of peanuts, and he would fit in, man. He's got a little bit of a character. He knows what the rivalry's all about. He's a kind of quarterback guy. I just wanted to touch base with you guys, say hi, and I appreciate you.
No, Joe, appreciate you. Look, I'm not hating on anything, right? You could sell me on John Gruden. I guess it's, what's the thing you've always told me? Occam's razor, right? The best explanation's the simplest. Jed Fish, DeBoer. These are guys active in the sport, major pedigree, geographic ties.
DeBoer may be a fish out of water down in the SEC.
100% he is. And honestly, they're never going to appreciate him. He's the guy who followed Nick Saban. Short of him winning the Natty this year, which they're not going to do.
No, but even if he does, well, Saban won a bunch.
Right, but he'll be on the hottest of seats next year. Mm-hmm. Or you go to Michigan, work with Bryce Underwood, you do for him what you did for Michael Penix at Indiana and UW, and you know the Big Ten. You coached at Eastern. You coached at IU. It makes sense.
Or you bring, was it Ty Simpson with you?
Ty Simpson's going to be the number 2 pick in the draft. But that's fair. Yeah. If you can turn that, you know what? The money's flowing.
Right.
You call Bryce. We have a problem. What's wrong? You're out. What'd I do? You're not Ty Simpson. Although, don't worry. You'd have Michigan dinglings convincing themselves Bryce is better than Ty Simpson. You can't talk to some of those people.
Mm-hmm. Now you're doing it. Those people.
You're damn right.
It happens.
You're dead giveaway.
Let's get Jason Candle and just end all of this.
What about Jason Candle? Let's go to Dave, 97. Go to Dave, 97.1. Dave, how you doing, buddy?
I'm doing well, gentlemen. How's everything?
Excellent. Good. What do you make of all this? What a wild afternoon.
It is a wild afternoon, and I'll be honest with you. I got in my car at about 6 minutes after 5, and you guys said it. I was at work, so I didn't see any Facebook posts or Instagram or anything. But I agree with the DeBoer would be my number one, and I would do whatever it took to get him once the season ends, however that dynamic looks. But I don't think I've heard anybody say yet we're talking about we're kind of saying that Bryce Young is staying with the instability now.
Oh, Bryce Underwood.
Well, here's the reason, Dave. There's something I would say. God, see, Dave, promise me you won't get mad. And I'm telling you, there's no sarcasm, there's no smarm. I'm just being real. On what planet does Bryce Underwood think he's going to get the same money if he leaves Michigan? He's stumped this year. So
I agree.
Unless he's willing to take a pay cut. I mean, they signed him to something that basically, if it works out, they'll get 1 year of him where he might actually be worth that money.
Yeah, I watched the reason I say that is because that was kind of they kind of had a buddy thing. I watched that new thing on Paramount Plus called 5 Star, and Underwood basically came here. Yes, the money was involved, but it had a lot to do with Sharon Moore personally. So with him being gone, I don't know, man. I don't know.
But Dave, here's what I would tell you. I mean, okay, let's say Bryce Underwood retired from football. He quit. Yeah, I don't want to play football no more. Whatever coach you hire, look down the road about 4 hours. Back-to-back years, Indiana hit the portal, bought a grown-ass man, and made the playoff. Michigan would go to the portal, they'll buy the best quarterback available, and they won't have to teach him nothing. So
yeah, that's where Fitch comes in, like you said.
Yeah, I mean, look, and Dave, I'm not trying to oversimplify it, but you know my opinion on this. It's prestige worldwide. It's boats and hoes. Oh, Bryce, you think you're better somewhere else? F you. And they go to the portal, and they'll buy whoever they want. I'll tell you the first call I'd make. I don't care if he reaffirmed his commitment to Cal. I'd call JKS at Cal. I'd offer him the $3.5 million that Cal doesn't have, and he'd be my quarterback. He was better than Bryce today. He'll be better than him tomorrow. I don't care in the league. Do you know the set of balls Bryce Underwood would have to have? He'd need a wheelbarrow if he thinks he's going to march in there and renegotiate. He'd have to pay them to play football the way he played this year. Oh, my Lanta. All right, Rico, take him to church.
Ever wonder why Fanatics Sportsbook is America's fastest online growing sportsbook? Most sportsbooks? Well, their rewards are just flat, but Fan Cash is the ultimate sports currency, and betting with Fanatics lets you stack the Fan Cash. And with Fanatics Sportsbook, you can get up to 10% Fan Cash back on your wagers, whether you win or lose. Use Fan Cash to unlock the world of Fanatics, from profit boosts to exclusive merch, collectibles, game tickets, so much more. That's the real value of your sports fandom. Oh, did I mention that they're giving away millions in Fan Cash this year with games like Fan Cash Drops that are offered live in the Fanatics Sportsbook app every single Friday? That's a hint, maybe. So switch to the Sportsbook that always has your back. Go check it out for yourself and download the Fanatics Sportsbook app today. Winning hits different here. Got to be 21 or older. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
All right. Rieger and Woj are next. We're going to keep it rolling. Sharon Moore has been fired with cause. Relations with a staffer. Incredible stupidity. Mel Tucker on line 3. So, look, here's the one thing I would tell you. From our perspective sitting here, at least half of us didn't like Sharon Moore in the first place, so no big deal. The money is not an issue. And Rico has a name. I have a name. I don't see how either of these is not a vast improvement. You brought up Jedd Fisch, A+. Coached here, quarterback guy, probably keeps Bryce in the mix. And even if he didn't, guess what? He could bring his own QB here. And I said Kalen DeBoer. I don't think the Bama fit is a fit. I think he'll continually be on the hot seat for no other reason than he's not Nick Saban. DeBoer coached at Eastern. He coached at IU. Michael Penix is the trophy he can hold up. What he's done for Ty Simpson.
Yeah.
It just makes all the sense in the world. So to me, look, Michigan has no shame. Who are we kidding? So it just, oh God, Evan Jenkins storming in. What now?
I didn't storm in. I just have an honest question about this coaching search.
Okay.
Will coaches around the country, you know how many were peed off about the whole cheating scandal and everything? Will coaches remain petty and not want to be associated with that?
What do you mean?
Like not want to take that job. The only reason it makes me think of that, remember when they hired Rich Rod and how many coaches turned them down and didn't want to be a part of that?
Nah.
And it was until
I think if you offer
does money talk?
If you offer enough money and the opportunity to go coach at Michigan,
many.
No, but here's the thing: unlike DeBoer following up a legend like Nick Saban, you're following up Sharon Moore,
and you can start it clean. Okay,
and that's not a high. It's like coming after Jonathan Smith.
It's turned a little bit more into the NFL, Evan, where there's they say there's only 32 of these jobs. Like college, it used to matter. It doesn't anymore because it's welfare, government cheese, NFL football. Basically, it's roster, it's money, and it is what it is. Like, I just
remembered so many coming out and bad-mouthing them that I wonder if they would change their tune when they come a-calling.
But no, here's the thing. Remember, like the two candidates Rico and I brought up, they both have distinct reasons to say yes versus like ticket texters are like, hire John Madden. He's dead. You can't do that. Like Jedd Fisch, this is a better job, period.
Sure.
Kalen DeBoer, they're never going to like you at Alabama, ever. So if Michigan goes out and does something insane, or you hear stories that have been rejected multiply, well, then, Evan, you're going to take a victory lap. I don't see
at that
it
point
way.
they become Penn State. And they were all like, Penn State fired their coach. We thought they had the head start, and, man, they're going to get somebody good. And James
Look at Florida.
Franklin.
Florida's the same damn thing. How did you end up with John Sumrall?
Right.
Because you aimed too high, and people were like, I don't know if I want to come into this type of a mess. So and you make enough money at your quote unquote smaller schools now, you don't have to leave. You call Cignetti, he's probably going to be like, I'm good. And I'm just going to keep coaching here in Bloomington.
Well, I know when we talked about Michigan State hiring Pat Fitzgerald and who would want to take that job being on probation, so on and so forth, does that weigh into any coach's thought process? Well, they're on probation.
Are they?
Well, on paper.
Well, technically, yeah. I mean, Sharon, he was the only one that was
no.
still.
What about the other game he suspended?
Oh, game one against Central?
Oh, damn.
Oh, and it's not in Germany anymore either.
Oh, boy. Oh, he's got bigger problems.
You're right.
He's got bigger problems.
It'll just be a silhouette like a player in Madden that doesn't have a fit picture.
His bigger problem might be it's called half his net worth.
Oh.
It's a long drive home.
It might be a different NIL
I'm going to
fund.
step in here because all of you Spartans right there were, oh, no, I can't do it. Can't do it.
What? What's wrong?
You all really sound sincere there.
No,
Oh, poor Sharon.
You know what? Yeah.
Dude, we're not happy about this.
I'm not even.
I don't respect Sharon. I wanted him there forever compared to if they hire Jedd Fisch or DeBoer. That's a major upgrade.
Just like I wanted Jonathan Smith there forever. You're exactly right. I get it.
But, our RIP to all the Mel Tucker jokes.
I mean,
fair.
Sharon and Mel ought to do a pod.
Kenny, I know this whole conversation is sponsored by
Sharon Moore
Yeah.
and Mel Tucker present Dipsticks Unlimited, a podcast. They should pair up with Club Shay Shay.
No. The podcast is called, wait, that was wrong?
It's Undefeated by Mel Tucker and Sharon Moore.
Yeah.
A Pineapple Media production. All right, let's go. Let's get to the calls. Dylan is up next. 97.1. Dylan, how you doing?
I am doing fantastic. I've never been so happy for someone to lose their job.
Oh, jeez.
He is so underqualified to do his job. It's not even close. He was just such a scapegoat, and I am so elated. And on top of that, apparently he's a jackass too. I mean, come on. You just saw your counterpart in East Lansing get fired for doing the same thing, and you're like, you know what? That's a good idea. Like, they can do so much better at head coach.
Yes.
And it's good that they righted the ship. And to be honest, I think he was gone anyways, because I called you guys last week and said I wanted them fired.
Well, I think it showed a lot of personal growth by Michigan to not cover things up the way they normally do. This is actually personal growth. Just own it.
No. They covered it up until after signing day, and then.
Well, I do agree with Rico. They probably were. If they made the playoff, they would have covered it up longer. This just gave them a good reason to give them the boot and not look bad, because they look great right now. Oh, look, he did all this bad stuff. We're going to fire him. Like, no, if he was doing a good job, they wouldn't have done it, or it would have went down differently. But I don't care. He lost his job. I'm throwing a party. I'm getting a dirty 30, Mike. You're welcome to come over. Let's get after it.
Oh, my God. Listen, I'm not celebrating nothing, because as long as that guy was there, I don't think you were going to win a whole lot.
No.
But my goodness.
If you do this right, Michigan, this is an upgrade, and you could bring in a real coach that I think can take you to the college football playoffs, win the Big Ten for you, and maybe win you a national championship. I never thought that was going to be more, ever. Well, and that's not me piling on, but it was just that he looked like the type of coach that, at best was a 9-3 type of coach. He won games that probably shouldn't have, but they made the right play or got the interception. But yeah, you struggled against Purdue.
Can I just ask something? And it's directed at you and David, because you both, being totally sincere, are men of faith. You're very religious people. Does it annoy you as much as it annoys me when people behave badly, but then they have the audacity to put something like Christ follower on all their socials? You have a wife and kids at home, and you're busy tapping a staffer. Maybe we ditch the Christ follower thing and replace it with Go Blue, perhaps?
Bruh. Let me just.
Am I wrong in that I'm annoyed?
Mike, you're not wrong.
Does that anger you?
It does until, and this is the pastor, until you go and read the Bible and you see about how it happened all throughout the Bible. So it ain't like
a lot of action in the Bible. Huh?
People make mistakes, but he may want to change that Bible.
No, but you
right
get
now.
my point. Is when people they wrap themselves in religion, but behind the scenes they're degenerates. That irks me.
It does.
Not that being a degenerate is ever good.
They make mistakes. Looking at you, David. Not you, David.
Whoa.
No.
Well, no, that was his third kid.
No, David from the Bible. David. That David. Not you.
That was the bad son.
Breaking news?
No, from the Bible in Bathsheba.
Excuse me?
David and Bathsheba.
Okay. I'll Google.
You're right. He made that mistake.
Guys, you're exactly
right. He more than made
that mistake.
Guys,
0.01% of the audience knows the reference. You got to chill.
Just you don't.
No. Who the hell knows about Bethesda, Maryland in the Bible?
Bathsheba.
What?
He said
Ever.
Bethesda, Maryland.
You know what, Mike? You win. I can't top that. I can't top that.
Sure. West Babylon, New York. Okay, sure. 248-539-9797. Wojo here yet? I'm sure he's got Jason Candle on the top of his list.
He's driving down to Toledo right now to get that exclusive.
Oh, man. I'm live at Tony Paco's. All right, listen. Red Tag sales event going on right now. Moran Chevrolet, Michigan's #1 selling Chevy dealer. Elevate your tailgate this Michigan winter. 26 Silverado LT Crew Cab. Lease it at $199 a month. Zero due at signing. Silverado, perfect for hitting the road or maybe packing up your life's belongings because you're not the coach at Michigan anymore. If you're looking for something a little smaller, the Equinox LT. $199 a month, $19.99 down. Just go to MoranExpress.com or stop by on Gratiot, just north of 15 Mile in Clinton Township. Moran Chevrolet, where you always get the best price, period. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Okay. We'll knock down some calls. Sharon Moore fired with cause. Don't bleep where you eat. Again, messing with a staffer. It's just a different version of Mel Tucker. It's idiocy. It's degeneracy. So, look, do I think it's a good thing? Kind of, yeah. Because bottom line, nobody really likes Sherrone. And if this is about developing Bryce, he didn't develop at all this year. And what are you going to do? Blame Chad Lindsey? You're running Sherrone's offense. So I just feel like Michigan has the cachet and the money. If they're willing to do a real search, Sherrone served his purpose, which is he's the patsy. They found a way to get rid of him and get out for free because of his bad behavior. You might be better off. And that's a Spartan telling you that. So I don't know, if you're mad at me, take it elsewhere.
Right. Like Mike and I aren't taking his victory laps like, no, this is actually, you get a chance to hit the reset button. Now, it's a little late in the game, so it's going to cost you a lot. Now, money ain't real.
No.
But you're going to have to go and you're going to have to court somebody very quickly.
Jed Fish.
Because
Kalen DeBoer.
You got to have a coach in place before the new year, because that's when the portal opens up.
Jed Fish.
Or you'll
Kalen DeBoer.
No, I'm saying I think it'll probably have to be Jed Fish because DeBoer will be playing in the
He'll
playoffs.
lose to Oklahoma in the first round on the 19th. He'll be hired the 20th. Buddy, send Go Blue One up there and figure it out. Michigan probably has a spaceship. Go ahead, meet in space. Figure it out.
Or in a airport in Toledo.
All right. Let's go to Julian, 97.1. Jules, how you doing, buddy?
Hey, doing great. How are you guys? Happy holidays.
Same to you, Jules. What's going on?
Hey, born and raised in Detroit, and I went to school in Tucson, Arizona, went to U of A, an alum, and a huge Arizona basketball fan. You can't put the Wildcats and the Wolverines in the same sentence regarding football. I get it. When Jed Fish got hired at Arizona,
yes,
our football program was lower than whale shit. And I had...
You can't say that word, Jules. He's
not even slightly.
I will just say he compared his alma mater's football program to whale excrement. He used a different word. Jules, we're not at the bar. You got to clean it up, buddy. I really wanted to hear. But the point he was making was this. Jed Fish took a god-awful job at Arizona and fixed that program quick. Mm-hmm. He did it with offense. He goes to UW. I like the track that they're on. It's a quality hire. Kalen DeBoer's the other. That's it. The list wouldn't go beyond there. Why? Money. That's all this is. It's just a prostitution market. There's no integrity. There's no nothing anymore.
Nope.
Just money.
Yep. Now you just have to move very quickly, and you're right. If Alabama loses that first game, then the fans will probably run DeBoer out of town. But you got to have somebody by Christmas in order to hit the ground running and not write this.
I got news
next
for you.
Season off.
How much you want to bet the back channeling was going on while Sherrone was finishing that class? They knew. They knew they were going to fire him. Don't tell me the CSI report just came back today. Don't. Come on.
So if you want to put full tinfoil hat on,
let's do it.
Did this only come out because they lost to Ohio State?
I obviously wouldn't have come out if they were 13-0 and in the playoff. Nobody covers up things better than Michigan. They have a major there in cover-up. So you can actually go general studies into a cover-up PhD, 3 years, 2 summer courses. We should send all of MSU's profs there and athletic department there so they can learn to cover up things better. We could do an adjunct.
Yeah. Rieger, where's Wojo?
What about Jason Candle? I mean, he was such a good coach, a possibility for state all these years. What about for you? He likes him so much.
Let me read this text. Someone says, rest in peace, hockey topic. Stupid football.
Dude, we had full lines. Full lines on Quinn Hughes.
All right, so I'm listening. I'm driving in today. You guys were selling the Quinn Hughes topic. I was into it.
I worked so hard on that.
Wait, and then David says in my ear, we have breaking news, and I look, and he's like, Sherrone Moore's been fired.
Well, I was thinking the week's traded for Quinn Hughes. I'm like, oh, my God, what timing?
No, I'm thinking he was going to say Scooble got traded. And he's like,
I'll say what I thought it was. Please don't yell at me if this actually happens.
Derek Skubal
I thought
traded?
no, I thought it was going to be a report from like Lions practice of a non-contact injury, like someone died.
Oh, no. See, I thought it was Skubal. Like, okay, this is big. Because David was like, I hate to do this. We got to break this. We got to stop right now.
I thought it was another minor signing by the Tigers. I will say the best part about the entire thing when Mike's like, UM&Fers, I got full lines on a hockey topic and you fire more? You did this on purpose.
I was so excited. Why do you have to hurt me? Damn you, Roger.
Oh my goodness.
So selfish. What do you make of it? Are you mad at our suggestions?
No, not mad at all. You got to believe they've already reached out to the majority of these people, right? You say Jed Fish
or Kalen DeBoer.
How much for Kurt Signetti? What's that going to cost you?
You never get him.
I don't think you're going to get him.
You don't think Larry Ellenson can trap
it's Ellison?
Ellison.
No. Larry Ellenson was the bad Piston. Ellison is the richest man on the planet.
Ellenson was a first-round pick, if I remember correctly.
Henry.
No, because I think Signetti has life.
No, I know.
The way he loves it right now. He is the legend.
Plus,
he is their Nick Saban.
He's not interested in developing a kindergarten quarterback. He buys the best one available. That's the whole thing when you hire a... David just yelled at me in the talkback. Sorry. That's why you don't need to... Like, the Bryce thing isn't a concern to me. Oh, Bryce is mad. Good. You'll be making half as much somewhere else. I'll buy a better quarterback in a portal.
Exactly.
You have nothing to fear as Michigan.
The first thing that went through my mind is this is the best case scenario. Like, nothing against Sharon Moore, but now Michigan goes out and hires a legitimate coach. He probably should not have had the job to begin with. So we'll talk about it. I think Wojo's going to be here. It's going to be me.
We need Mel Tucker and Sharon on a podcast together called Dipsticks Unlimited.
How about a reality show?
My God.
Are they going to get a place together?
Maybe they could do like a buddy comedy.
It's unbelievable.
Dumb and Dumber, a reprisal.
We all heard the rumors.
No, you're right. Maybe they will get a place together.
Yeah, honestly, they might need to be roommates.
Hey,
might have some net worth issues.
You got a 2-bedroom?
I would produce that TV show.
You have Mel in the
Tucker,
orange
Sharon
suit
Moore,
and
roommates.
Sharon in the blue suit. It's Dumb and Dumber 2K25.
How much did you lose?
You think Mel's always going to be talking about that 2019 game?
Okay, we got to go.
Okay, goodbye, everybody.